Why is it I'm not getting jump scared? I always get so scared by my goose. Am I brave? Is this what it's like to not be a fucking bunny rabbit? Ah! Shut up! Can I go piss, girl? My knee! I feel a little good! Yeah, so the mattress is gone. What are you doing here?
Do you have any idea how much it hurt?
No, because I actually made it out of there, Astarion. I'll be more careful next time. I brought you back tonight. I thought the Mind Flayer parasite protects you from the light. I think it prefers you as a pile of ash. So this one, right?
No. Apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun. Just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go?
Should we go?
Chaos you need to unleash here.
No chaos, just some questions.
Gods. All right. What's on your mind?
So about you biting me.
What more do you want?
Am I sandbanging? I can't tell. I am not sandbagging anymore.
It's Wesker time!
Oh, that's a spicy totem right there, right there. Spicy totem! Spicy totem! Spicy!
Shut it, Horns. I'd be lying dead next to the goblins if you'd stalled any longer.
My duty
Let me
is
punch
to
him.
this camp.
Let me at him!
Oh, God forbid you risk your precious time. But I shouldn't be surprised. Foul bloods ain't known for courage.
Lizard.
Oh, let me at him, 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 let me at him.
About to erupt.
Aim it below the human, try to knock him flat on his back. Oh, I have -1 strength though. That's right. I believe in the heart of the cards. I almost made my stream title Jason Time 469. But I don't think anyone would have gotten it. I don't think anyone would have gotten it. Hi everybody! I should have. There's still time. Jason Time 469. Should I do it? Jason Time 469. Oh, my PC's already slowing down. Holy shit. So I'm streaming on YouTube right now? Yeah, okay, well that's probably not gonna last long. Guys, my PC sucks. Woof. Hi everybody, sorry I didn't put my lesbian rings on. No one's gonna know that I like women unless I put my rings on. Oh, I was like, where's my thumb ring? I don't like this thumb ring.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Chibo! Chibo, thank you for the 100 bits. What the fudgies? Thank you so much. All right. You're not going to go on today. But you'll go on. Jason's very scary, is he? Oh my god, syntax. I cannot wait. Hi, everybody. I am not feeling well today. Full disclosure. I'm really sick today. I throwed up earlier. Wait, hold on. I gotta get into character. Not my throat. Okay, what's happening? I haven't even said hello. I haven't even said hello! Mom, I thrown up earlier. And so I feel very sick.
There's something out there far from my home.
gifted subs. Thank you for gifted subs to Storm Summoner, Platinum Raven, Sneevil. We love Sneevil. Chance the Bro, and Nutso. I have a very important question for you, Nikki. Pink, orange, yellow, Shalman, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? I do declare we have no salmon. If you care, you can do whatever you want. But if you care, we don't have a salmon yet. But we have every other color. Whom was first today? Raven! Oh, Raven stole it. Light blue? I got you, gamer. I got you. I got you. Raven first. Luffy not first. Luffy, mwah. Max, mwah. YBZ, mwah. Maximus, mwah. Shabby, mwah. Awesome Boy, mwah. J-Cats, mwah. Night JJ, mwah. Gamer, Garoovnik, mwah. Swassy Plague, mwah. Destiny, mwah. Nikki, mwah. Lexi, mwah. Trinix Pig, mwah. Chivo, mwah. Jay, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Swassy Plague, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Hello, God? God? Pumpkin! Mwah! Red, mwah! Yellow Belly Bugs! Mwah! Super Duper! Mwah! What is happening? A-Train! Mwah! I've never known. English! Mwah! English, how are you feeling today? Excuse me? Pumpkin! Pumpkin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Ghost Ninja, Cosmos, Bewitched, Mitch Godslayer, and Curse Cactoid. Hello, God? What the heck? Seriously, thank you guys so much. Pumpkin! I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, green... Oh, pink, orange, yellow, salmon!
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Green, light blue, dark blue, purple. Max, thank you for 151 pennies. What does that mean? Purple? Hello, puppy. I've never known. Okay, I was wondering if you were making a Pokemon reference. I love that, Max. Max, thank you so much for the 151 bits. Chibo! Chibo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Evil Cherry Berry, Velocipanda, CK Con, Raven23. Oh, hold on. Oh, that felt great. And then B Mullen 81. Chibo! Chibo, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? That was a good one. Oh, it felt good. Didn't feel good doing it, but the after felt great. Thank you guys for a level 4 hype train. What the fudge? Japan! Japan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. My niece stopped trying to bite me. Good. Didn't I just clean these? Okay, am I blacked out? Did I not just clean these? Who's smudging my glasses? Dark blue? Period. Period. Question. Are the badges live yet, or are they doing,
Thank you!
Present emoji.
No, what? Oh, Moon, whatever. Guys, type enter in chat right now. Is it enter? Oh, type join! Type join! Type join! Sneevil! Sneevil, enjoy your Sunday! Oh my god, you're so cute! Oh, you got... Wait, the badges are live? Oh, someone asked me if I'm doing Jason giveaways. I think they're giving us codes to give away later, maybe? Moon Quartz is currently giving away a Pix Bulba sticker from my merch store. You are so naughty. I'm gonna punish you. How was the rest of your charity stream? Are you still doing it? Okay, so the sub badges are live. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were... I couldn't remember if they were going live today, if they were going live the 25th. But guys, type join in chat if you want to enter in to win a Pix Bulba Booty sticker, courtesy of... Chivo, I see what you did there. Thank you so much for the 49 biddies to get us a level 5. Let's go. Really? Cadaverous? That sucks. Oh, how long are the killer wait times, by the way? How long are the killer wait times? Is done, but the campaign's open right now. We're at 716. Oh my god, road to 1,000. Road to 1,000. Yeah! I'm wearing my I survived cabin shirt today, Kelly. 20 minutes? 15 to 16 minutes? Hi, Loki! Loki, hope you're doing so good, homie. 12 to 15 minutes? Okay. So it looks like it's about 15-minute average for people. That'd be, yeah. Totally moon quartz. No you, Loki. Hi, Norman! Raven! Oh, it's rigged! Everyone type rigged in chat. Ahmad won. Rigged! Yay, Raven! Raven, congrats on winning the Pix Bulba giveaway. Oh, yippee! Rigged! Ahmad won. Oh, Lexi, that's a good question. Okay. Nikki Renee, Chibo, or Pumpkin. For those of you who just gifted 5 subs, did you guys unlock both? You do get both. Promise? What's happening? Shinobi, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You get both? That's so dope. What the hecky? Shinobi, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Norvine, did I do you? No, Norvine, mwah. Salsa Loki, mwah. Goddess Dahlia, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. Finally, a game. Well, hopefully, you have a better game this time, Cadaverous. Okay, cool. So if you do 5, then you get, or if you do 2, you get all of them. What is happening? I still gotta catch up on the other pussies.
There's something out there far from
Pumpkin! I just like seeing you. I'm sorry. You gonna have 4K as Bubba? Why not a 4K as J-Fed? I don't know, Max. Who asked that? We just started. Loki, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. To control all hops, Mustafa, Notorious, Trad, Navato, and BJX. Yak Jaeger? What's happening? Loki. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Shinobi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ah! To, Codus, Erica, Lowrider, Cat, Faulty Mentality, Grant James, Fan Club. Shinobi, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Salmon! Our first salmon! Yippee! Yippee! Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Oh my god, Norvon, are you gonna save it? No, Lexi, thank you for asking. Streamer's choice? Okay. Moon, I love you. I almost called you Moob for a second because of the thing. Wait, it's the anniversary event makes sense. Yeah. Pumpkin! The pumpkin thing. Man, you're just, oh, your name is just so verbally stimulating, friendly. It makes me very happy. The pumpkin thing. Can't wait for Art the Clown. Oh my god. Guys, who's ready for Art? And Cheapo! I spelled your name wrong. I don't know how. An alchemist? That was their name, was True Alchemist? Chibo! She finally learned how to spell.
Go on.
Oh! Maximus! Maximus did 100 bits! Hi, Ghost Gremlin! Scooby fucking do! No way you're using Spirit City! Wait, I love that for you. Oh my god, guys. I was bawling like a little baby bitch baby during the Ice Nine Kills song. Oh my god, it was amazing. Oh my god, and Shane too! So he comes out on the 25th too, right, Adrian? I know, Moon. But yeah, I don't know. I understand, I suppose. At least we're getting something. At least we're getting something, Scooby-Doo. Right? Yeah, Shinobi, same. Same. If you guys want, I do have a YouTube video that I uploaded. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, hold on. Actually, didn't War make a beautiful thing for me? Also, Spades, I think I saw you say that you had, okay, no, it's not that one. Ignore that one. Damn, okay. I might have to ask War what command it was. Damn it. Okay, well, let me go back. Did I see that you say you did your Adept, Spades? Also, thank you guys for level 6 hype train. Cheese and rice. I did upload a video of my reaction to the entire DBD live stream, and I did put timestamps for every single thing that was announced. So let's see. Maybe what is happening?
You have something more private in mind, no?
Thank you
don't
for
tell
the
me.
600
My imagination fill in the
bits.
gaps.
Chibo! Thank you so much. What is happening? Thank you so much. I'm gonna cry. You already got him at P10? Imagine not being good at a kill, or like the greatest at the killer that just came out like 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago. What the heck? That's so annoying. I'm so sorry. People suck, but you know that. To catch up on everything DBD announced.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. To catch up on everything to be announced, here's my YouTube video with timestamps of everything. That should be good, right? Because if you guys want to see, like, even just like if you guys don't even want to watch it, that's totally fine. But cool. Oh, did you already do it? I was like, why is it not pinning? I was like, I know my PC's slow, but like, I was like, what's happening? Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Angel. What was I saying? But yeah, I did timestamps everything, so you guys can see like you can see like when people enter the when people are on the stage, Eric Pope's like 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th interviews, etc. Bravo, Penguin! Thank you for the 50 bits. I'm gonna kiss you on the mouth. Who said that? That was me. Bravo, Penguin. Mwah. My little nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Oh, enjoy your lurky turkey. Also, I still have your kitties cats. I'm doing. Speaking of kitty cats, look who's here. Hi, Angel. Come here. Oh, sorry. Weird boy. Cleaning? Ew. That's what I was up all night doing. I cleaned one of my bathrooms, and it's so nice in there. It smells so nice. You can eat off the toilet if you want, but don't do that because that's weird. But yeah, I clean my bathroom. Oh yeah! Oh my god, everyone was saying happy birthday to Boo. He's so popular. So popular. Get faster! Jason's here. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Thank you guys so much for the level 6 or 7 hype train. I don't know, it was one of those. Thank you guys so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you guys. Just what? Should be back in my next break. Do your thing. I was gonna say take your time. Do your thing. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. Good luck on studying tests. Spoiler! Mwah. Gaming. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, this is the one! This is why the alert didn't go off, Hyzen. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's why the alert didn't go off, because it wasn't the actual I got you. Okay. I was like, why did the alert go off last time? Thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. Enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudgies, wedgies. Goth pasta. I'm doing okay. Just okay today. Just okay. Not terrible. Not great, but like let me get into the stream and I'll probably get a lot better because you guys always make me feel better. How are you doing, Goth pasta? What's up, Malice? Is that your name? This is Jasper. Hey, Jojo. His nose is wet. Oh, do it! If I'm serious about 13 hours of Jason. Oh my god, how funny would it be if people did do a 13-hour stream today? Wouldn't it be so funny? Wouldn't it be so clever? 69 inches! Holy shit! You have the biggest pee-pee of the day! Already say, oh, go do your food! I did not see that if you did. Yeah, that's the biggest pee-pee. Wow. No more competition. Heisen won. Who lasts longer? Oh, really? I think I've watched a video like that before. Oh, who wins the most? That's fair, yeah. Oh, you can't win them all, Heisen. Can't win them all. Let's see. I'm so sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Oh! Let's go, Chevy! 99% vibe? Whoa! I'm alive. Wait, the hype train was still going on? For me, it said it ended. What? That was weird. Okay, well, thank you for the level 7 hype train. What the fudge? Oh, drive home safe, sweetheart. Drive home safe, smooth quartz. All right, let me get everyone's pussy. I know what I'm gonna do for Loki's. It's the simple things that make me happy. Good luck, Shabby. Oh shit! Hello, YouTube. Oh my god. What's up, Tristan? Are you excited for Terrifier? Noah, yes. How happy were you when Jason was released? Levi. Ecstatic. What killer do you want in DVD most? Me? I don't know. I know I really want Supernatural. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows here, but I do see everyone who follows, and I'm very grateful. Thank you guys so much for following. The killer cues are painful. I'm hearing an average of about 15. I'm hearing the lowest is 12 minutes and the longest is 20 minutes for the killer cues. Yikes. Yeah, I would love to have a Supernatural something, right? Yeah. I think it could be done. I'm not sure, like who, like, would it be Lilith? Abaddon, Lucifer? Like, there's Crowley. There could be so many different killers that could have some interesting powers for killers. But I think, like, it'd mostly be, like, a Survivor chapter if Supernatural were to bring there. But as far as killers goes, I don't know. If I name 2, give treats. Can Boo get a B-Day one and Jasper get... Oh, I can give one for... here, if you do treats, I could do Boo's for free. I know it's gift 2 subs. Is that 2 individual subs, or can I do the 2 gift? I believe you could do the 2 gift because people just gifted 5 subs, and they said that they got both badges. Oh, Azazel? Azazel's dope. Tokyo Ghoul, but now I want to say Sebastian or Grell from Black Butler. Oh, I'm so sorry. I might butcher this. Is it Ryuk or is it Ryuk? Is it first or second? Ryuk or Ryuk? Poe, thank you for the 2 gifted subbies. Did you get both? Ryuk. Hello? Cool, thank you. Poe, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Happy birthday, Boo! Boo turned 4 years old yesterday. If they're gonna have Scooby-Doo in the game Supernatural, right? Oof. God, this stuff is so stinky. And bacon strips and bacon strips and bacon strips. Do you think Pumpkinhead? Like the Headless Horseman Pumpkinhead? Or is there like another character called Pumpkinhead? You know, I've actually just started rewatching Supernatural like 2 days ago. Oh, The Conjuring. The Nun! The Nun! PayPal and Twitch made me pay extra. Wait, what do you mean? Pumpkinhead is a classic, so Pumpkinhead does not equal Headless Horseman? Is that what you're telling me? The Nun would be so scary. Alright, so we got Loki's. We still gotta get Shinobi's. Hi, Daddy! I need a crooked... Oh my god! Crooked Man would be so scary. What about Candyman? Candyman would be sick, right? Oh, thank you, Lexi! Dweeb, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Pumpkinhead has his own thing? I know there's something called Trick or Treat, and his name is Sam, but I've never seen that before. I know people want that. Oh, I've never heard of them before. Sam is immortal. Interesting. Yeah, I've never seen Trick or Treat. Is it a movie or a TV show? Yeah, I know it's different, yeah. The Scarecrow guy from the first season. Oh, the pagan god. It is a movie. Okay, is it just one movie, Trick or Treat? Interesting. Interesting Ghost Gremlins. I think The Conjuring would be so cool. I love those movies. They are making a sequel? Okay, well then maybe I will have to watch the first one now. Is it Veneer? I actually just watched the episode either yesterday or the day before. Let's see. Oh. That's cute. I'm trying to make like a cat blow a little kissy. One more can I say? He wanted her, she never tell. Secretly she wanted him as well. He had a problem with his signal. He had needed more, he said he needed more. He never found my mama. Cheapo, we're gonna have matching necklaces. I love these little cats so much. It's not Ash Nico, no, it's Avril Lavigne. Some DCs I started slugging, so the rest could DC so I could farm impales. Oh, did you really? That's funny. Oh, is that one of the achievements for impales or something? I need to watch The Damned before I see the DB movie. Oh, yeah, that's right. Spoiler, you're so right. Well, we have plenty of time, right? It's not even Friday the 13th. It was Jess's birthday the other day, though. Oh, really? Okay, Po. Oh, 13 people? Makes sense. Oh, really, Destiny? Mira, didn't you redeem a forehead kissy? Did I do that for you, or did I totally, like, dono wall you? Mira. Mwah. I totally did not. Cool. 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 These are all for Mira, by the way. I'm so sorry. I literally saw you come in, and it was like, oh, Mira's here. And I was like, I think I was like mid-sentence or something. I'm really not on my game today. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dweeb, I don't know if I did yours. Heisenbergs, thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Calvin X Machina, the Michael Y, Zero Republic, Witchy Baba, Doc Watson. Thank you, Mira, so much. The fuck? Mira. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Jade, what the fudge? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to Evil King. Spoiler alert. I am Zebulon, Noson, Phantom, Dark Fiery Angel, Goddess Dahlia, it's Daddy, Calm Soda, and Puppy Zero, and Mr. Fairfield, the Dwight Fairfield. Now, Jade, I have a very important question for you. Dog or kitty? What's up, Willie? Salmon. Ooh, see, this is why you're my favorite. No, and I'm feeling really off today. I feel like I was like really sick before stream, so it's like I'm like really off right now. I think once I start like playing pussy, I think once I start playing the game, I'll get into it. Oh, Capricorn, mwah, Marshmallow, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Should they add Norman Bates from Psycho? Oh, the Bates Motel would be such a sick map, though. That would be such a sick map. Good afternoon, Dandy. Good afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, we got Salted... Oh, my 2 mods! We got Salted Loki and we got Mirror are going to be Shalmans. Only 40 days. Let's go. Soon it'll be a month. What is happening? Duncan! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to Kenny Wilson, Capricorn, Adrian Reeds, Lexi Heckens, Cookie, and Dewey. Love those people in chat right now. That's so cool. Really, Poe? Okay, don't let me forget. So we'll forget. I'm so excited for the, oops. Liar. I'm so excited for the mall. Let's go to the mall. Very important question for you, Duncan. Pink, orange, yellow, Shalman, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Good evening, good evening. Oh, did you, Capricorn? Hell yeah. Willie, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Alright, let me put the ones that are done on the wall. Oh, please get some good rest, Bravo Penguin. Get some good rest. Have a good night, sweet princess. Yeah, I blew my load on my BP. Yikes. What color's on the wall the least? Yellow. There's only one yellow. Alright, we got Nikki, who's blowing the little kissy, and then Salted Loki, who's just like, oh, here, these could tell a story. Nikki is blowing a kiss to Loki, and Loki's like, totally, like, unawares. Oh, man. These things make me so happy. Thank you for letting me do stupid shit like this. Goddess goes, thank you for the 5-star red streak. That one, please. Yellow. Got it. Done. Perfecto. What's up, Tyler? 12 hours? We'll try. I make no promises. Okay, so this is for True Shinobi. This was for Mira. This was for Duncan. I gotta get more pink. Bang! Okay. Oh! Welcome back, Wayburn. Tyler, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. See, first game is Jason. Did you finally get in? You know what? I feel like during this, I should be, like, queuing up as Jason, but we're here for a while. Yo, Jamper! Jampearl, excuse me. Hello? I know how to read. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Enjoy. Oh, guys, enjoy all of your badges, too, for all the subby wubbies. Enjoy your badges. I gotta do that, too. I gotta make sure I get my badges. 13-minute queues, yeah. That seems like 12 is the lowest I've heard for the queue. And I think 20 is the highest I've heard for the queue. Yikes. Duncan, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, see? Yeah. In your east, right, Spades? Yeah. 13-minute queue, yeah. 30 minutes? Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Oh, that's right! There's play while you wait, duh! Why is he your arch nemesis? I need to watch all the art movies now. I need to watch all the Terrifier movies now. I've only seen the first one. Yeah. Thank God for play while you wait. Am I right or am I right, guys? And then True Shinobi. Perfect. Oh. Now, what silly things do I want to do for you? Oh, wait, Chibo's is done too. Let me get Chibo's. I love giving these cats human hands because it's so silly. Chibo! You're winking, but you're doing a, you know, that kind of wink. Thank you so much, guys, for all the fudging subbies. I'm out of room. Yeah, play while you wait is gonna be insane. Oh, here's Duncan's. Dandy! Daddy, they were the 5 Steek. Red, orange, yellow. Duncan! God, you guys having great Yellow Bull verbal stem names makes me so happy. 7963, 7963. Look at me remembering shit. Pumpkin! Anyone else have a weird dream that started out as a nightmare that turned into a chill dream? Because I had a very special one last night. I was ghost hunting, but I got locked out and the ghost was trying to kill them. So I jumped in a car and drove through several walls until I ran over a monster with my friends.
Didn't think it was that long.
Oh, I want to get to that in a second. Then I said, get in, losers, we're going shopping. Went to an epic mall and had a great time. Wake up in the morning, I'm like, what was that about? That is a crazy dream.
Hello there.
What is happening? Apologize with the 1 year? The 1 heckin' year? Holy shite. Thank you so much. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. I forgot I added more water Pokemon cards. Oh, I'm very, very excited for this. Thank you so much for the 12 months. Apologize. Also, Arailu, thank you for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Okay, actually, I want to make sure that this isn't in the binder already. Oh, really? Chill dream turned to opposite? Oh, also, Poe, by the way, thank you for 130 stream streak. What the fuck? Okay, it's not. Good. Oh, I'm so excited. This is, if you guys didn't know, this is the name of my car. So I really like this Pokemon. Apologize with 2 L's. Like Apollo. What's this made out of? Metal. I'm joking. Thank you for the 1 year. You're named after my car now. Thank you so much. There you go. Right in the spank bank. Spank bank. Let's go. Thank you so much. Also, New Day. Thank you for the forehead kissing. I also just have weird dreams. I have some pretty weird dreams. I can't think of any at the moment. I definitely do have a bunch of recurring dreams. I have some that are nightmares, some that are just like regular. Mostly nightmares that are recurring though. I haven't had any dreams that I remember in a while, except for like buying Pokemon cards. I dream about buying Pokemon cards a lot. Yikes! Weird. Hi, Devil! Oh, Devil, hope you have a great day at work today. Also, I will be playing Dead by Daylight. I'm just, I'm catching up on the generosity from my community. I don't know what to do. Oh, you watched all 3? Ah, that's fair. That's fair. He's fucked up, isn't it? I've only seen the first movie, and that movie was fucked up. Yeah. I've just seen a lot of his, like, when they were doing, like, promo for the, what was it, the 3rd movie that came out, he was all over TikTok, and so I was seeing him everywhere. And he's just like, I don't know. It's so funny. It's like, he looks like he's, like, such a cool guy and so fun. But then in the movie, he's, like, really fucked up. I'm just like, no, I'm so good. I'm good. Hey! Apologize. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. Truly. He's at Halloween Horror Nights. I want to go to Halloween Horror Nights. What should we do for these kitties? What haven't we done yet? Oh, I forgot the Jigglypuff, or the Clefairy one that I did. That one was so cute. Oh, there's Wars flipping off. That one's so funny. Slasher Bunnies is... these are so cute. Okay. What do I want to do? Maybe... Oh, I can do this for Duncan. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Do I have like a reference picture? Oh, okay, kinda. I guess kinda. If you use your imagination, you can kind of tell I did a Pikachu. Have to done a donut this month yet. Gazoon type. Huh? Who's a what now? Are you talking to me or Destiny? Mira, look at your badge! Oh, I love seeing everyone's badges with the either the Dead by Daylight one or the Jason one. That's so cool. This is my trauma to bear. So funny, by the way. I've been shot? What do you mean? Ooh, a good question. Does anybody know? Poe, my guy, do you know the answer to that? How long the Jason mask badge is going for? It's alright, Destiny. My brain hasn't not broken. Case in point. What? Not good. Hi, Muffet. Have you done a donut yet this month? What do you mean a donut? Like, have I had, like, a donut? Have I done a donut yet this month? What do you mean? Wait, are you asking if I've had a cat hold a donut? Because I could make Jade hold a donut. I can't make these kitties hold a donut because they're not enough room on these. If that's oh, see, now that makes sense. Didn't it already hold a donut? I don't know, Jade. Maybe if you stopped doing nice things to me, we wouldn't have this issue. Hey, Miras, of course, of course. With handcuffs. Did I? Or did I do that? No, I think I did that for that one gay cop last month. I think I did that for gay cop last month. Black belt, dog or cat. Really, Poe? Go to your thing. Go to your thing. Okay, Raven. Yeah, I'll get an answer for you. Oh, Miras, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Truly. Thank you so much. Everybody do the dino dance, dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. Also, black belt. Mwah, canary. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Why is the song so quiet? What are we listening to? What is this? Oh, it's Farewell to Flash. Hey, I say kills, let's go! I can hear it now. Bye, Waven. I miss you already. I asked someone a question, but I can't remember who I asked and what I asked them. I'm like scrolling through the chat to try to see if I can find it. Oh yeah, it was dog or cat. That's what I was asking. Are we doing a dog or cat treat? I'm supposed to be getting food. Can you please go feed yourself? I'm not here right now. Oh, this is Boo! That's Jasper. And that's Boom. Dog! I got you. Jasper's baby. Yeah, you can have him. He's been okay recently, I guess. Oh, that's a big one. We have a smaller one. We are getting towards the bottom of the bag. Here we go. Oh, it's by your butt. You gotta move. You gotta get it by your butt. Sorry, Boo. Made you work for it. Thank you, Black Belt. I have 5. I have 5 babies. I have Jasper, who's right there. I got Boo, who's right there. And then I have Charlie, Midnight, and Balthazar. I want to squeeze him. He loves attention. So yeah, he would love that very much. Mother. Yeah, well, he just got some. So it's okay. He just got some. Lexi got him. Fuzzy things in my eyeball. I have a mini. What do you have? Tell us everything. I got 3 more pussies to do. The midnight was here almost all day. What day was it? Was it Sunday? I think she was. Yeah, she was here during the entire Dead by Daylight live stream. She was sitting right here all day, and here I am screaming and creaming myself because she doesn't come down here because she doesn't like it when I scream. And she was here all day Sunday and was just like, just here. And like I would pick her up and like be like, hey, here's Midnight, and then put her back down. She was just so. It's just. What was she doing here? I don't know. She was. I think she was mad because it was Sunday, and I usually don't stream on Sundays, and so she's like, "Mother, where's my attention?" Because we're all a family of autistic people, and we really crave schedules and routines, and she was very upset that I broke that routine. But Balthazar, you will never see Magical Chick. Sometimes when I go upstairs to go pee, I'll bring him downstairs, show him for a second, and then he'll squirm out of my hand and like run away, but you gotta get lucky. But yeah, you'll never see Balthazar. Midnight will come down here sometimes. Oh, that's smart. That's actually really smart, Spades. Very clever. A dog, 6 cats, a turtle, and a hamster, and a parrot. Does your parrot say things? What's this made out of? Metal. That was a very special moment, Mira. That was very special. Like, he was like, his head was like right here. That's awesome, Miras. That's so dope. I love that for you. What should we do? What's the name of your hamster? I had a really awful, evil hamster that I named Huggles. Huggles. Huggles was her name. And she was a fucking bitch. And I remember she bit me so badly. I had to slam her against the side of the cage to get her to let go of me. And there's just blood streaming down. And then she got to taste her blood. And I never pet her ever again. Yeah. Fuck that hamster. Specifically, fuck that hamster. So, I still love the hamsters, but I'm kind of afraid of them. I'm not gonna lie. I have a dragon? Oh, how big? Like, how, or like, you know, like, Extinct, thank you for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes every view with Ed so much. But I don't even want to look, Destiny. I'm not even gonna look. Snakes are dope. Snakes are very cool. Extinct. Thank you for the forehead, Kissy. You teach them to swear as you should. What's the nastiest thing your parents ever said? 23 inches long. How old do they, like, I don't know. How old do they last is such a weird question, but I hope you know that I'm not trying to be weird. Oh, for 26 days. Thank you. Thank you. You dick! That's one of my favorite things they do. I only had a traumatic hamster death story. Oh. I don't remember how my hamster died. I think we just had her for just, like, a couple years. And then, I don't even remember. I remember burying her. I remember her little shoebox funeral. As you can tell, I was a child when this happened. I remember just, like, watching her at night because, like, they were so active at night and just, like, watching her, like, burrow in her little cage and her, like, little, like, gubbins and, like, watch her burrow at night when I'm, like, trying to sleep because she's making so much noise. Just watching her and be like, I wish I could pet you. It was sad. No way, Danny. I love that. Cool. So, when does he? I'm sorry. Like when does he hit full maturity? How big is he gonna get? I'm curious. Oh no!
Lizard.
Oh, Jade. Oh, I'm so sorry. At least they didn't get into the stove. I mean, no, never mind. Nikki, mwah, thank you for the floor kissing. Oh, Nikki, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. We're talking about hamsters. What's up, Bongo Lizard? Bongo Lizard, welcome in. You guys can hear the lizard too, right?
Lizard.
Puppy, enjoy your gifted subbing. Can you guys stop being so hot and tall and talented? I'm distracting me. I'm trying to make these pussy cats. I don't know what to do. I really don't know. I'm at a loss. I think I'm just gonna do. I gotta just do like my go-tos that make me happy. Cause I like being happy. Do you guys like being happy? Oh my god, this is so cute. Do you not like being happy? You're never happy. You're always mad at mommy for whatever reason. I'm brushing his brother today. He's mad at me because I'm paying attention to his brother. I go to brush him. He gets mad at me. Yes, Danny, I want to see. Oh, ferrets are so cool. Ferrets are too smart for me. I would never be able to own a ferret. They're too smart. I have to be the smartest person in the house. Really? I'm naturally talented? I believe it. Oh, thank you, Bongo Lizard. No, you. I'm definitely getting better as I started streaming. I did not have a good day today, which is why I was like, I wanted to start at noon today, but I started a little after 2 because I just wasn't feeling well physically. But I feel okay now. I think it's like the stream is starting to distract me a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, Max, that makes sense. Gizmo! Oh my god, I can't wait to see. Oh, I can't wait to see him. My grandma had a chihuahua named Gizmo, so I really like that name. Oh, Daddy, I cannot wait to see. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do for pumpkin. Yeah. Well, pumpkin just kind of writes itself, right? Mira, what are we gonna do for you, sweet summer child? We do these. Ooh, yeah. I've been liking doing these eyes recently, but I gotta remember that these markers bleed, and now it looks a little cursed. What if I gave you eyebrows? I don't know if that'll help or not. It's giving clown makeup! No! You're gonna get a bow tie. I'm going full clown. You're just... You know, like... Oh, it's bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, I'll show yours last. Oh, no. It's giving clown. Oh, Poe, that's so sad. Well, hopefully no one's ever said that they didn't accept the babies. That's so funny, though. Shinobi got a derp kitty because these just make me so happy. Like, these are, like, my default. That and, like, the little diddle ones. And then this is my Pikachu one I did for Duncan. So you kind of see, like, I got the Pikachu ears and the Pikachu cheeks. Duncan! Holy playlist! Yo, the hits keep hitting. And then we gotta get Jade's puss. The best for last. I know. Yeah, I like that. You know what? If I told you I was gonna draw a clown cat for you, I don't think it would have came out as good as this as my accidental clown cat. Pumpkin got a jack-o'-lantern face because that's just kind of like obviously. I was trying to give you starry eyes. Like you're just like a starry-eyed goyle. And I thought eyebrows would fix her. And eyebrows made her look like a clown, and so I gave you a blow tie. It did come out cute, right? Max! Max was still the VIP. The VIP, as it were. The VIP. That's adorable. I'm glad. It's toasty. Oh, is it hot outside? I hate thinking. I really hate you. I really hate using my brain. Congratulations, Max, on being VI Pizzle. Oh, I hate thinking. I hate using my brain. Who'd you steal from? Was it Otaku? It was Otaku. Oh, thank you, Raven. I already see you typing. You're so hot for that. A date, too? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You're VIP for the next, like, 10 hours? Nah, you got it for at least 24. Okay. Cool. Smooth brain. No ridges and lumps, no valleys or bumps. All ideas fall right off like a water slide. Smooth brain. Jade, I feel like I've written your name down so many times. I didn't have to think.
Lizard.
Brain like a Skittle. But what flavor Skittle? Oh, I didn't even look. Oh my God, Raven, I don't know. How do I think I do month first, right? Like it's March 1st? I think I do month. Oh God, I don't know. I hate this. I hate having a no brain. I hate being so stupid, guys. They're gonna put me in a home soon. New Orleans. Has anyone ever been to New Orleans? Narlands? 616. Raven, that's so funny. Gotta dumb it down for my American friends is what she... I'm joking. But, like, also, like, not joking. Why is America so weird? Like, why does America have to be the outlier for everything? Bongo Lizard, you said it, not me. Oh, no way, Heisenbergs! Okay, well, I imagine it probably wasn't in its prime at that moment, then. That's alright, Raven. It's totally fine. As an American, we all agree. Yeah, so I make a joke about, like, you remember, so, okay, not remember. You remember? So, have you guys ever had a moment where you walk into a room, and as soon as you walk into the room, like, you forgot what you walked into that room for? I used to make a joke saying, like, that's, like, God or whatever higher deity you believe in, if you believe in one, deleting your task, like he's playing Sims or something. Because if you do that, like, you delete the task, like, your Sim just, like, stands there and just goes, hi, or something. I don't know. I've never played The Sims. I've only watched people play The Sims. Yeah, okay, Capricorn gets it. Exactly, see, Raven gets it. Hi, Mama Jane! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You're spot on. Ooh. Oh, I think I know what I want for you, Jade. Ooh, Jade. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't think I've ever drawn one of these before, but it seems like really easy to draw, so I'm gonna do it. Okay. Okay. I'm sure there's no way that I could possibly mess this up. I'm just leaving. But why? Have to return some videotapes. Bungo! Mwah! Milkman! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy.
Lizard.
Whoa, whoa,
Lizard.
I do play Sims. I want to play The Sims. But I fear that I'll, como se dice, hyper-focus onto it. Oh, the lizards are here.
Lizard.
Peter, the horse is here. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna, shut up.
Lizard.
I'm gonna draw this thing, and it's gonna be a masterful piece of art. And you guys would be like, whoa, how did you do that? I'd be like, I don't know how he did it. Ooh! Jade, if you don't fall in love with me after this. I don't think I've ever drawn one of these before. Maybe when I was like a kid, maybe. Do you like Ice 9 Kills? Not really. A bit too soon for me. But when the silver screen came out, they really came into their own. Really makes it a cut above the rest. Hey, Paul! She's so cute! Okay. Jade, I haven't even sent out your thing yet! But I'm going to. Jade, she's holding a butterfly! It's a beautiful butterfly. I think it's so cute, and I think it works really well with, like, the rainbow cards. I don't know, it's so cute. This might be top 3 favorite things I've had someone hold. This is so cute. Guys, I finally cut up a pussies! She's gonna eat the butterfly? She might. New really? Okay, you want to guess right now? This is my favorite DVD stream. My favorite DVD stream that I haven't even played. It's been officially an hour and I haven't even played the game yet. Although, sorry, I burped. I do have the game up. I probably should have had that. I do have the game up. Is it butterfly or butterfly? Butterfly. 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 I think butterfly is more fun to say, but I think butterfly is what I would say. Butterfly. Butterfly. What's that one? Butter. That thing. That thing's always fun. Butterfly. Oh, I was walking my dogs last night, and all the lightning bugs were out, and it made me feel so happy. It made me feel very whimsical. Hey guys, can I do one more thing? Did you believe your eyes? 1,000,000 fireflies. Sorry, is it Owl City or something? I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen that song or heard that song. Guys, do you mind if I do one more thing before we go play Dead by Daylight? Do you guys mind if I do one more thing? I got a package. I just got a package. I just got a package. I just got a package. I know what's inside. 'Cause I know it's from G Fuel. Ooh, new sticker for my sticker books. Yippee. Alright. So they sent me the new City Series flavors that they have. They have Los Angeles and New York. New York. Okay, so also I should probably remind you guys that my G Fuel code is boosted to 40. It's boosted to 40% off yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day for 40% off. Where Code Kitten is boosted to 40% off. Basically, they told my partner, leadership told my partner manager that, they're, not sure if talent, really brings in any, sales. And so they're doing, my partner manager, boosted our codes because he, wants to prove that, we're worth something. So if you guys want a G Fuel tub, especially the new city flavors. I guess they're gonna do, a bunch of city series. Yo, I hope, and they better do a Chicago one. I swear to God. I don't even care what it tastes like. It could be the worst flavor in the world. I don't care. I want a Chicago one. I need it! Oh! The fox! What
Hello?
a fox. Yo, thank you for the 2 gifted subbies to Pencil Neck Geek and Canary!
Hello?
Also, enjoy your sub badges, Fox, for Jason and Dead by Daylight. I think I have Destiny, right? What would it taste like? Hopefully, my lord. Cute as your button. Ah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you guys so much for the gifted subs. Oh, pizza! It's just deep dish pizza. It's almost half. So what flavors are they? So Los Angeles Aura is snow cone. Okay, that was just one of Tom's favorite flavors, by the way. And then New York Afterglow is green apple cherry. That makes sense. Oh my god. Oh my god, these are so cute. They actually have like themed things on the side. So they have the Hollywood sign, like a shooting star, palm trees, and it looks like a beach thing for Los Angeles. And then for New York, they have, of course, the Statue of Liberty, a taxi, the bull, the bull. I think is it from the stock market or something? I don't know. And then pizza. That's so cute. What's the bull from? I don't know. I've only been in New York like twice. And one of them I didn't even leave like my hotel. It's so cute. They got a G Fuel flavor already? No. For pizza? No. And see my sweet DVD swag. I'll also bring you. Ah, Fox, you are so sweet. You are so sweet. Thank you so much. I still have to give subs so I can get my badges. I'm gonna forget. Alright, guys, what do we think? New York or Los Angeles? What do you guys want? New York or Los Angeles? What's up, Irish Queen? The gay M&Ms. That makes... I guess... Oh, that makes sense, yeah. New York... Oh, okay, yeah. Otaku! Otaku, mwah. Cool cat, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. What's the flavors? Los Angeles is snow cone, and New York is green apple cherry. Why would you guys tie it? Why would we tie it? New York? Thank you. All right, Raven broke the tie. No more! No more! Where's my X-Acto knife? Oh, there she is. Okay. Ah, heck you. There's full of Scots invading Boston right now, and it looks like everyone's... Wait, really? Like Scottish? Ignore the accent. Yes! Wait, where are you right now, Fox? Does anyone know if this chapter, and maybe all other chapters, are in-game purchases now and not from the platform store? I honestly don't know, because I honestly, Rosaria, I don't understand your question. Because I'm not a smart man. So I unfortunately can't answer that. Maybe someone who is much smarter than I am can answer that. Ah, there we go. That ain't Scottish! Whatever. Great Scott! Yeah, I can't really do Scottish. I'd have to hear it, I think. Let me pull up Staggy's stream real quick, and then I'll do a Scottish accent for you guys. Oh, for the World Cup! Ah! Oh, you're at work. Ew. Yeah. Oh, I saw that, Poe. I wanted to grab a shut up. Oh my god. Oh, I love apple flavored everything and anything. God, I love apple. We're almost got Scooper luck. Like, we could see her, but she's a little buried. Just talk like Shrek. That's actually really good, Heisen. Donkey! Is that good? Was that good? Get out of my swamp! No, that was just me yelling in an American accent. Yeah, exactly, Heisenberg. Yeah. Donkey! Yeah, okay, that's the closest you're gonna get to me being Scottish. Oh. How did I make such a mess? I'm joking. I've never done drugs like that before. And I never will. I'm too, like, I don't know. Lame? I don't know. Oh, no, it's probably lame to do drugs. Yeah, it's lame to do drugs! If the DARE program has taught me anything, guys, don't do drugs. They're bad and good. Because he wasn't in a new chapter, I do believe all kill has been consolidated. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, so now he's in the all kill chapter. I have done the weed, yeah, but that's legal now. But I wanna do them. What's up, Spartan? I hope I've said hello to everybody. Irish Queen, I don't know if you did, but if you did and I missed it, thank you very much for the 60 stream streak. What's up, Danger Dan? Oh my god. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, you don't think it's available? Oh. No, I get those seatbelts out of here. They're so scary. I'm not looking. All right. All right, everyone say hi TikTok because this is for TikTok now. All right. We are going to be trying this new City Series G Fuel, New York Afterglow, and the Green Apple Cherry.
Lizard.
And they have like some nice themed, New York themed things here too. And then we also have the LA one, but we're going to try that one next time. Green Apple Cherry.
Lizard.
Ugh. Did I say green apple cherry?
Lizard.
It is green apple cherry. It's not bad. Needs more pizza flavor. But it's really good. It's really good. I love the apple. It's not as tart as I expected. But it's also not super duper sweet. It's not super duper sweet, which I'm sure a lot of you guys will like. I personally prefer things a little bit sweeter, but I think for people who prefer things to be not as sweet, this would be a really good flavor for you. Oh, it is! And it is in my ghost face shake. You're right, you're right. Good call. Thanks for ruining my TikTok with the lizards, guys. I'm just joking. I actually think that's super funny. I like tart. Oh, you love me. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah. It's probably not it's not one of my personal favorite flavors because I do prefer a little bit sweeter, but it's not bad at all. I feel like I would like this with ice on a really hot day. This would be like one of the more refreshing flavors. There she is. Hi, Rootsy. Irish Queen with the stretch. I got you. And then I swear to God, I'm going to play some DVD now. I missed that. Yeah. Oh my God. There was a leak of the new canned G Fuels. I asked my partner manager about it and was like, because we were talking about the canned G Fuels. He goes, oh, I think we're making new ones. I was like, oh, okay. And then someone posted on Twitter what the new cans looked like, and I was like, oh, I showed a picture and was like, is this what the new cans look like? He goes, oh, looks like we got a leak. And I was like, oh. I was like, man. Oh, hello. I'm just touching my toes, lovely.
Lizard.
So angry all the time.
Lizard.
All the way. All right. You have a lot of surface area to deal with here. Like, you're not that big. Chill. Isn't he so cute, Jen? What? Wait, Rosario, what do you play on again? Yeah, Boo wanted the attention too. Oh, not today, Spartan. Unfortunately, it's already been redeemed today. Yeah, he's so angry. Chloe! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Comfy cute. I needed him. Do you need more? Do you want some more? Alright, let me change my guffle of the day to New York's green apple cherry. What's up, Bacon? Hi, Father. Oh, guys, don't be nice to me. Look at a complex. Oh, a terrible! Just kidding. There we go. I'm home. Welcome home, Angel. Alright. I'm feeling better. 11,000. No, it's funny. Dankos, if a VIP redeems steal the VIP, I just take the VIP that you already have. Everyone say, hi, Dankos! Hi, Bacon! Hi, Father! And welcome home, Moon. Oh, how is your tablet going, Jade? Switch and has a 2-day delay. Oh, that's right, Rosaria. That's right. How many gifted subs for the fluffy kitty in the back? Wait, this guy? For Jasper? You're so cute. Now my finger's all wet. Yeah? He wants them all. Oh, you did update? No, Chloe, no, it's not. Oh, you're so good. I never expect anybody to remember my pets' names. Like, that is, like, the only reason I remember your guys' usernames is because they're right there in front of me. It took me, like, years to remember Rootsy's cat's names. And the only reason I can remember Comet's is because she told me about how Comet has that, like, a little blip on his lip. So that's really the only way. So whenever she's got a cat on her stream, I have to be like, all right, let me see his face. Let me see his lip. And that's the only way I can tell her cats apart. Between Orby and Kami. And then, oh no. Wait, hold on. I know Moon Quartz has a Jasper as well. Yeah, that's the one. Moon Quartz has a Jasper as well, but that's easy because Jasper. Shabby has Salem, I think. And Diamond, yeah. I don't think I'll ever remember Diamond. Your point hoard. You should do it. You should steal the VIP next time you can. Mine's Sagwa, like the cartoon. Wow. I don't even know where that's from. And Rizzo. I'm joking. Wait, do you really have something named Boo? Alright, you guys ready? Remember, if you guys like the poll, you're welcome. If you guys don't like it, blame Moon Quartz. Cookie, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh, so kitty. Oh, no, I totally get that, Chloe. And there was no VOD or clip to maintain it. Oh, all my VODs are up if you're talking about mine. All my VODs are up. Now I'm worried. Are my VODs up? Oh, really? I've never heard of that. Sawa, am I saying that right? It might be, Father. Alright, what'll we pull? The 7 of Swords. In reversed. You feel like... Moon Quartz! Fuck you! Respectfully. You feel like you don't belong and are getting a solid sense of imposter syndrome. Or you're deceiving yourself somehow and the secret is causing too much stress. Come clean and forgive. Hey, so fuck that card! Oh, Spartan, that's so sweet. Reroll. Nah, because we'll end up getting something worse. Cookie! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Remember, Moon Quartz. Moon Quartz pulled that card. Remember, that wasn't me. Guys, point your pitchforks over there. Point your pitchfork over there. Oh, yeah, exactly, Rootsy, right? I know! Right. Everyone should go follow Moon Quartz and go donate to the Trevor Project charity as punishment. And I click and it gave me error and there's no VOD. Oh, really? Yeah, so my clipping for Twitch has not been working. It just does like a constant like rotation like loading screen and then ends up failing, so I don't know. So clips have been really annoying lately. As in, they're not working, but... Oh! 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 Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry, Jasper. Look at the lobby. Ooh. What does this say? Suck a cock! So, Rootsy, I've been live for an hour and 19 minutes, and I'm just getting into the game right now. But to be fair, the game has been open for this time. Yeah, I hope so too, Rosard. They've been really on top of tweets lately. Oh, Spartan. That's really nice of you. What the heck? Pretends to be shocked. Hater. This is so cool. What was I gonna do? Oh, let's check out the store. Okay. So, let's see. Oh! The Ice 9 Kill shirts are up. Shut up. So, is it for... Okay, it's for 9 of them. Alright, so Dwight, Kate... Oh, my... they need to sell one of these IRL. I did redeem them. And so in a perfect world, Rosaria, I would have had liked to save the 10 million blood points for the event, but because I like to post the codes on my TikToks and my social medias, and they usually get a lot of views, I unfortunately had to redeem it right away. Unfortunately, just so I can get the content for it. So... yeah, but I did use all my BP, and I'll show you, to make sure I P3'd all of my survivors and almost all my killers. So now almost everybody's P3'd. Let's see. And oh, well, you know what? You got Jeffrey, right? That's something, right? You used to like Jeffrey, right? Yeah. Did you, Bongo Lizard, did you see the music video that they did? From their, ooh, this drip is kind of nice. Oh, I didn't realize how short of a torso Yui has. Wait, what did I confuse you? Who, me? Oh, Rootsy. Oh, oh, oh! I love it. Who's got the fudging sweater? This is what I want IRL. Oh. Oh, they all have sweaters. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, not all. Oh, not just all. What? So why does Jeff get 2 and Kate get 2? Honestly, I feel like Jeff deserves more love. But boy, is he a loud motherfucker. Yeah, I spent all 10,000, or 10,000, 10 million on mine. Oh, yeah. Yes. Jason Derulo. Wait, so why does Jeff get 2? Why does Kate get 2? And everyone else just gets 1. Oh, maybe Max. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. So what else is there? Okay, and then to Jason. Okay. Oh, I actually have to get Jason. With, the RXLs. Yeesh. Sorry. I wasn't sure if I was gonna open up my Steam. I was like kind of nervous for a second. Alright. Well, I hope that everybody will get a shirt. I do hope so. Oops. Well, let's just get them all, right? Thank you, Behavior, so much. Oh my god, I need my DVD creator or else I'm gonna get in trouble. Will I? I doubt it. Alright, DVD creator. You guys see it. Hi, Loki! Loki, you're just in time. We just opened up the game. So now I'm buying all of the outfits. Thank you, Behavior, for all the artwork sales. I love you. Cool. Cool. Yeah, there is a bundle for the shirts. Yeah. Alright, so that's it for Jason. Jason's everybody. Collections. 6-7! Oh! Yummy popcorn. Aw. You're so sweet, Father. You're so sweet. Okay. I can't unlock this, right? Because that's if I actually, like, buy it. Enjoy. What kind of popcorn are we gonna get? Okay. Special bundles? There it is. Okay. What else we got? What else we got? What am I missing from here? Oh, that? Okay. Developer bundle. Oh, the jams. The Jimmy Jams. Well, I mean, I have RX cells to burn. Why not? I have to say, like, I'm not trying to brag. This really is not a brag. I am just so happy to be in the creator program. Like, this is so nice. Yeah, I might as well just get them all, right? Rootsy, I need to know. That would be so funny. Wait, because it reacts to me, right? Cool. Oh, that's exciting. Okay. That's very exciting. Okay, let's see. I still have 27,000 RX cells. Ooh, I don't blame you, Sartin. What did California do to you, though? You don't have to answer that. Because I imagine it's probably super traumatic. Cool. Okay, well then, damn. Well, obviously we're gonna have to load up with Jason, though, right? Oh. Wow, okay. Oh, Matthew Lillard. I love you. Jason! Jason Derulo! What kind of burrito? Kill them, Jason. Kill them all! 16.5 million in my main. I think, like, oh my god, oh, that's right, because, yeah, if people do it before the cross progression, yeah, they can get all those channel points, all those blood points. And I decided I would die for that, man. I decided that that's a good idea. Yeah, the 10 million. It's, what was it? DBD 10 birthday or something like that. What was the code for it? Does anyone remember? Mr. Ware! Mwah! Think of the forehead, kissy. Wow, I'm just agreeing. I'm joking. 10. Is it 10 DVD birthday or DVD birthday 10? I think it's DVD 10 birthday. I think the second. Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys. All right. Yeah, if you do DVD 10 birthday, you get 10 million blood points, but you have until like July something to redeem it. Jason Derulo. I'm sorry, but I can't get that out of my head now. Oh, what were the two? Ooh, it was iGoop, and oh fudge. What were the two add-ons I liked? 16th, thank you. I couldn't remember if it was 16th or 20th. Oi. Oh, it was this one, 2 nails. No, it wasn't that one. Was it the coffee? Yeah, okay, it was the coffee. Okay, so as of right now, these are the two add-ons that I liked just from the PTB. It was iGoop, which you gain undetectable for 13 seconds after grabbing a hook spike, and then Coroner's Coffee increases the distance survivors are pushed by spikes by 25%, and you gain 8% haste for 3 seconds after injuring a survivor with a spike. So yeah, Jason Derulo. But these are my two favorites at the momento. What is this? Oh my god, reading is hard for Elmo. This is a lot. Read all. Oh, no daily login? Okay. Oh, that's fair. That is so fair, Spartan. We love coffee. Tronic Speed, thank you so much for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. We are going to play an ad now that Tronic is subs and doesn't have to see ads. I'm joking. But we're going to play an ad now, ready up, and then we'll probably play a Survivor game. And then we'll try our Adept. Yeah. I'm a little nervous, though, right? Jason Derulo. It ended today. Who got a sweater? Oh, V got one. Yeah, V got one. So I can literally not change a single thing. And I don't have to miss a thing. Oh, perfect. Oh, lovely. Oh, mwah. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Cool. Oh, let me put my DVD creator on this scene as well. Perfecto. Cool. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait for Negan to be in the game. I am gonna have to dust off my bookmarks of my Negan fanfics I used to read on AO3 and Tumblr to better prepare myself for Negan. Because yummy! And now we're gonna have 2 people in the game. After Negan's in the game, we'll have 2 people that are also supernatural actors in the game. Because we'll have Maggie and Negan, who was obviously John Winchester and what's her face in Supernatural? What was Maggie's character's name in Supernatural? She had so many different aliases. It's hard to keep track. I can't remember. Like, they had no business having as many, no, not Lilith, no. Not for Maggie's character. She wasn't supernatural or anything, she was just human. Bella! There it is! Thank you, love. Bella. Where have you been, Loca? Yeah, thank you. Oh, that was gonna bother me. Yeah, so we'll have John Winchester and Bella. We're that much closer. That much closer to having supernatural in the game. That would be if I had to pick what IP I'd want in the game most. I would have to say be supernatural. I just feel like as survivors, I feel like it would fit. I'm not sure what it would be for killer. Oh my god, we're like at a campfire, guys. Then around the campfire and sing our campfire song. CAMPFIRESONG song. Just sing along. Sorry. What? Oh, like the show? F1 killer's powers. What? I could just read the killer's powers in the middle of the game? That's crazy. Nice singing. Thank you. CAMPFIRESONG song. If you guys don't make SpongeBob references to me, then I don't love you. I'm joking. I still love you. That's amazing. That's incredible. I haven't seen all of the episodes. I watched through the Glenn episode, but I stopped watching the season after that, I think. Not because I didn't want to watch it. I think it was because I just stopped watching it or something. I will love you forever. Forever. But I just love you guys more if you make SpongeBob references. I'm just hoping 11's going for the save, because they see that I'm on a gen, right? Moose Hunter's getting saved, right? Man, so, do you guys remember? Yes, they're getting saved. Cool, perfect. Do you guys remember when, people on TikTok with, like, in the middle of the night, like, 2 a.m., like, between, like, the hours of, like, 2 and, I don't know, 5 a.m., people would just be on their TikTok lives playing the entire SpongeBob episodes? No, yeah! Like, what a random thing to have. And here, hold on. Sorry, I had to click to accept that. Alright, there we go. And my PC's acting really slow right now because I'm streaming on YouTube. It'll probably come right to me, right? No. Okay. Where's Rick? Oh, really? Saucy. I love that for you. I truly do. Let me rub your bums. I'll try to take chase/hit when he comes. Cool. You just love that, don't you? You just love that. But I had to take that there. The way he goes back into the fog. Oh, it's so creepy. I love it. God, look at my shirt. Oh, I'm so happy. Dead by Daylight. I'm so happy. It's like he farted the fog out. Oh, man. Oh! I got 2,000 points for being abandoned. That's right. I believe in Harvey Dent. This guy said, I want my adept. This guy said, give me my fucking adept. I waited 20 minutes in a queue. Give me my adept. This is what he said. Alright. Well, GG's. Good first game! Good first game! Can't... Oh, let the man get his adept. GG's. GG's. Get your adept. Oh. You're so mad. That's alright. I just want to make sure he did the adept. Never been a fan of Harvey Dent. You know, politicians, you know. Oh, I don't want to wait that long. That's fine. You did fine, sweetheart. You did fine. Do your adept, do your thing. How come next your name says bot? Because when you abandon a game, when all the survivors are on the floor, you become a you become a bot. Okay. Sorry. Email. Hi, Tom! Tom, would you believe that I've been streaming for an hour and 38 minutes and I've only played my first game just now? I've only played my game just now, Tom. I know. Listen, I've been yapping. Chat gifted a lot of subs. I had to do all my kitty cats. I had to drink my New York G Fuel. Tom! Did you see that the LA one is snow cone? I didn't know that the LA one was snow cone, so I thought of you. But how have you been doing, Tomothy? Everyone say, hi, Tom. It's for you. And it's purple. I didn't think about that. Oh, Tom, I hope you get like 1 million of these tubs. Just so you can like collect them all. Ben joined Jason, good. Should I put in my tea? Ooh, green apple or cherry? I'd say cherry tea sounds better to me. But I do love green apple. Also, while I'm here, it says I have like 3 minutes to wait, so I'm just gonna wait instead of getting into a game. Because I do want to do something real quick. I didn't have to call it after the last match, though. I played like ass, and it made me feel so awful. Were you streaming? Oh, no, why? Why, Tom? Like, for playing a killer that just came out 2 seconds ago? It's so bad! As long as you didn't load into the game and do absolutely nothing, and you just, like, you didn't just, like, just stand there like this, you're fine. You're fine! I can't believe I've been streaming for almost 2 hours. I've only played one Survivor game. And also, the guy really wanted his death, so he just slugged us all too, so. Yikes. Love curves. Away with words. Alright, well, I'm just gonna do this. YOLO. I want my badges. Whoa, Pixel! Thanks for the 5 gifted subs! Hello? Yeah, I got my badges. Hello? Yippee! Hello? Hello? Why did it do the actual thingy, though? Hello? Weird. Disturbed, LC, Ghostly, Raven, Zemro, Team Ash, and Rosario, enjoy your
Somewhere deep inside of these
Why are we getting double alerts? That's right, I don't mind
began to grow. There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Oh, shit! Aw, TTVs, I'm about to get bullied, guys. Oh, no. She's about to get bullied. Wish me luck. You got this, thanks. Before you hopped out, I was watching all of them streaming. Like, the people that are in my game right now, Destiny? Do you know these people? Onryo, Shape, and Rave. What the fuck? Destiny, I can't tell. I can't tell sarcasm on the stream. I can't tell. Alright, it's my first Jason game. Woo! Since the PTB. Ooh, Schmeckmillion. Schmecklemillion. Control is power. Go here. Control is jump scare. When I get you, Ricky. When I get you, Ricky. Oh, they're probably over here, eh? Aha. Sprint bursto. Holy sprint burst. Holy shit, I'm good. Holy. Whoa! Watch out, Michaela! Holy shit! Holy. Yeah. Nice. Nice! Oh, shit! Oh, I forgot that I pulled that hook. So I can't do that. Damn. Oh, no way. Alright. Let's just drop her. Like. Oh, I was gonna drop her. Man. Man. Ooh, nice. I have green perks. Let me live. Alice, thank you for the stream streak, Angel. Oh, hello. They're probably gonna stabbo, right? Because they have breakout for sure. They have breakout. For sure. And then Break that. Let's see. Nice. That was really good. But yes! Oh, and boil over. Go figure, go figure. Alright, so we got boil over, breakout. Oh man, they got it all. They got it all, guys. Oh, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for power struggle too. The spear is fast, right? Like, you break that shit quick. Guys, I'm stressed out. I never played killer. And of course, we're playing a killer that we don't really like playing. I'm getting scared. Can't believe that worked. Watch out! Get away from the pallet. Okay, we're good. Yikes. Hey, Kate, you know this pallet, right? Or this hook, right? Yikes. Gotta get this. Oh, thanks, yummy! Also, if I miss anyone's messages right now, I'm sorry. We are doing the killer things.
Give him a nibble.
So give me a mo. Ooh. Oh, you know what? I wasn't gonna try to kill you, Kate, but I am now. I wasn't trying to, but now I am. Because your teammates are being really mean. So now— oh, they're gonna bore you! Yes! I'm gonna tunnel the fuck out of somebody! I want my Mori, yes! Yes, yes, my Mori! Oh, damn. I'm gonna get that. Oh, zigzag. Oh, like an alligator, right? Cool, okay. Nice. Let's do this. Ooh, I'm scared. They're not being, like, mean or toxic or anything. Like, I'm just, I just want my, my challenge. Whew. Oh, she ate that wall. Holy, or that floor. I just really want my challenge. My adept. And they're making me work for it. And I am not a killer main. Oh my god! That Kate that's stuck on the wall just scared the fuck out of me. Ooh. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to hit the Michaela. That's fine. That's fine. I want to hit Michaela. Oh, she's right here. You know, get that, love. We gotta do what we gotta do, gamers. We gotta do what you gotta do. Perfect. Yeah, because there's no window there. We're good. We're good. We got it here, boys. Eventually. We'll get her here, don't worry. We'll get her. Eventually. We'll get her. We'll get her. We'll get her. That art. Let's go. She has boil over, though. She's getting slugged. I just remember she has boil over. That's why she's up there. Oh, actually, I will do that because the hook is right there. She should be fine then. Yeah, the hook's right there. We should be fine. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, I was just gonna leave her there, though. Oh my god, the Kate scared me again. I'm like really locked in right now, sorry. Oh, there we go. Hello, love. Oh, oh god, you scared the fuck out of me. She used her sprint burst already. Perfect. Yeah, there's really nothing over here for her. Like, there's no pallets or anything, so I feel comfortable with this chase. Feel better now, because now I have... Oh, no, I don't. Okay, that's fine. They should get the unhook now. Yeah. Perfect. I don't think that should have hit, but I'll take it. Can I kill you? I can't. Oh, she left? Alright. She's not behind me. We're good. Cool. Alright. Tunneling out that Kate was the best thing I could have done. Holy shit! Oh, man. Oh, the Michaela came out of nowhere earlier. Oh, tunneling out the Kate was the best thing I could have done. Alright. Ooh, this is a good one for you. Oh, no fucking way! Oh, that was so good. You have to give me props for that, little Mo. That was good. That was so good. Holy shit. No, that Michaela at the locker, right when she was right there, yeah, it scared the hell out of me. Oh, man, that was so funny. What do you guys think? Maybe this, Chad? What do you think? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I see you. And she has the sprint burst, though. Oh, I got this one, actually. And this one, she's only been hooked once. Cool. She did it again! She keeps scaring me with these, where she's going. He does have quite a lunge. He definitely feels different than the PTP. That was hot. Just for you, baby Goyle. Just for you. She's got to be here, right? Let's see. Yes. God, I love his power. His power's so good. Alright. Ooh, man. That was good, though. I have time to skedaddle with you, though. Like, I have time to mess with her. Oh, she got far away. Eclipse, mwah. Oh, shit! 8 minutes ago, Toad gave 200 bits. Holy shit, Alice. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy, Toad. I'm so sorry. Ah! Toad, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Holy shit. Bad streamer is bad. I'm so sorry, love. Oh, there she is. Ooh! That was close. I'm gonna go and get this. What's up, Ghost Lips? Ghost Lips, mwah. Tommy Gunner, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, do you think they brought Hatch and Shaq? Is that why they're here? Let's check. Oh. Okay, I got stuck. That was weird. Either they didn't. Or it was just like, Look at Kate! Oh my god, it's so funny. Where'd she go? Ah, shit, I don't know where she is. Alright, let's find Hatch. Ah, GG's! You get those horny teens. That was a crazy first game. Damn, GG's. Alright, we gotta play again. What about me? What about Great Killer Pixel? I've seen, if not, okay. Thanks, Saucy! What did you think of everything, Eclipse? Of everything that got announced? Oh, Gosslips! I hope you had a great day at work. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. I missed everything in chat. That was... God, I don't know how people play Killer in stream. Yeah. How does it feel? I don't know why I got an MMR lobby like that with Jace in my first game. Oh, really? I've only played one Survivor game so far, and it was just Jason. Yeah, that Michaela kept running into me. That would scare me every time. I think the spear has a huge hitbox. Yikes. Sorry, I'm scrolling up on chat. Your reaction to Scooby-Doo is adorable. Oh my god. Toad, seriously, think of it 200 bits. And I was saying yes, and when you asked if I knew, I was like, no, sorry. Oh! So, Destiny, you were watching them, or you were not watching them? I still don't know. Yeah, Eclipse, that was insane. This mic is very generous, indeed. Alright, I'm gonna press play. We're gonna load up again. Oh, 11 minutes, that's not so bad. And then we're gonna play an ad, so there's no ad in game. Oh, interesting, Destiny. What a small world. What a small heckin' world. Long break time? How's it going, Loki? Loki, lovely Loki. Oh, I have to actually click on. Oh my god, I forgot how, like, anxiety-inducing it is to play Killer. Oh, Tom, are you talking about the sub badge? Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I haven't noticed. Go Sloops, I haven't noticed. Eclipse, yeah. Okay, so I just gifted the subs. I only saw the message for one badge. Yeah, it just says I have the DBD Jason badge. Hold on, let me see. Pee pee poo poo. Let me see if I have the badge. God, it's taking so long to open this because my PC is so slow. Oh, okay. Yes, I have both. I see the other one. Cool. Oh, Willie! Willie, thank you for gifting a sub to Tommy. Tommy, enjoy your 90. Your 9 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Thank you so much. Hi, Damior. Welcome in. I love you when you use those emotes. It makes me so happy. Oh, no! Oh, I hope you're okay when I get my hair done. Oh, no. Well, at least you'll look great in the wind. Ah, Tom, I saw you tweet about it. It's so good. Mine only said the okay, cool. Okay, cool. Thank you, Mara. It's so cute. Almost as cute as you are. How's up? I might end my YouTube stream soon, because I am worried that, like, my PC's, like, freaking out. Jason again! Jason Derulo. But we'll see. For now, the both streams seem to be okay. For now. I feel like I need to put Sprint Burst on. If we're gonna be going against a lot of Jasons. Miris! Miris, thank you for the brand new subbing! Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Willie, thank you for giving us sub to Lord Brandon! Guys, enjoy your sub badges as well, your DBD badges, because Miris, if you didn't have it already, and Willie, if you guys didn't have it already, you should be having your new DBD/Willie, your Jason badges. This is, yeah, so this is V's new Ice 9 kill shirt. And it's so cute. Holy. I'm so sorry. I don't know if I just... if I can't hear the alerts, or if I'm like so locked in, I oh. Ah! 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 Holy shit! Oh my god, that made me exhausted, so my overcome wasn't even a thing. No way. No. 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 You need to stop that, mister. That was so scary. Crouch walking hides your footsteps. What? Crouch walking? Okay, so... Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. I'll have to test that later. Interesting. That's good to know. Thank you. Oh, some threes. I'm so locked in. Are you guys hearing the alerts, though? Oh, okay. Pretend like... thank you, whoever did that. And Bino. Hooter for badges. Willie. Yeah, same. But hey, as someone who is financially benefiting from your poor financial decisions, thank you. But like, don't sub. And this is for everybody. Don't sub for me, or don't sub to me, or in general if you can afford it. Oh, urban evasion. Okay, so urban evasion, sprint burst. Interesting. Okay. Mirrors, that is very sweet. Truly, that really means a lot. Thank you so much. Not just the subbing, but the fact that you like my vibe. I really appreciate that. Also, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. We just go straight for the unhook, right? I didn't realize that there was two people on the floor. It's either I'm only paying attention to chat and not the game, or I'm only paying attention to the game and not the chat. Like, I'm so sorry, lovelies. Hi, Papa. Papa, happy Jason Day. So he's gonna come right back here, right? Yeah. Oh, she knows too. She knows the game. Aha. She's at urban. Okay, so she's been playing. This Sable's been playing. Oh, goodbye. Oh, I tried to do a cheeky fov. Ooh! He gets that. Yep. Yeah, damn. But badges. Oh. Oh. Man. If only I healed somebody. Oh, good thing he went the other way. Ooh, run, Sable. Did you get your adapt? No! I had a full squad and they all had flashlight. They had flashlights. Boil over, sprint burst. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying that like it was a strong 4-man Swift and the UE perk, not breakdown, not boil over. Look, they all have urban. I think these two Sables are playing together too. Yeah, but breakout. Thank you. I got 11 hook stages. And injured, but she got hatched right at the end. So I think I did fairly well. Ashton, enjoy your subbie. I was trying to get my my badges. Ashton, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Yeah, that's what they just said, Spades. That's what they just said. Oh, wait, Peppa, what did you say? I'm so sorry. I keep missing people's messages. Oh, he does, Willie. At least in the PTB. I did test it in the PTB, and it did do that. Oh, shit! Peppa, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're okay. Damn. Hugs for anybody who needs it, and if you guys don't want it, you guys can just double it and give it to the next person. You guys can double it and give it to Peppa B. How about that?
Let's rock.
Let's rock. Oof. And we'll get my conviction up too, which is great. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I like that a lot. Alright. I never finished my gen, and I think he may have kicked it. Yeah! You quadruple it, yeah! Give it to me, yeah! Yeah. Oh, he did kick it. It was so far. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'll allow it. I will allow all the hug shares. Yeah, I totally understand, Peppa. I totally get it. Trust me, I very much get it. I'm gonna let those ladies go and crouch walk because they have urban and I do not, so. Alright. Who's in chase? No one's in chase. Well then, I will stay in this gen. Oh, they get it. Perfect, perfect. Shane comes out, I do declare, I think the 25th. I believe he comes out the 25th. Ooh, I thought he was gonna throw a spear. Yep. And he's got bamboozle, right? Yep. Why you come fast? Why you come fast? Oh, yeah, he has bamboozle brain, so of course he's gonna do that, right? Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. Why you come fast? Holy shit! What's up, Pip? Everybody say hi, Pip Sprite. The one time you don't slug somebody is when she's got conviction. Oh. Yes! Good girl. Alright. So I have conviction and soul guard. Let's see if there's anything silly I can do here. Because if I could save my conviction, I'll save it. Cool, I'll save it. Perfect. I do have soul guard if she does get me up. Please commit. Yes! Perfect! Good girl! Good girl! Yes! 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 And now they know I have soul guard. Perfect. Unless she has Wiglif, and that just happened to work out. Wouldn't that be so funny? Gabby! Mwah! Thank you for your 67th kissy. That Ghost Loops, that's the only thing I've been bitching about is like, please sell this shirt IRL. Please sell this shirt IRL. It didn't! It didn't trigger. We were wondering if the bot was gonna trigger itself. if it was gonna be like, Cat was been cringed 6-7 times, and then, whoa, what's up, J-Zone? J-Zone, thank you for the raid! I heard that alert. What's up, Jason? What's up, Doc Sideways? Welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, I need the this Ice Sign kills. I would love the sweater. Oh, hey, the cabin shirt. Oh, I think you commented on it earlier. Yeah, this shirt is so funny. I had to get it immediately. Jason, how was your stream? What are you up to? Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing against. Oh, no way. I still have conviction though. I do still have conviction. We are playing against Jason right now. Jason is officially entered the fog. Let's crawl here just in case. Because then I can conviction either get hit and run away or conviction and slam him. Oh, no way! W. Oh, dead hard. Okay. Perfect. So I will go down in a second, but at least I wasted his time a little bit, right? Are you stuck? You're not stuck. What was that? What was the bait there? What was the bait? It worked. It worked. But I thought he was stuck. Damn it. I think he maybe was waiting for me to go down. Maybe that is what the bait was. He was waiting for me to, my timer to go down. Yeah, he was definitely the masturbator there, for sure. Sorry. What? I hope you had the best time in Fortnite, guys. Everyone go follow J-Zone. J-Zone, Doc, friends. Please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, bevies. Go eco, pico, puko, stretch, go, shrink. We're gonna do a long stream today. As long as I physically can. And just play a bunch of Jason, try to get my adept. I love watching the masturbator. Mm-hmm. We only have one gen left. That's not so bad, right? Not confident about our chances. Although if I do finish this, I will get conviction again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put Sprint Burst, and I'm thinking Urban Evasion on. I'm not a very good Dead Harder. Oh shit, nibbles. I'm not a very good Dead Harder, but I'm thinking I might have to learn how to Dead Hard. Oh, what the? How unfortunate. I'll have conviction again though. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. You might have let myself. Oops, how'd that get there? That's alright. Jason Derulo. I don't care if this is annoying you. I don't care. What? Rawr! Cyan of Darkness! Yo, dope name, by the way. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge, and your Dead by Daylight badge. Oh. I forgot that I just fall down again! That's alright. I think I wasted his time decently enough, eh? And Pip Sprite? Oh, we're going on a trip. Hold on. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Pip, thank you for the 38 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Holy! What the heck? And if you guys are looking for the Dead by Daylight badges, you have to sub or gift a sub for the DBD one, and then gift 2 subs for the Jason Voorhees one. Or is it the opposite way around? Which one is it? Is it DBD? Yeah, DBD is 1, Jason's 2. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And primes don't count, and then recurring subs don't count, so it has to be a new one. But thank you guys so much. Whoa, Moon! Moon with the badge!
Hello?
Let's go! Enjoy your emotes, Mrs. Sinister, and Moon Course, enjoy your badge, my love. Thank you so much. Also, Jordan, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, really? I don't really play Fortnite enough to experience that J-Zone. That sucks. That's so annoying. It's like working retail and having to hear the same songs over and over again. It's 2 for the Jason mask and 1 for the Dead by Daylight one. Oh! Hello! I'll be on my best behavior. Starting now. Thank you, Jade. You're so sweet. Miss Sinister, enjoy your summer! Alright, so here's, what's up, Alchemy? Meowdy. Here's game 2 of, our Jason game. Oh, shoot, nipples. Ah, poops. I was trying to see if I could upgrade my perks. I forgot. Damn it. Max! Oh, thank you for the 6-7 bits. Thank you so much. Alchemy, how are you doing? Happy? Oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it? It do be Tuesday, isn't it? That was unintentional. You lie. Thank you guys so much for the hype train, too. What the hell? Oh, some of you might be wondering, Pixel, why haven't you had any shots today? I was not feeling very well earlier, which is why my stream was not at noon today. I'm feeling, like, okay right now, but, like, maybe enough to take, like, maybe a uno singular shotto. Maybe, perhaps, mayhaps, maybe, baby. But, also potentially long stream. I don't want to, like, push myself. Alright, everyone stop telling people about the crouch walking because it's gonna make it harder for me to find the killers, or find the survivors. Oh, that was good! That was good! Fuck you! Oh, and she threw it. Oh, okay. Let's break the pallet. Hi, Panda Pants! Sorry if I missed anyone's messages right now. Man, I get so locked in with killer games, and I'm so bad at killer in general. So it's just like... I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm the worst, I know. Oh, that sound scared me. Not gonna lie. Oh, I didn't want the window. I wanted this. Joker! Is that the hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, the most amazing Joker? My favorite viewer in the entire stream right now, Joker! Apology accepted. Thank you. Also, Joker. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, damn it. You guys didn't see that, right? Actually, that's fine, because they jumped down, so it's alright. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of worked out. You know what Ruin would be really good on him, right? Because it would scare people off the gens, no? Yeah, I feel like Ruin would be really good on him. After you get the adept, you know, right? Oh, is he PUBG? Cool. Oh! Body block, body block, body block. Perfect. Okay, we had to get that body block there. I had to. Oh, man. Perfect. Fuck me. Damn. I finally got it down. That took me like 24 years. You died? Oh, no. Are they here again? No, this is still regressing. Okay, good, 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 good. Alright. Heal under hook. Heal under hook. Please. Yes. Thank you. Yes. That worked out. Thank you. Are you still here? No. Okay, good. Yes, you are. Perfect. That worked out. He has dead hard. He does not. I'm gonna hook you first. It is DBD. And Jason just got released. He DC'd? Why? You have... What? Why would they DC? Max, thank you for 28 more bits. What the fudgies? Why would this guy DC? I'm so confused. No, that's you? No, that's you, my love. Hey. Oh, they're crouch walking, aren't they? Damn. Aha! She knows! The Claudette knows! You guys gotta stop telling people. Stop telling people my secrets. Oh, damn, was that not 15 seconds? Well, I can get you now. Oh, you get that window, though. Oh, I opened the door. You have life, yeah. There it is. Ooh, that would have been so nice, though. I mean, if they're gonna try to take hits immediately after getting hooked, I'm gonna get them, right? Like, that just makes sense, right? 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 Like, if we're just gonna do that, I'm just gonna do that too, right? Right? Oh, there we go. I'm so confused. Anyone else confused? Oh, and we got an impale too. Let's go. Hi, Bertie. Spaces grab. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. That was weird. It's alright. I'm gonna put her in basement. What do you guys think? Just to get like a little bit of pleasure. I do have an add-on where they get like pushed further. What's up, Izzy? Holy crap! I hope everyone's doing so good. I know where you are. Ow! There's no pallets anywhere, love. You threw them all. Sorry, lovely. You're gonna go in basement 2! Yes! Cool. Double basement time, 469. Oh, and the Felix is right here too. I hear the Felix. Ooh. Obviously, we're gonna do that. And we're gonna do this. Yeah. Yeah, she knows. Yeah. Cool. We got my adept! Let's go! Cool. I love that she just gave up. I love that. Honestly, if Felix had never had DC'd, if Felix had never DC'd, they would have been fine. Oh, the Felix is up! The Felix is up! Oh my god, see? If Felix didn't DC, you guys would have won! Oh wait, I can kill him, hold on. If Felix never DC, they would have won. That's so sad. Here, let's get a Mori in. Because he would have used his perks. I can't wait for them to blame me. But we got his adept! Yay! We got it! Rest in Felix. Alright. Where was my last person? Okay, there was a Claudette. Right? There's a Claudette somewhere. Right? I think there's a Claudette somewhere. I don't know where, though. What if they get hatched? That'd be so funny. Adrenaline? Oh, I was rooting for you. Hey, I still get the adept, right? Jason, please go raid and run. Please get your post-stream self-care. Thank you seriously so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Where to slug? I don't know. Because she could have gotten anywhere. I don't know. Question. Can I sense them like this? Like, can I... Will I see, like, a red aura on the floor or something? That would be very interesting to tell. Let's see. She could have gotten anywhere by now, right? I don't know. Hi, Vanna! And do I get... Check doors? Girl... You know they're a slug, right? What are they gonna do with the door? Oh! Oh! I heard the sound of the door break and I thought that was her. What are you gonna do, bleed on me? I checked the basement already, right? Hey, as long as I get my adept still, I'm happy. But I do want to see if I can see their aura on the floor. Yeah, because it was a Claudette that was in basement. She unhooked, and then I hit her. And I did check basement, right? I did check this, right? Okay, I did check it. Okay. Oh, okay. So I want now if I do this, do they make a sound, like a screaming sound? Who is this? Oh, that's Felix! Ooh, yeah, we got her adept! GG's. GG's. Sorry, Felix. Now, what did Felix have? Felix had Unbreakable. I wonder why. And Adrenaline. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know why. I'll bite your bloody legs off! Disco Queen! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, right, now we can make a build with him. Ooh, now we can make a build. No, I got you, Hyzen. The floor is so funny. That worked out so well for me. Alright. I really do want to put Ruin on there. I think that'd be so much fun. Alright. So what do we got? Oh, actually, let's do Blood Web. Whatever blood points I have, put them in here. Perfect. If you know what I mean. Okay. If you know what I mean. Oh, I just realized I didn't put any cosmetics on him either. Oh, I don't have any charms either. Oh my gosh, I haven't done anything on him. Kitty cat. There. And then Rotten, and then Twitch Charm. Alright, cool. Perfecto. These are just like my go-to charms. Yes. I'm very happy with that. What cosmetics should we do? Oh, gender fluid. Sorry, I was reading that because I got auto-modded. I'm trying to figure out why I got auto-modded. But that is so sweet to say. No, you. You gotta charm daddy up. No, you. What outfit should we roll with him? This one's scary.
Go on.
Truman! Thank you for the forehead
from my mum,
kissy.
lol.
Oh, that's from your mom! Thanks, Mom! Thank you for the 100 bits. Holy! Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Hi, Devil Dog. Ruff. Ooh, this one's nice. Equally as nice. Let's go, Mom. This one's kind of nice. Maybe we'll do him. It's kind of caked up a little bit. Yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Did I not just take you all off? Or am I crazy? Wait, what's happening? Get off my screen. Okay. I want to do Ruben, because I think that'd be so fun. And then I don't know what else. Who gave him? Oh, that. Oh, here. Let's do that a little bit. Let's do that a little bit. Oh, hold on. Email. Okay. Okay, sorry. Email. Why he kinda... Oh, I know what you mean. What do... Actually, what was the one per... Okay, so what was the... Okay, scared to death. That's when you basic break a pallet. That is a good perk, though. Silent Shadow. Silent Shadow is just so cool. Whenever you hook a survivor, you gain undetectable for 13 seconds. When all generators are complete, you gain undetectable. So fun. I do want to experiment with different add-ons too, as well. So Silent Shadow's fun. How annoying do I want to be? Yes. Alright, what add-ons do I want? Hello? Hello? Ray? How annoying on a scale of 1 to 10? Wait, you're talking about, me? I should be annoying? So, yo, you guys can see my build, right? Undying, Haunted Ground, Ruin, and Silent Shadow. If I could have a 5th perk, I'd do no it. Ray, thank you for giving the sub to Doc Sideways and Deadshot. Homies, enjoy your subbies and your emotes. Ray, enjoy your badge. Your badge is. Let's try that. Alright. And now we're gonna play an ad. We're gonna play an ad now, so there's no ad in game. And let's make a new build for V. And what was it? Sprint, Borsto, Urban. God, what else? It's been fun. I just got as Adept. Yippee. I did have to do a little bit of a sluggy, but to be fair, the survivors made it, like, impossible for me to not slug them, I guess. Like, I unhooked. There were 2 people that had flashlights in that game, and the 2 people that did have flashlights, both times when they got unhooked, I downed the person that unhooked them, and they stayed to try to get a flashlight save. But they didn't get the flashlight save, so I downed them. And the first guy DC'd. I don't know. It was just like, they got greedy, I guess. And so their greed made it so that I just ended up slugging them. And it worked out very well for me. The E-brace, as it were. Let's go, Spades! Hell yeah, butter. Raiden, enjoy your subbing! Raiden, hope you're doing so good. Game's been super fun. We just got our Adept, and I'm going to try a new build with Jason. And right now, I'm going to find a survivor. You know what? Okay, so I don't use Dead Hard. But I think I have 3,500 hours in this game. Maybe I should try learning how to play Dead Hard, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm built this way. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm not doing it. No, because I want strippers. No, I don't. Conviction. Conviction stays on during sex. I can't. And then Last Stand. All right, there we go. I'm happy with that. Yes. The only Ice 9 stuff that's out right now. If there's gonna be any more, I'm not sure. But Jeffrey has a shirt and a sweater. Oh, the sweaters aren't here. There it is. Okay. So Jeffrey and Kate have both a shirt and a sweater, and then Dwight has a shirt. V has a shirt, Meg has a shirt, and Yoonjin has a shirt. But no one else has shirts. But then Jeff has a shirt and a sweater, and Kate has a shirt and a sweater. You did a free badge and banner if you get the silence mask. Oh, you get a free badge and banner? Oh, okay. I don't know. I spent a bunch of RXLs that Behavior gave us, so I just been spending a bunch of money, or a bunch of money on, yeah, RXLs on stuff. Yeah, I'm surprised they had. I'm surprised that there aren't like a full roster, like the Iron Maiden shirts, but maybe it's coming. Maybe there'll be more cumin. I think I'll just. Oh, I'm all out of my brown medkits. No. You know what? I bet the fog vials would be... No, you know what? We'll bring a map. No, we'll bring a fog vial. Sure. Sure. And then we'll do Vigos, yeah. Yo, what's up, Slushy? Slushy, are you home? Did you have the best time? Guys, you guys see Slushy did a cosplay of Legion, Frank Legion, at the DVD party. So proud of you. I'm home. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Could they give the could be they give the shirts and stuff to whomever portrayed the video. Yeah. Oh, and V too. Really? I bet it was so nice to be wearing that mask though, so that you could just like have whatever facial expression on. Like, no one would know. I'm doing it right then. I was not feeling well. I was not feeling well today. I got a little sick before stream, and I wanted to stream 2 hours earlier than I did today, but the streaming has made me distract from the sickness, but if you're talking about the Ice Kills video, it was Vittorio was on drums, Jeff, Ace, Jake, and Dwight. Those are the who was in the band. I got this, and they put me in the first group. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to see if they have. I don't think they have VODs up on their channel, but I'm gonna have to see if maybe the YouTube stream. Oh, the YouTube stream should be up, right? Because I didn't see the full video. I didn't see the full cosplay showcase, but I did see a bunch of videos on TikTok, and I saw like pictures that you guys were posting. That's right, Rosaria. How dare you not be right 24/7? Can I add you on DBD? I mean, you can, but I probably won't play with you, and it's not a personal thing. I just don't play offline. I have 3,500 hours in this game, and less than 100 hours of this game is me playing offline. I only play on stream. Yo, Doc, enjoy your subby. Oh, Tom, I saw that. Yeah. One of my friends said he was gonna get me one of the exclusive merch that was at the store, but he didn't, and it's totally fine. Oh, I forgot his reverse. It's totally fine that he didn't. But oh, what's this? But I really wanted that sweater. Oh shit. Holy, that fog vial is huge. That fog vial is massive. Holy. But I might have to get one of those the sweaters from the DVD merch before it goes out of well, it has like 40 days or 40 something days. Yeah, a lot of the gubbins for the merch sold out, like the pins and like the collectibles, but a lot of the clothes are still available. Yeah, was this actually? I was wondering what that would look like. No, it's never too late for nice coffee. Drink iced coffee, panic attack. Drink iced coffee, panic attack. God, I love this shirt so much. They really need to sell this IRL. Yeah, never too late for nice coffee. I know Tom got his pins though. Yeah, so I have the 5-year anniversary shirt and the 6-year anniversary shirt, and then they stopped selling anniversary shirts after the 6th year, and so I wanted to collect like one each year. And then the shirt that they have for this year, like, it has a 10 on it. Does it? Does it have a 10 on it? No, I don't even think it has a 10 on it. On the design. It's a dope design, don't get me wrong. But it doesn't even say 10. Oh, it does? It does say a 10 on it? Okay. It's like really like subtly in the back though, right? Which is fine. What's up, Dark Ragnar? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I know the sweater was pre-order. For the shirt, for the design. For the merch design. I don't remember. It's on the lower left of the torso. Okay, I'll have to look at it again. I can't remember. Yeah, I'll have to get one. I really wanted the crew neck that was only like at the event, but that's okay. Oh, hi, Farrah! Farrah, I wanted to. I got a reply to your tweet with a picture of you and Boo together. Oh, it does. Ooh, yeah. Okay. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how much, because I don't know if I want like the shirt and the hoodie. You know, maybe a little both. Yeah, Dana. I'm wondering because I'm sure that they had a stock that they brought to the event that I'm wondering that maybe, because I'm not sure if they sold out at the event, but I wonder if maybe when they bring the stock from the event back to the warehouse, maybe they'll have a restock. But I don't know. That's all speculation. Oh, they did sell at the event? Okay, well then never mind. I missed the boobies. I'll show you him in a second. He's sleeping. Okay, so the 10 is on the back of the shirt and the sleeve on the hoodie. Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted there to be a 10 on there, right? But, like, to be fair, I'm not, like, a big... Like, I love gubbins, but I'm not, like, a pin collector, so I didn't really miss on that, although the pins looked fudging sick. Oh, he does have ruin. Hey, that's my build! he's Oh, I got stuck. You didn't see that. Whoa. Actually, if he chases me, that's good. Yeah. Cool. Because then he's not an ace anymore. And he's on my gen. Perfect. V, shut up. V, shh. Shh. Go find his ruin, right? Let's check this office. Right. Where? Oh, okay. I'm gonna be tilted. I can imagine they, like, not said it nice, right? Hello, lovely. Oof. I don't know if I'll get this, though. But, yeah, I was like, where? It's Shredder! Where? So this should be Ruin, maybe? Because I'm assuming maybe the first one I got was, Hex Undying. This guy stole my build. Where is he? Well, his meter's not going up, so he can't be over here. Oh, sorry. I stopped right before unhooking you. It's smart build, thank you. I'm a very smart man. Oh. Oh.
I'm glad you found me.
Is he upstairs? I think he's upstairs. I'd like to rub your bum. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Okay, let's run. Okay, we're good, we're good. Woo! I think the Sable saw that we were here. That was nice. That was nice of her. Oh, no! Not the Jason DC. Aw, poo. At that point, like, why DC? Like, if you're at the end game, like, why DC, right? I don't know. This is such a cosmetic. I love this cosmetic. This is nice. I like you. You make me happy. You make me very happy, sir. Cool. Right? Like, get them points, baby. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna need to get that unhook, aren't I? No problem. I can do it. No problem with that. This is awkward. I'm coming. Sorry, I can't take the hits because we need somebody to get the unhook or else we're all gonna get bound. I'm sorry, lovelies. I have to. I have to. And then we heal. Cool. What's up, Astro? Astro! Did you have the best time? Welcome home. I'm assuming you're home. The down after breaking a pallet. Oh, let's go. Look at you. Perfect, perfect. I did. It looked like you did. Your artist looks so good. But, like, you knew that. I did see the strut. It's so good. Oh my god. Chef's keys. Very chef's keys. Oop. Nice red person. My bad. Hello, other very sexy ace. Oh, I have Last Stand up, by the way. Oof. It's been a minute since I've had Last Stand on. I gotta remember that I have that. Oh! I love just seeing their corpses on the floor. It's so funny. Oh, it's so funny. Welcome back, Puppy Zero. Oh. If I jumped off the two-story window, I bet I could have gotten that. I wonder if she was close enough to the window. Maybe. I don't know. Oh wow, they got the unhook. Oh shit. Guts ripped out corpse. Ooh, actually, no, it was guts ripped out corpse. Yeah, because he had the stake in him. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Wait. All right, now he has his stake. Holy fog, Batman. You know what? I think the fog helped, so I'll take it. I will take it. Oh no. Oh no, clear the conversation. I don't think we're making it out of here. Oh no, no, no! Why'd my ping go up? I only have 50. I only have 50 something ping. Why'd my ping thing go up? Why'd ping go up? Okay. That was weird.
Can I get a hand?
Okay. That was weird. It gave me the ping sign. Let's get his fire. Mine or his? Welcome home, Ghost Loops! Welcome home. Welcome home. Woo. Man, Jason's fun. If you want to find what the pin was, it's something I typed like at the beginning of the stream though. I could do it at the end after this game. It's gonna take me a minute because my PC's freezing the fuck out, so it's gonna take me a minute to load it up. But it was the YouTube pin comment. I remember. Okay, thank you. It's no big deal, but it was towards the beginning of the stream, so there might be a couple forehead kisses you have to get through. Is he gonna try to hold him? I want to see it happen if you are. Oh, you're healing me? I should heal you, Angel, but I'll let it happen. Hi, Kari! Kari, happy Tuesday. Tuesday, isn't it?
Lizard.
Lizard. Oh! Oh, I see then. Cool. Let's go. Full heals. Whoa.
Stop thinking the damn thing!
What is happening? Damn, I was hoping he'd pick him up and I could last stand him. Or that works too. Ace! Ace, thank you for the 38 months. What the fudge? Enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh! Yeah, that's it, Tom. Tom, thank you. You're so hot for that. Thank you so much. I guess he was just, like, confused. I don't know. I love confusing killers, or I love other players. Confusing survivors, killers, whoever. To the point where they just, like, give up on me. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, Kari, you asked me how I am. I'm doing okay. I'm doing definitely better than I was this morning. I'll take it. How are you guys? I didn't get a lot of sleep. I went to sleep at about, I don't know, 3:30. Woke up at 6:17. And I slept on my couch, so it wasn't like, even like a sleep. It was like a sleeping on my couch watching L.A. Noire sleep. Oh, actually, I was watching Supernatural. It was Supernatural, not L.A. Noire. Yeah. No, Crip, let's go! Yeah, 6:17. That's actually very funny, Shabby. You should be very proud of that. That was very funny. What? So, what did Uncle Caesar do to this man to where he worried him, but he's letting the rest of us live? The who threw that was so funny. But I'm going to curl up on the couch and just move myself in some master chat. Ooh, it's been a rough week. Oh, hugs. Oh, I love how it's only Tuesday and it's been a rough week. Yeah, been there. Oh my god. But Crypt, how was it? How was your gym time? Yeah, right? It's something. It's only Tuesday. Oh, nice. Did you have a good nap, Ace? Oof. I just want to stun him with Last Stand. I think that'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. Alright, where's my... Oh, there it is. There's the window. Yes. Oh, he was too far away. Where do you want me to go, puppy? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. Oh. You got it, Poppy! Come get me! Yes! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Good, 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 good. Good job, good job. I have to take my computer apart and clean it and attempt to figure out why 2 different monitors will work for my second monitor, plus stuff around the house, plus I'm still working all week. Yeah, I'm already stressed out. Oh, I love him. Oh. Yes! Yes! Do it!
You
Oh.
rule.
Alright. Oh.
Next one's on me.
That was life. What a sweetheart. Oh, you're gonna be sore tomorrow, Crypt. Oh, you're gonna be sore tomorrow. Yay, stairs! GG's. I wonder why he let us live. I mean, I'll accept it. Oh, no, he only had finesse. He died. Oh. GG's. Cuties. Cuties, cuties. Oh, is Moon Quartz live right now? Oh, why was that so loud? Ha ha ha! Good call out, Destiny. Why did I forget to find that? And yeah, right? Damn, Kari, that sucks. Oof. Okay, so we're gonna play, ooh, add now to end a game. Add now to end a game. Add now to end a game. We're gonna do a killer game. A Jason game. And we're gonna try this build. Ruin, Silent Shadow, Hex Undying, and Haunted Ground. So. Oh, really? They just went live? Perfecto. Perfect. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. guys. I am so tired right now. Woo! Oh, you brought blood points. Yeah, I brought blood points too, guys. I brought blood points too. I'm saving my blood point stuff for later. Hi, Pumpkin. Hi, Leon's Moans. Leon's Moans, thank you for the 27 points. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, ad-free viewed, and your sub badge. Also, thank you for the forehead kissy. Pumpkin, how are you doing? Oh my god. Alright, we're getting back into Killer. If I miss anyone's message during this, I'm so sorry. It's not on purpose. I just don't know how to read. I haven't played on this map in so long. I really enjoy this map, fun fact. Oh, here we go. Sprint bursto. Oh my god! No way! They never expect the double Walter though. Yeah, see, they never expect the double Walter. I love it. I think we get this. Ooh. So anyway, shut the fuck up. There we go. What do you mean codes? What do you mean, Elfin? You guys didn't see any of that, right? Yikes! That was embarrassing. Oh no! Oh, Pumpkin! Poor puppy. Ooh. Ooh. Someone's here? Oh, Ruben, okay. Ah, they're learning to crouch. Bastards. Bastardo. Damn, I can't believe you guys would tell people about crouching. You're ruining it for me. Aha. Oh. Aha. There you are. Oh! No way! That was so close! That was really close. I liked how close that was. Ooh, that was good. That was really good. I like that. This is Zarina, right? Oh. Ooh, she got stuck on like 20 things. That's unfortunate. Is anyone by you? No footsteps. Yippee! Whoa! Jesus! Jesus! I do be liking this build so far. So far. He did it again! Oh my god, we're gonna get the TikTok compilation! Ooh! I tried to do a little tricky shotty there. You did, Lance Mounts, that's alright. We fixed it. Just no problemo. No problemo. Ooh, that eerie add-on is really good. Hold on. Hold on, that eerie add-on is really good. Whoa! Watch out! It scared me. Ew, what was that sound? You're gonna go to basement, do you mind? Do you mind, love? You don't mind, right? Oh, they got haunted ground! That's fine. So they have haunted ground and undying. Okay. That's fine. This is regressing. Perfect. I do like this build. Oh no, you're so good, Lance Mounts. We figured it was a fat finger. Is that the word? Is that the right word? This is no problem. Happens all the time. Interesting. God, that sucks. God, that sucks. That's so annoying. Like, I'm annoyed by it. I'm annoyed by it and I'm playing the killer. Hi, Jigs! Jinx, happy Tuesday. CBD peanut butter? That's a thing? I'm assuming for the dogs. Yes, you do get drops. You do get drops for watching. And then there's also the 2 codes for redemption as well. The DBD 10 birthday and Dwight of the party or something. Like what was the Dwight one? I mean, might as well, right? I'm gonna go back over here. Oh, I'm gonna go back over here. Back to Hooker. I'll do it again. Why is it only these 2 I'm finding? I literally am only finding these 2. And I hate that, but I just can't find anyone else. I haven't seen a Sable or a Michaela in the entire game. Oh, that was a really good fake out. Nice. I get to murder him! Yippee! Kill. No, it's on for another month, Tom. I think it's like July 16th. Oh, you thought June 16th. It's July 16th. That's when it, is someone here? Am I chasing somebody? Oh, I am. Why is it only you 2? What the fudge? Why can't I find anyone else? Wait, panicking about what? I found somebody. Damn, if I was, well, I'd be so mad. So, this team is definitely like a Heidi team. These 2, right? Huh. They were just here. Alright. That's unfortunate. I haven't even seen the Michaela or the Sable at all. Oh, here we go. Now, okay. I have the thing where if I throw a spike and miss. That makes people, like, scream if they're within, like, a certain radius. Look at Dustin. Here, let's just camp this. What do you guys think? And see if they come back. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. You little bitch. You little bitch. They were just not camping. They were just hiding the entire time. That was really good. That was really smart strategy on my part. Thank you. Wait, what the fuck? Where'd they go? What the fuck? Oh. Oh! Get shit on. Oh my god, get fucking shit on. Oh, so deserved for hiding the entire time. That's so boring. And for letting the other 2 teammates die, pretty much. Because they weren't getting any of the unhooks or anything. Oh, this is very good. This is very satisfying. I don't need my adepts, so I don't care if someone gets hatch. I'm just glad to finally find one of them. Try to see if we can find some footy steppies. Oh, she's giving up. She's giving up because she wants the other person to get hatch. Interesting. Works for me. Works for me, love. Oh, you did get him. Never mind. Why is this so slow? Hello, love. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we're doing this. Oh, damn. Because she's on death hook, the other person's just gonna hide the entire time. How come I don't see scratch marks on her? There's no boon, at least not that I know of. How come I don't see scratch marks on her? Is there a boon? Did I hear a boon? Sorry, but like these two, the Sable and Michaela are playing so annoying with their just hiding the entire game. Like I have to. Oh, I can't kill you because I don't have Mori. So I'm gonna get her out because if I got the Sable, it would just be hiding back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So.
Hi, you
Had to think with a
beautiful,
45
gorgeous human pixel love. I
buttons?
wish you would chase me like that. I mean, yay, killer time, hee hee.
Ooh! I think so. I think so, Trickster. We'll find out. Yeah, that's just like a really boring game. I feel really bad for the Dustin and the Zarina. Because they were just fucked from the beginning. I don't care about 4Ks or anything like that. Like, I got my... Oh, there we are. I can't spawn anywhere. I guess I can spawn here. But, I feel really bad for those two. Oh, there she is. Nice. GG's. GG's. I feel really bad for the Dustin and Zarina. Alright, like in Jason, super fun. Yeah, I feel really bad for these two. So what did they have? Yeah, so I don't understand why I couldn't... Oh, lucky break! That's why I couldn't see her scratch marks. Okay. I was like, I knew that wasn't a boon. Okay. Yeah, super fun. We gotta adapt as a second game. Panda Monster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead. Can't see. I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone's messages. Hold on. That don't seem to be sedating him in the slightest. Classic. Classica. I don't know, I guess we can't plan. I did like that build. I like that build a lot. It was super fun. Yeah. Play some Survivor. Devil Dog. My first game was a TTV 4-man who had flashlights. Yeah, I retweeted it too. How cool. 128 something thousand players. So cool. So cool. So happy for them. So happy for DBD. But yeah, a 4-man TTV squad who had flashlights, sprint burst, breakout, boil over, and I don't think anyone had unbreakable. At least not that I saw. But yeah, it was that the first game was a rough game. They weren't like toxic or anything, but it was just like I was just trying for my adept and one of my perks were green. I was like, help me. F4K and she got shit on, so I guess get shit on. Professor! Mwah! Think of the forehead, QC. Yeah, how cool that this chapter beat Five Nights at Freddy's. How cool. With the 10-year anniversary. I'm very, very happy for DBD. Because so many people, because like a couple of my videos went viral the other day. Which is fine, but I hate it. Like, I know it's kind of against like content creation law to be upset when your videos go viral, but the autism in me hates it because people were not nice to me. So, I'm really glad I didn't stream yesterday because I would have canceled anyways. But yeah, people were not fucking nice. People are really fucking mean. And a lot of the comments that weren't mean to me, but are just like, they're just saying, people still play this dog shit game, this game is dead, this game is dead, this game is ass. It's like, first of all, no one cares about your opinion. Like, I'll never understand people who have such a high sense of self that think that they need to comment on someone's social media post saying whether they like or don't like a game. Like, no one cares if you like or don't like something, right? But if you like something that's nicer than a supportive comment is always nicer than a negative comment, bro. But I keep forgetting I have sprint burst. But it's like, no one cares. I saw some comments like that. We got Scooby-Doo before GTA 6, which I think is a super funny comment. Yeah, exactly, Spades. It's like, people who say this game is dead, it's clearly rage bait. And it's fine. People can rage bait whatever they want, right? But it's funny. It's very interesting. But a lot of people are being really mean to me in the comments. I was like, whatever. Yeah, people think that they're like, what's the word? Main character energy? I don't know. I didn't realize someone was over there. Yeah. People got that main character syndrome. Yeah, I think like one of my videos on TikTok got like 600 something thousand views. The one on Facebook / Instagram has like 500,000 views. The YouTube has been great. YouTube has been so great. I would like to point out that I got a 4K on a game where they had a gen done before I even had a single hook, so you could have stayed in the game. Like, bro, stay in the game for like a second, chill. What was I about to say? Lurk! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Good luck! What was I talking about? Oh, YouTube has been like the nicest comment section. Out of all of them, it's been so great. Also, Ben, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. So, YouTube, shout out. Thank you for all the nice comments. I appreciate you. But, yeah, Facebook was the worst as far as the comments goes. TikTok, very, very close behind as far as, like, the rude comments. Instagram wasn't as bad. Ooh, I got you. There's no cat here, so it's gonna be taboo. And this is his birthday yesterday. Haku, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Happy birthday, boo. He's just happy to exist. He's just happy to exist. I think after this next Jason game we do, I might take a little bit of a break and go feed and walk the dogs, and then I'll come back because it is their dinner time. But we'll play one more Jason game. And then I'll do a little break. I'll feed them, walk them. Yeah. And we only saw Lilith so far. So we're probably gonna get more too. Because I think her name was Sarah, was like, shall we show you one right now? And it was just one. It was just Lilith. So yeah, that's super cool. It looks so good. Artist players stay eating with their cosmetics. Because artist has some really nice cosmetics. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see an uptick. I hope we see an uptick in artist players with that Lilith skin. When was does anyone remember when that one's supposed to go live? Nice. I'm getting really lucky with the Jasons. We haven't had a non-Jason yet, which is good because my build is built around Jason. Yeah, Birchie, yeah. Man, as soon as people found out that you could crouch walk and not be seen, it sucks. The poor guy can't find shit. I feel so bad. Everyone's running urban. Nah, because I'm so annoyed by it, but like, I'm not gonna not do it. Yes, there we go. Mindbreaker, that's smart. That's actually really smart to have on, with everyone running from first. I never really ran urban. Like, I think I tried once to run Urban for a build, and it worked. But, oh, okay, so pretend for a second that I didn't fuck that up. Okay. It just doesn't stay in the build like some of my other perks do. Like conviction stays on. Really? I don't know. I feel like with Urban you can get so much value with it for so many different reasons. Oh, I forgot Mindbreaker. I can't see anything. Wait, why did 2 people go down? Oh no. Well, this isn't going to be a good start. Oh, there's that. Okay. Leo kill streak has been great. He's been fun to play as, and he's super scary to go against, which I love. Are they both in basement? Oh no. Killstreak, have you been playing yet? Alright, well he's gonna come right here. Which would be great. Oh. Or not? Ah ha ha. Yeah. I need to get in chase, yeah. Perfect. Because I need this build to see that like I'm in chase. Oh no, I see. He's camping basement. Okay, that makes sense. Like why wouldn't you, I guess, right? You have 2 people in basement hook. Like why would you not camp there? I don't know if I helped. I don't know. Maybe I helped. I don't know. Try to find. I want to find a chest. I want to find like a med kit or something. Oh, I hate swamp. Zombie magic loves swamp. Like, oh no. Alright. I'm just gonna get on Jun. I think he's gonna be busy with basement over there for a while. They're healing though, which is good. A third to last stand. Hey, Nurse, by the way. Oops, okay. Bye bye. Bye bye. Ooh. Oh, he's blessing a totem? I want to say that totem's blessing so I can go and get healed or something. The forces of burning house. Oh, he's right here. Cool. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Belle. Shadow Step. I hate Shadow Step. I think it's such a lame perk. What's up, Brawl Stars? I have against him was rough. Was a stealth setup. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna split gens. Yeah, because we do that, we'll be on 3 different gens. That'd be great. Oh no, she's dead. That's fine. Yo, what's up, Matt boy? You gotta stop doing that. Whoa! Okay. Ooh, whoa, I'm getting some stuttering right now. No. Yeah, I'm getting some mad stuttering right now. Is that your end too, or is it just my end? Oh! Oh, we're good. Playing some DVD? You playing as Jason or are you going against Jason? Yeah, I just found that out today, Brawl Stars. It's so annoying, though. I love this outfit. This outfit's so cute. What's up, Liam? Liam, happy Jason Day. Playing as Jason is super, super fun. Oh, I still need to heal somebody. I don't have my conviction up yet. You're playing Survivor? Nice, nice, nice. Oh god, okay. Ah. We'll just go to Shack. We'll just go to Shack. And we're just gonna go back this way. Stop bleeding everywhere, V! Where are you, 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 where are you? Okay, they're gonna go to the hook. Cool, 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 cool. That's fine. I will get on this gen. Whew. So scary. You got Prestige 3? Hell yeah. I hear. Oh, hello, love. I like to rub your bum. Yes! Please let me heal you! Please, 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 yes. Yes, because I can get my conviction. Oh, please let me heal you. Please, 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 please let me finish this. Okay, I should be able to finish this. Cool. Yeah, the queue times are a lot better now. Like right now, I think my queue time is only 11 minutes. Oh, Maury. Yikes! Man, I really would like a med kit. Ah! You're so scary, Jason! Who put that hole there? Oh. I think we die for Bill. I think we die for Bill. I think having those two downs right at the beginning and then having them both be hooked at basement really fucked us. That sucks. Yeah, it was scary, right? The butcher. Alright, we'll let Bill escape. No, Bill, don't come. See, he's got Irvin too. Everyone's running Irvin now. No, Bill, no, no, no. No, Bill. No. You live. You live, Bill. You get Hatch. Jason, be greedy? What do you mean? I think we should be ready to play Killer now. GG's. Yeah, I think these two are playing together. Yeah, I think these two were playing together and they were trying to get saves, but they messed up terribly, and then now we lost because of it. That's okay. Yes, so I've only ran into Jason's, which makes me happy. But I know a couple others were saying that they got against the Shape, I think, a couple times. Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid, thank you for the raid! How was your stream, Angel? Everyone go follow Music Kid and tell him how hot and talented and handsome he is. How was your stream? What were you up to?
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones.
What happened to Hi? Hello. How are you? I'm joking. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs! You got a 3K, you let the 4th go? Nice, double. Hi, hello, how are you? Thank you for the 75 stream streak and the 5 gifted subs. Leave your gifted subs to Professor Japan Banks, Cairo San, The Reeler AV, and Haku Tono Mirai. I've never actually said your entire name before. I've always just said Haku. But thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? Thank you so much. What the fudge? Oh, also enjoy your new sub badges, Kyle, because you got the Dead by Daylight one and the Jason Voorhees one, too. I think Jason's super fun to play as. I think the pipe, like, sniping people is very satisfying. It's very satisfying. Salmon. Okay, so know what's so funny? I hadn't had any salmon today. No salmon today. But Salted Loki gifted subs and Mira gifted subs earlier, and both of them said salmon, and now you said salmon. So now all those salmon ones on my wall are my mods. So I think that's super funny. Oh, you're doing your first playthrough of Expedition 33, fudge, yeah. Oh, this is my first time playing Killer on this map. Warning, I don't pay attention good. And it's even worse when I play Killer. Holy stutter, Batman. So I want to just apologize if I miss anyone's messages. It's not on purpose, I promise. Oh, everyone's gonna be crouching, aren't they, right? Damn. Gotta find them the old-fashioned way. Maybe right here, maybe? Hi, Jackie. Yeah, I don't know this map very well. It's my first time playing Killer on this map, though. That's cool. Oh, here we go, Yay! I found somebody! Yep! Ooh, she found a totem, too. Cool. Actually, it would have been nice if she had gotten that, because it could have been haunted ground. Hell. Oh, where are you going, love? Where are you going, love? Cool. We got it down! Let's go! Oh, yes, please go feed the Della and get her some chalky milk. But seriously, thank you so much for the raid. Guys, everyone go follow the music right now! And I hope you're having the best time with Expedition 33. It makes me so happy. Yeah, after this game, I'm going to take a little break and go feed my dogs and walk my dogs. Oh, imagine I, didn't miss that, though. Like an idiot. Oh. I was about to say, that gen better be regressive. How dare you heal in my Dead by Daylight. Take a hit for him! I'm just joking. Hi, Dwight. Goodbye, Dwight. Whoa! Oh, no! Good morning, microwave! Go feed the Della. That's so cute. Alright. That's haunted ground. Oh, the stuttering is really bad. Whoa. Damn. I was hoping to find somebody. Oh, the stuttering is so bad right now. What's my favorite beer? I don't really have one. Beer is not my go-to. I'll drink whatever beer is put in front of me. Just because, like, who doesn't enjoy drinking a good beer, I guess. But, I don't know. Just because the God Palette, I want her to throw it. Oh, that sucks, because now I can't hook her there. That's so funny. Oh, yes I can. That was weird. Anywho. I don't know, IPAs are fine, I guess. India Pale Ale. What about you guys? Oh, I love, if I had to pick, it's not really a beer. Yeah, not really a beer, but it's, what is it? Oh, Ooh. Steve, this window. When I catch you, Steve. Oh! Oh! No way! I didn't even see the Dwight there. That's so funny. Hi, Dwight. Perfect. God, the stuttering is so bad right now. No! No! Damn it. GG's. I forgot that he had a flashlight. Oh, that worked out. Hey, hey, hey. There's a Dwight man in here, right? Oh my god, the stuttering is so bad. Please, please let me play my video game. Oh, the stuttering is so bad. Hello. I'm gonna break that. Oh, did you really? There's a really good perk for Jason with getting blinded. Nice. I should just be able to grab him, right? Yeah. Whew. Yeah, you're right behind me. That's fine. I love Springtrap. Springtrap is definitely up there for me. He's top 3. Ah, there you are, Steven. I forgot that I have this power. I keep forgetting they have the omnipresent evil. Evil! Oh, damn. Ooh. But you made him scream and see his aura. Ooh, hello, love. Who's this? God, the stuttering needs to stop. It's so bad. Nice. The stuttering is so bad right now. I'm going to end my YouTube stream after this, too. So you guys can go follow me on Twitch, because I'll still be live on Twitch. But I'm going to end my YouTube stream after this, because the stuttering is really bad. So I'm hoping that if I end the YouTube stream... It's so bad! Jason's so much fun, Purple Muppet. I love him. I keep forgetting about this power. Yeah, but the stuttering is really bad right now. And so I'm hoping that if I end my YouTube stream, it'll stop the crazy stuttering. Ooh, so bad. You guys see this? Are you guys getting the same stutter? No, I have no drop frame, no BS. 0. 0 drop frame. It's just a stutter. Don't have power struggle, or I'll eat you. It could be servers, could be my game. Well, I'm gonna stop the YouTube stream after this. Because I have to go walk my dogs and feed them anyway. Hello, Sable. Whoa, God! What? Girl! You can use an or now. Or? Ghoulishly! Hello? Hello? Ghoulishly, thank you for giving this up to Misty Glow. Misty Glow, enjoy your emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Ghoulishly, enjoy your new DVD badge. Sorry, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of checked out because of the stuttering. Although now that I've checked out, the stuttering seems to have stopped for the most part. Damn, that's alright. That's alright. I kind of checked out once this game... Oh, there's still a little bit of stutter. That's just annoying. Oh, hello, love. Watch out! Oh, I could kill her? Cool. Nice, double. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, I have to take a break after this. Ooh. Oh, it said I had a ping spike. I'm gonna take a break after this to go walk my dogs and go give them some dinner. And so hopefully I'll just restart the game. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that will help. Also, ghoulishly, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, hi, Joey! Joey, I hope you had the best time this weekend. Oh, stutter, stutter. Careful, love. I burped, sorry. Yeah, the Oni bear Mori is so dope. It's so cute. I love it. Oh, thank you for saying that, Joey. That's really sweet of you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. Ha. Ah, I hear you. Aha! Damn, nice. Oh my god, Mama Voorhees. Oh, really? You too? Okay. Oh, too high. It seems to be better now. But my last Survivor game and now this game. Really rough. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do not respect palettes. I'm sorry. Too high? What? I thought it was too low! I love you too, man. I want to see if you let me respect it again. Second time someone's done that. Oh! I got an achievement. Yippee! Oh, look at Sable! God, that's funny. God, that's funny. Nice. Whoa! Oh, not the God palette. That sucks. Oh, I can't. Oh, damn. That's alright. It's alright. GG's. Wait, hold on. That was really funny. Nice fades. Nice. Oh, GG's. Man, this gate or this map sucks for killer, doesn't it? That game was so much more fun than the last one. Draconia! Draconia, thank you for the 18 months. Yeah, GG's. Oop. Draconia, thank you for the 18 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh, she had a full, oh, she had shadow. I wonder if she did boon. I didn't notice a boon if she did. I did not notice. GG's. All right. So we're gonna end the YouTube stream because I'm gonna go feed and walk my dogs, and I don't want to just be like AFK from YouTube stream for like 20-ish minutes. So we're gonna be live on YouTube, or I'm sorry, I'm live on YouTube. We're gonna be live on Twitch. Yeah. So is it twitch.tv/PixelxKitten? Sorry, but my PC can only handle so much YouTube dual streaming. Sorry, lovelies. Bye, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching the YouTube. Seriously, you guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Everyone say bye, YouTube. A second Twitch, baby. 2 babies. Well, not bad. We streamed for, what, 3 hours, 40 minutes on YouTube? Not too bad. But yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit with my slow ass PC. Kyle, let me get your kitty cat, your little pussy cat. All right. Oh, you know what? I haven't done this cat yet. Live on YouTube. Yes, it does. It's like it works like Wesker's Pounce. Oh, Sag, no, you. Thank you guys, so sweet. Cal, thank you for the 5 gift subs. What the fudgies? We're creeping closer to our 6-7 goal. Oh no, you are totally fine. You are Gucci as a coochie. Kyle's a cool cat. Get it? And all the mods are salmon colored. Is this on right now? No. Then why are you out? Get out of here. Get out of my way. Guess what? Chicken butt. Ooh, a crystal? Peridot. Got it. I was about to go look it up. So I'm a very impatient person, and I love going fast. Hi, Ewok! Everyone say hi, Ewok. I love going zoomy zooms, which is partially why I love playing the twins so much, because I love how fast Victor goes. But, man, he's so satisfying just, like, traverse the whole map, right? Ewok, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, see? Peridot, period! Yeah, I'm actually gonna go walk my dogs. Let me keep this copied so I can come back and do this. Let me close the game. Yeah, so I could restart it when we come back, and hopefully, I don't know if that'll help with any of the issues that we've had. Ooh, Colorblind, interesting. Nice, cool. Yo, Ewok! Give this sub to Della.
Hello?
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Enjoy, Della, your 9 emotes ad review and your sub badge. Ewok, enjoy your Dead by Daylight badge. Or your Jason badge if this is your second sub. Yeah, I'm gonna go walk my dogs and feed them. Give me about 20 minutes at the most. 15-20 minutes. Pixel is walking her dogs right meow. She'll be back in about actually I'll put it at a time at about 6:20 p.m. CST. Pix kiss. Pix boo love. There you go. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. Sorry, gotta walk the doggies and feed them. And let me get my rings off because I hate walking my dogs with rings on. Because, you know, sometimes the leash just slip it off and I don't want to get injured. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna go walk the dogs, go feed them. I'll be right back. Use this time to shop the G Fuel website because my code is boosted to 40% off until tomorrow. 40% off. 40% off! That's crazy. 40% off today, 40% off tomorrow. And yeah, stretch, get some food, get some dinner, feed your doggies, med check, etc. But I will be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me a that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here, on the right. No pellet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, Mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! Somebody help me! Somebody sedate me! Oh, I'm throwing this pallet. Oh God, I'm throwing this fucking pallet! Somebody sedate me! Is this pallet here? Oh, thank God. You gotta stop, Birkin. Birkin. Birkin! Birkin! The mind games. The mind games are driving me crazy, dude. Stop it. Stop. You're scaring me. I can't. I can't. You gotta stop. You got Birkin, please, please. Ah! He didn't break this pallet yet, right? He did! I don't know. What is happening? What is happening? Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. No, oh, get me. Oh, you're so hot. Oh, well, it's awkward. Bye. Have a beautiful time. Oh God, oh heaven. I don't make that. Okay, I didn't make it. Watch this. No, Krita. No. You weren't supposed to get picked up. That's fine. Because I boon this totem. Oh my God, wait. Okay, hold on. Shabby, it is only because of exit lag. Like, seriously. If I didn't have good internet, I never would have gotten any of those vaults. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay, we get this. Huge wiretap value. Okay. 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 Alright, he wants me. That's fine. I'd want me too. He doesn't get that. This pallet is down. I don't think I make it though. He used all of his charges. Ah! You guys were nervous for no reason. Oh god, you guys were nervous for no reason. It's like insane how like nervous you are. That's alright, that's alright, that's alright. That's alright. Please break the pallet. Oh, please, 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 let me conviction. Oh, shit. He found me. I'm not gonna make it to my boon. I'm not gonna make it to my boon. Oh god, I have seconds to make it to my boon. I have mere seconds.
Help is on the way, dear!
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yo, what's up, Zombie? No! Oh, if you get hatched, Karita. Oh my god, Karita, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna create out. I'm gonna Karita out is what I said. Karita, if you get hatched, I'm gifting the channel 5 subs. I've never gifted subs to my own channel before. I'll do it. Get hatched, get hatched, get hatched, get hatched. No! That's all right. If you escape, I'll still do it. And we're doing open lobbies all day. So if anyone wants to join, feel free. This is our first game, by the way. We still have another game with this group. No way. If you escape, I'm gifted. I've never gifted subs to on my own channel before. All right, here it is. Here it is, yo, GG's.
Hello.
Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead though.
You're dead. You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Oh! A flashlight! Is what I would say if I found a flashlight. You did. I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. All right, Wraith. Here we go. Here we go, Wraith. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! Maria! So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look, 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 look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. She saw me.
Hello.
Oh, fuck me. I did it again, chat. No! I wanted my 2 stuns! No! I wanted it so bad. Oh, no. What is this game? What is this game? I cramped. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit. That's right. You're so lucky it turned around. Yeah, the 2v8 server. Why does Huntress have no tear radius, by the way? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she have no tear radius? Why does she not have a tear radius? Okay, bye. Oh shit, she doesn't see me. Has she like pulled up a hatchet yet? Y'all not having terror radiuses scare the hell out of me. Ah! Ay! Can he get his terror radius back, please? Oh, thank God. Caleb, Caleb, we can talk about this. Caleb, Caleb, we can talk about this. All right. All right, I threw one paletta. But not bad! Did you really stun it? That's nice! That's very sweet of you. I'm sure they really appreciated that. He shoots here, he shoots here, he shoots here. Why, duck! Oh. Oh shit, it was. Oh shit, it was. I did it again! I found her. Ah! Oh, mine. You vaulted that? What? Ooh, no. I probably could have moved. Probably could have moved. Alright, Huntress, I see you! Whoa, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Hey, hey, we can be friends here. We can be friends. I ran right into her. Hello. Ran right into her. See me! See me? Let me open it. Are you 8-bit? 8-bit Ada! 8-bit Ada! Alright, let me open this gate. Let me open this gate. Alright, Ada, let me look at you. Because you look weird. Wait. No way! Wait, do we know this, Ada? Who is this? Who is this? Who's Ada? Who's Ada? Oh, shit! Oh, shit. Let me open the gate. Let me open the gate. No, 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 no! 99 it. 99 it. Run him away. Run him away. Oh, no! Damn it! No! 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 Bravo Penguin, no! That's right. He doesn't see me. I get myself up. I open the door. I leave you guys immediately. Walk away, Caleb! Walk away! This isn't about you! He's looking for me. Alright. Hold on. No way. No way. I'll let you guys all die for this, by the way. No way. Incredible. Alright, bye guys. I think I'm gonna go. Ah! Wait, did I not get my daily? Oh, there we go. I was like, what? Oh god! Pick him up. Yeah, he won't do it. Oh, look at him! Look at you protecting your girlfriend! I want to go to this pallet because this pallet would be fun. No, I'm just joking. Ah. Mama y papa. Mama y papa. It is my dream come true! Double it! Can we make a play here? Oh, damn. I was like,
Okay,
oh
okay,
no, I'm not gonna be able
okay.
to. Maybe.
Hello?
Maybe. Alright. I charged my mouse and my headset. Just in case. That's actually a lot faster than I expected. What's up, Lee France? This is a Fear the Dark Wolf. The dogs have been fed. They've been walked. Cold black coffee? The hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, the most amazing cold black coffee, and my favorite person in this entire stream right now. That coffee. There we go. Let's turn you on. Hello? What? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! What the fudge? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! To Baconism, Upper Moon Zenitsu, Rexambi, Xylon, Dragon's Den, Jackie, Carmine, Ali Bear, Fairy Frogbug, such a cute name, and Gray Cat. Holy, thank you so much. Fear the Dark Wolf, I have a very important question for you. Also, I'm hot again. Dog or cat? Rex! Have a birthday cupcake? Is it your birthday today, Kofi? Always, doggy. Always. Sounds good to me. W gifted. Huge. Omega Donkey gifted. You were on the wrong finger. You used to be a middle finger, and now you're a pointer finger. That's what it was. How was your birthday? Was it the best one ever? Oh, we are at 4 hours. Ooh, let's go. You had good eats? What was your favorite thing you had on your birthday? Is everyone getting their drops? Ooh, we got the Camper's Shelter Badge. I guess I just unlocked that. Oh, cool! So it's Camper's Shelter Badge. The charm mask and the banner. The banner is sick. Cool. Dragon set ablaze. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Also, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, it was really nice. The weather's really nice today. It did not rain, so thank God. Yes, Panda. Anything. It was really good. I was so locked in the draw, I didn't realize that you came back yet. I came back a little bit faster than I had expected. It's kind of like, when you order a pizza, they tell you it's going to take longer than it actually does so that you don't, like, get disappointed, you know? I like to give myself some extra time just in case. Because Boo sometimes gets like really invested with his walks, and he has to sniff every blade of grass 3 times over. And then sometimes if someone else is walking their dogs, he has to be like, friend, or sometimes enemy. Like, or if I see like one of my nice neighbors out there, sometimes I'll yap with them. So I like to give myself some extra time. Yay! Cool, Fox. Let's go. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and the boys ate really quickly. They must have been really hungry. But I did feed them an hour later than I normally do. Oysters? Whatever. Yum. I love oysters. The other side looks absolutely trash. Okay, well then focus on the one good side that you like. But innocent of every... Oh. It was his birthday yesterday, so I suppose we can let it slide. Actually, do we have a sunglass cat? We do not. Oh, this is so cute. I've never drawn sunglasses like this before. A Clefairy? Alright, chill. Hold on. You overestimate my ability to draw. I mean, I'll try. It probably won't look great. But damn, I'll try. We're going Poke Doll. What the fudge? Hello? Thank you for the Ko-Fi tip. We're 30% of our way to our tattoo goal. Spades. How long have you been up? How long have you been playing DBD for? Adri, what the fudgies? Thank you so much. Also, hi, Faye Boy. Oh, there's the email. What the heck? Thank you so much. Adri, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? Oh, really? That was me the other day. That's so funny, Space. Why? Oh no. Okay, I should have looked up a reference drawing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I should have looked up a reference drawing. I'm doing this all from memory. This is not good. Light blue? Slay, I got you. Oh no. I should have looked up a reference. Now she just looks crazy. You know, if you don't look too closely, you can kind of tell it's a Clefairy. I went Poke Doll route. You know what I mean? Like the Poke Doll in Pokemon. Oh, rough. rough. Get it? Because you're a dog. Rough. You know, I'm gonna give you a collar because you're a good doggy. You deserve to have a home. It's kind of cursed, but actually kind of cute at the same time. Oh, my tape! What about a nap, Spades? Do you think a nap would happen? Like, would help? Or do you think a nap will turn into a sleep at this point? For the record, the sunglasses came out amazing. For the record. Just putting it out there. And then the Clefairy Pokédoll plush, if you look at it from really far away, maybe? It is super cute, though. I do love him. Ow! Thank you so much. For the 10 gifted summers! And then, was it light blue, you said? You did. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. Okay. It's like, I'm not, yeah. Oh, you do! Oh, because the Gengar was last month, right? Was it? Time is weird. Top 5 favorite Pokemon? Oh, gosh. This is subject to change, but since you're asking in this very moment, right now, would be... Clefable. Crobat. Nidoking. Alchemy. 5. Oh, that's hard. Yeah, I know you love Nidoking. Because we're Nidoking twins now, aren't we? That's so hard. I like so many. They're so hard. Politoed. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's Charlie. That's my boy Charlie. He's my best friend. But he doesn't like people. Adri 52. I put your name like right smack dab in the middle of the cat. I hope you like Halloween because you're getting a scary ghost cat. Ooh. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, no nose though. No nose. Oh, that's so cute actually. Charlie bit me and I'm still hurting. He would never. Actually, he would. Yeah, he would bite you. He does not like people. No people, no strangers. Loves me, though. We've, trauma bonded, I guess you could say. Ooh, scary ghost cat. Ooh. What about you guys? What's your top 5 if you had to pick? If you had to pick. I love the light blue kitties. They're so pretty. Cute, almost as cute as you are. Y'all love me? Hey, you know what? Maybe you'll get lucky with Charlie. Or maybe not. What am I doing? Oh, Dead by Daylight. Alright. I'm about to open up the Dead by Daylight game. It might lag a little bit. But it's on my end, not on your end. 5 years? It's a long time, Adrian. Because weren't you here before my hit partner? No, after partner. I don't know why I thought it was before. That's crazy, though. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's a long time. Oh, you know what? I'm feeling a lot better physically. I am going to risk it and see how I feel with one shot and then see how that goes. Cosmosis! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. So, chat, what shot should I should have grabbed a clean shot glass. Well, what shot should we do? Throw out your votes in chat. Vodka, rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, tequila, or moonshine. Whatever you guys think, I'll take a shot of. But you guys better be nice to me. Remember, I wasn't feeling good this morning, so you guys have to be nice to me. Legally. Pink? So you do hate me. Okay. Then go with rum? Yeah? Tequila, vodka? Wow! All different answers.
Lizard.
All different answers. Someone vote. Oh, that's true. I could do halfsies. We'll see. It depends on what shot gets voted for. You do one of each. The best to clean your head? Oh, it's my tummy that was hurting. I got sick earlier. Yuck. I know. All right, someone pick Pink Whitney, tequila, vodka, or rum. Narrow it down for me. I'm not gonna do one of each. Maybe if I feel okay, we could do one of each. But I gotta do a test shot first. Should we do
Lizard.
a shot of lizard? Okay, Ma, do a pull. I can do a pull. We'll just do those 4 options. What shot? What was it? Pink Whitney, rum, vodka. And then didn't someone put tequila? So I can't see the chat right now. But one of you guys has put tequila. We'll just do a 2-minute. Oh, Ewok, this one? Does the Dead by Daylight shop ship to New Zealand? And Mio, shut up. That's amazing. Okay, so fun pixel lore fact with me. I used to work as one of those like food sample people that you'd see like in grocery stores, and it was a great paying gig, by the way. Like they paid so much by the hour for someone who was like, I was 18 years old, and they would assign you every day like a different thing to like sample, and it was a sales role too. Like you had to sell like a certain like number of the items you were sampling. I became the Mio bitch. Like I apparently did so well by squirting Mio into water that they had me as like the Mio girl, and it got to the point where they had me on Mio. And then I did like my rest of my like weekly scheduled things throughout the day or throughout the week, and then after that week they're like, yeah, you're gonna be on Mio for the rest of the week. I was like, oh okay. And then they had me do the store brands version of Mio, and they liked how well I did with the store brand version because of course it was the store that I worked at. So yeah. So whenever someone brings up Mio, I was like, I could sell anybody some Mio apparently, and it's just squirt. And it was nice because like some of the stuff that we had to sample was like really like, some of it was really hands-on. Like there was this one that one day that I was sampling this tomatillo salsa, and I had to make tomatillo salsa all day, and I became very, very good at it to the point where I made some at home later that night because it was so good. Rum sounds good. I just bought it because you're pretty. I actually, fun fact, had super duper short hair during that gig. I had my boss at the time, my college boss at my time called me Justin Bieber because I had like, you know, like emo short Justin Bieber hair, completely up to here, like shaved in the back but long in the front, and because like normally people like the long hair, but I got hit on a lot. But to be fair, I was also 18, and I got hit on a lot by like boomers. Not saying that you were or are a boomer, but I did get hit on a lot in that gig, which is funny because I've never felt uglier than during that time, but I think it's just because I was young. Because I got some really good stories from working there. Really inappropriate shit that people said to me. Yippee! Man. This thing's been lasting a long time, but to be fair, it is the size of me head. Also, Spades, I did read your message, but I just didn't acknowledge it to right now. Working where? Where'd I work? It was called Meyer. Whoa, look at that emote! It's called Meyer. It's a grocery store. Is that good rum? Kraken? Yeah, Kraken's pretty good. It's not a good shot rum. I would not recommend taking shots of this, but I don't drink liquor to drink it. I drink liquor to get shots and to get drunk. So it's really great if you're gonna do like a rum and coke or some sort of mixed drink, or like as a sipping rum. It's not a good shot rum. Flavored rum like Cruisin' or any other flavored rum is good for shots, but it's a good just like rum. Hey, thank you for the follow. Cheers.
Lizard.
Mr. Crowley. Yeah, especially during the days, Fear the Dark Wolf.
Lizard.
During the daytime. What does Kraken taste like? Deep. Dark. Oh. I love your VTuber. Oh, really? It's so cute. I saw you tweet, like, introducing yourself the other day. It was so cute. I really like that tweet. Go Soups. Yeah, Meyer, I love as a grocery store. I love it.
Lizard.
You don't have one anymore, Kyle? Hi, Joopy! I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, by the way. But I'm trying to branch out. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Kraken's great, like rum and coke, rum. Yeah. How does one describe Kraken? Dark. Man, think like dark, like how a stout is dark, or like a flat Dr. Pepper can taste dark, or how yeah, I guess I'll like I don't know. Yeah, heavy. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say. It's definitely more of like a deep inside heavy. Yeah. Oh, you have Albertsons, Safeway, but okay, I've never heard of Basha's. I've heard of Fry's. I've heard of Albertsons. I've heard of Safeway. Gotcha. Oh, this is so gross. Also, thank you very much for using the Gigantify the emails, by the way, because I keep forgetting that costs money to do. So thank you for each time you do that. Oh my god, so Ghost Loops, that's awesome that you did that, because I did a new media kit on my Twitter. It's been almost a year since the last time I updated my media kit. You're supposed to do that, like, every, 3 months. Yikes! Dark, smooth, strong. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I would totally agree with that, Ghost Loops, as far as the flavor. H-E-B. Kroger's, I've heard of those. Bookshire, I've never heard of that. Enjoy your lurk! What do you guys think? Should we play some more... Should we just do more killer? Do you guys enjoy seeing the killer gameplay, right? Spades. I kind of want to make a build like how you had. I liked more killer cool. I kind of like your build because now that everyone and their mother knows about the crouching, I think I want to do. Thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see all the follows. I really appreciate you. Truly, welcome in everybody. Exactly. So I think this is a good, both of them. As long as you guys understand, I'm not good at this video game. Leave the barbecue, color Brian. Ooh, okay. Alright, you know what? Okay. I feel like Call of Brine needs to be used more, but also not used more, because it sucks to go against. 30 minutes! Oh, that's not so bad, though. Capricorn, don't be nice to me. I'll come. I'm joking. What'd you say? BBQ? Yeah, I definitely want some strong aura perks just because I rely a lot on aura. And I feel like a lot of people are playing like anti-Jason's power, and I think I'm gonna need to rely on some aura perks for fighting him. Lethal's so good too. Yeah. And chili. I actually had some like turkey chili the other day. It was like it was on sale for 49 cents at Amazon Fresh, and I was high last night, and I had some turkey chili. Oh, the support creator? I'll tell you. So if you go to the store and you want to buy some RX cells, get RX cells, support the content creator. You could put like a Evo. And now it says currently supporting Evo. Or you can do VDS. And not supporting a VDS 515. And anybody that currently has a code, I do not have one. A lot of the newer iridescent tier, no gold tiers I don't think are going to have any, but all of the new iridescent tier creators don't have codes at the moment that are activated. But the OG people and some of the newer, actually, does Lynxy have one? Lynx does not have one, okay. But I'm pretty sure, well, Misha obviously has one, yeah. Lily Pie has one. I think Lily can do Lily? No, but I think it's Lily Pie. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. But yeah. Oh, basically, they just get commission. The creator gets commission. I don't have one. I don't have one yet. Well, technically, I do have one. But it's not active yet. But, yeah. Someday soon. Soon. They are working on it. They're working on it. Ooh, yum! Panda Fans! Oh, you are so sweet. Now, there's so many amazing creators that you guys can support right now. Jaren Skirms. Oh, I do have one in Fortnite. Thank you, Ewok. You and Tom are the only reason why I got my first payout, so I really appreciate that. I think it's, was it Epic? No, guys, don't wait. Get your org cells. If you guys need someone to support, I will gladly recommend anybody that I typed in. Recommend. But yeah, anyone. If you guys need anyone to use codes for, I got plenty of people that we could support. No, you lose Aura and Omnipresent. What? Oh, like if I'm an Omnipresent and oh, so like for example, Spade. So say I'm in Omnipresent mode and my hook Floods of Rage goes off. I won't see that, right? Is that what you're saying? No, go do your thing, Spade. So get a nap. Wait, you too, Destiny, thank you! Okay, good to know. Okay, well, I won't put Floods of Rage on for him. Because I do love Floods of Rage. Ever since you gave me Floods of Rage, I love that perk. Okay, so I do have Color Brine, Barbecue, and Chili. Lethal would be really nice. I'm gonna try Lethal. I know. I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna do Nowhere to Hide. But I'm also gonna do Brutal. Yes. That makes me happy. Pudding. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh, add now, no add in game. Enjoy your lucky turkey. Yeah, that's fair, Spades. I love Brutal, yeah. I think it's just because, like, I fumble so much with these, with early, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I fumble with Lethal. I wonder if there will be a perk synergy that will work Omnipresent that essentially after exit read auras of survivors. Oh, like an add-on? I forget to break. Oh, I do love breaking pallets. Always mind game them. I can't. I'm not very good mind gamer. Oh, I'm sorry. Add now to end a game. Sorry. Oh, only 8 minutes for killer, by the way. Only 8 minutos. Also, I do want to do a different build. At least maybe I'll get rid of Last Stand. Maybe. Oh my god, I didn't hit play. I never hit play. I'm so dumb. Yes, they do light up, and they are app compatible. So I picked this specific color. Because it is actually a hex code from my logo. I know, Bongo. I know. Yeah, they do light up, and you can change them too. You can have them go through like a rainbow mode. Super fun. I love these headset. Wait, did you use them already, Fox? When you get home, you'll be Prestige 13. Oh, cool. All right. Got them all for Jason. Hell yeah. I'm not even Prestige 1 for him because I used all my blood points to Prestige 3 all my survivors. Shut up. I didn't see. The fox? Over my head. You gotta leave him at Prestige 13 and, like, never change. That's so funny. That's really funny. That right over my head. Okie dokie. God, I love this shirt. I want this shirt in my face hole. Oh, the Dwight cosplayer, one of the Dwight cosplayers, from the anniversary stream, who was just crouch walking. Oh my god, so good. It is an eyesight kill shirt. It is so cool. V, Yunjin, Jeff, Kate, Dwight, all have. Oh, ruined. Everyone's got the same idea as I did, damn you. I'll have shirts. As of now, may have more cumin, though. Oh, really, Adri? I have had this headset for not a year yet. I'll have to check to see what I'm at. Oh, is this it? No. Damn, this lights up and it makes me think that it's a totem. So Razer, it's either hit or miss. A lot of people have had really good experiences with Razer. A lot of people also in the same, like, with the same item will have, like, bad experiences. So it's, I don't know, it's a gamble, unfortunately. I, so far, have had a mostly good experience. I would say an 85% success rate with which is pretty good, I would say, with Razer. This headset is specifically called the Razer Kraken Kitty V3. Specifically the V3. You're going for the pull, right? Specifically the V3. Because I like that. Man, I can't find this totem. I'm just gonna get on a gen. I feel like I'm being useless. Unless it's up here. Unless it's up here. Damn. Alright, well, I'm useless. Whatever. Whatever. Damn. Alright, whatever. I just wanted to find the totem. Yeah, the V3 I like because it has the dongle capability, and the V2 is only Bluetooth, and my PC does not like Bluetooth. Yeah, she got a sweater and a shirt. Jeff also got a sweater and a shirt. Oh, bye, Kate. I want to get the same HyperX Cloud Alpha 1 because I love them. Is that the one you currently have? It's like peeling, I get black piece of my hair. Really? That's so gross. Is the part that's deteriorating, is that replaceable, or is that like you have to get a whole new headset? Oh, and the Legion mask too. I forgot about that. Well, I think Spades told me that the maps don't find totems anymore, right? Oh, 6 years old? Yeah. It's time for an upgrade, yeah. Do your thing. Get that upgrade. Not without an add-on. Oh, okay, so it does with an add-on. Okay, cool. Okay. That's what I thought, because I think that's the add-on. Okay, that's what I usually run, is the one that shows, was it like Killer Belongings or something? Ah, the bot did get you. Excellent. I'm so bummed that I couldn't find the totem. Oh, yeah. Do you wear glasses, Adrian? Because that's, of course, like another, like, huge thing. Because, like, you can't... You gotta find, like, a comfortable headset that works over glasses, too. Oh, you did? Cool. Thank you. It's not that I don't believe you. I just couldn't remember. Aging, me too. Yep. I have like really aggressive ear dents because of them. Sad bear times. That's so funny. Sad bear times. I have like really aggressive ear dents because of my glasses. Ah! Thank God I'm not bald, or else that'd be really embarrassing. Oh no! What tile do I got here? It is bamboozle. Shoot! Whoa! Oh look, I've been impaled. He's so fast. I love the animation of him getting in the fog. So cool. Hi, Nia. Oh, thank you, Dove.
Awesome. Thanks.
Oh, he's coming right back. He's coming right back. Oh, good skill check. Thank you.
Next one's on me.
I really wonder where this totem is. Ah! Fuck. Holy shit. Whoa! Shit! So anyways, it worked out all according to plan. I have him. Don't worry, guys. I have him right where I want him. I'm gonna blame the shot. On Amazon the other day, they're like, yours, but they had deer ears. Shut up. There is Amazon Prime Day coming up next week. I think it starts, I think, next Monday. So, if you guys want to get anything on Amazon, I'd say wait. Not affiliated or anything. I just like good sales. I don't know if those headsets are gonna be on sale, but if they are gonna be on sale, it'd probably be for Prime Day. Or whatever the Amazon sale's called. I know, I'm on the hook again. I know, I'm back on the hook, Martha. I know. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Oh, I don't have conviction. Damn it. Murder me! Oh, brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Really? The fox. That's so shitty. That is so shitty. GG's. I didn't do anything in that game. I just don't like my build. Oh, I have a comfort build, and when I... Oh! Dog or cat? Jasper's here now. Oh, actually, let me click this so that I don't get into a game right now. Dog. Boo, you're getting so spoiled! Happy birthday!
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began to grow. There's something out there far from my home.
Did you miss out, Charles?
Longing
Like,
that
Bobby, I heard
I've
you talking.
never known.
Oh, good boy! Oh, Won't even eat it down here. Right back upstairs. Rooster! Rooster, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies. 2. Jesus Faith, Boxer Hua, Toshade, Ashes to Phoenix, and Zamis DT. Thank you so much. Rooster, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Ooh, I don't know. It's just a bow that I got from Hot Topic. I'm not, if there is a brand to it, I'm not sure what it is. But I think I have it linked in my storefront. #ad. Jason, oh my god, the bad guy from Resident Evil. Which one? You know what? I'll fill in my own blanks there. So, Mary Wesker. Oh, hello, cat. I'll hug Freddy and I'll kiss Jason. I'll catch a Bidoof. Let me know what color you want. Rooster. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Holy. Oh, also, enjoy your new badges. You should have gotten both of the DBD badges. The DBD hashtag badge, as well as the Jason Voorhees mask badge. Green! Perfecto. 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 Who's yelling at me? Oh. It's you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Jesus. Also, my tummy doesn't feel weird, so good news on the shot. 5, 2, 8. Ugh, remember when I made a rooster cat and it was so cursed? It was so scary. Ooh, I wonder if I could do like a Jason Voorhees one. Hold on, let me see something. Let me see if I can do this. I have a Jason Voorhees hair clip, also from Hot Topic. Let's see if I could do a Jason cat. Let's see. Ugh, no promises. Oh, it's kind of scary. Oh, it's kind of scary. I think it kind of gets the point across, though. Otherwise, it looks like he's just got an angry unibrow and an angry mustache. Shh. Swear to God, it's a Jason mask. It's kind of cool looking, though. It does look like an angry mustache and angry eyebrow. But swear to God, we're doing Jason Voorhees. Thank you so much for the 5 subbers. Yeah. Holy moly. No, you. No, you. Don't be nice to me. You guys want to watch me be really bad at killer? Okay. Oh, play. I backed out? Oh, wait. It says SPQ times 0 seconds.
Lizard.
We're just going to stay in here. Yay! Okay, cool. It worked. Yikes. What build am I doing again? Hello, kitty cat. Call up Brian, barbecue, chill, eat. Nowhere to hide. Bruce Strength. Okay. Okay. Kick gens. Kick gens. Kick gens. Kick gens. We had someone with the username Da Pumpkin Thing, who I was telling them has like just such a good username because their name is Da Pumpkin Thing, and of course I want to say Da Pumpkin Thing, and of course there's also pumpkin, so it's like double verbal stim heaven. Ugh, so good. Hi, Jojo. What's in your eyeball, honey? I rub it out. Is that better? Did mommy help or mommy make it worse? Because mommy gets cat hair in her eye all the time.
Lizard.
Okay. Lizard. I still have to watch this lizard video that Raven put in the chat. Or the mod chat. Oh, now you want to say hello. Sorry. I got like 3 hours of sleep. Woof. But I'm committed. I'm committed to go as long as I can tonight. As long as we can. Alright. Ooh, yes! Yes, yes, yes! Yes! Alright. I don't have lethal, but I do have Call O'Brien. And I do have barbecue. Alright. I think they're over here. Because this is usually where I spawn. Aha! Yeah, right here. Hello, love. Ooh! I'm surprised she did that and then like assume I was gonna throw my spear. Oh, 2 of them. How'd that miss? She's so skinny. Whoa! There's so many survivors here. I can't pick one. Pumpkin. Oh, Atri. Okay. I mean, save some for like eating. Nice. Oh. You do have a flashlight. Oh, I wanted that though. Where is she? Whoa!
Lizard.
Whoa! Yo, thank you very much for the 5 birthdays. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for you viewing and you so bitch. Alright, barbecue. Show me peeps. Aha! Peeps and poops. Hello, love. Beautiful. Thank you, barbecue. Hey. Go fight Jen. That's right. Scared little panther. Hey! Don't finish my Jenna. If you're not following, if you have that setting turned on, yes. I personally have that setting turned off. Because I personally don't want to get subs to people that I'm not following. And so I personally have that setting turned off. But you can turn that setting on. Nice. I just knew. I had a feeling. So yes and no. I want to say it's by default on, but I've also had my account for a long time. Actually, I want to kick this gen. Yeah, because might as well. Aha! Gotcha, ways. Oh, DS? Maybe? Oh, he's got a flower in his hair! No. Nice. Hell yeah. And there's no... actually, there's a couple pallets over here, but she didn't make it. You're free! Hey! Nice. I'm glad you're off of work. Because now you got your Prestige 13 Jace to look forward to. Oh my god. Tommy, don't even get me started. I'm so excited for Negan. So pooped. So pooped! Hello, Muffins. Ooh. I wanted her. Yes, I want you. I want you. Ugh, I wanted it. I was so selfish for it. I wanted it so bad. Like, what if, you know? Again, what if? Ooh, another one. Another one. Ooh, that was close though. Yeah, because you can always get like, who doesn't love free emotes, right? But for me, there are some people that I just don't like, and people who I think are just like shite people, and I just like I don't want their emotes in or around my face. You know what I'm saying? Ah, she zigged when I should have zagged. Good girl. Nice. Good girl. I like this build. This build is great. It's making me very happy. Alright, let's see if we can get some ura. There we go. Wow, so good. Ooh, I would have loved that though. Oh, that's alright. I'm getting like, what's the word? Not cocky per se, but I'm getting like, I want to have fun with these throws, you know? Whoa! Damn it! Oh! Wow! I'm still waiting! Wow, it's got a long cooldown. Whoa! I didn't even see you were there. It's got a long cooldown before you can throw again. Holy. Wow, yeah. I didn't even realize how long of a cooldown I had. That's alright. Oh, you're still going. Oh, really? But this? I don't think I even know all of the lore to it. Oh yeah, everyone. Ghostface has some cute emotes. Everyone's got like a couple cute Ghostface emotes, right? Oh wow, this gen's so far ahead. I'll take it. I should have kicked that gen, I'm thinking. That's alright. Oh, did not want that. That's right. I'm gonna go back and get this gen. Oh wow. God, they're all here. Oh, that's so regressing. That's right. Okay. Oh man, this team is super fun. Whoop. Hello, love. I'm not gonna lie, did not even know you're here. Girl, I almost ran right into that. Nice. Oh, I wanted the Meg. Damn, I chose wrong. Damn, that's alright. Everyone's injured. He's up again. Yeah, I'm getting like really like, what's the word? I just want to get some fun shots, you know what I mean? So she's dead, which is great. I'll take one. Trying to get some fun M2 shots. Oh, I had a disgusting one earlier. It made me so happy. Fun shots and back shots, you get me. Like, some people just, like, get me.
Give him a nibble.
Shots, 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 airy voice.
Wait, let me try to get another one. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait for me. Wait for me. Kyle, thank you for the 100 bits. Hold on. Wait, come back. I would have got him. Copium! That was super fun. That was a really fun match. For whatever reason, that was just a super fun match. I really enjoyed that match. GG's. I love this build. This build makes me very happy. Holy. Should we do a shot? Shots? Someone say shots? Do you want to take a shot with me? You don't have to, because it is like a Tuesday. Tequila? Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Any other suggestions? It's your Saturday? What are we doing? Shots of whiskey? Oh, yuck. You can keep that. I'm so not a whiskey goyle. Nah, I can't do it. You love whiskey? Or you have whiskey? Kind of royal? More for you, Joopy. The only whiskey I'll take is the one that I lick off your lip. What? I'm joking. Oh, of course, Panda. It's pancake bacon flavor. Shut up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who said that? Oh, you have tea? Tea is yummy. It's called Bubba. Is it really? No way! Is it your first time playing Pokemon Blue? Big pancakes, big pancakes. Also, I know I haven't read it up yet. I know. It's by design. No, Tamagotchi Life? What the fudge? Pokemon Blue, Tamagotchi Life? What year is it? Oh. Oh my god, you're gonna make me cry. Panda Pants. Big hug. Like, I know people say time heals all wounds, but, like, I don't know, man. I think there's some wounds that time just can't heal. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, man! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, but you lost your advanced SP in the game. Gotcha. So, okay. Now, was it a used game? Because I, back in the day, had got some used games of those. Oh, Lee, thank you very much for the Betty. Appreciate you. Yeah, dolls, most wounds. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Dolls, not heals. I like that, Kyle. I like that. That's a lot more accurate. Really? Oh, Panda Pants. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. Forgot what I was talking about.
Lizard.
You've derailed me. I'm joking. I could scroll up. Oh, yeah. I had got some used games, like, way back, like, 20 years ago, of, like, the original colored games, because I only had the yellow. I didn't have red or blue, and so I bought those used, and it was really cool because on the blue game, someone had a Chansey, and I never had been able to catch a Chansey before because it's in the Safari Zone. No, oh, Panda Pants, you're so good. I was just joking. I was trying to make light of it. No, you're so good, and big hugs for you because that's ass to go through. Shot acquired. Oh, me too. You know what? Just for my Goyle. Just for my little jupes. We'll do. But yeah, the blue game had the Chansey. And I was very excited because I never... Oh, and a Kangaskhan, I think, too. And I had never been able to catch either of those from the Safari Zone before. And so I think the only reason why I had those in any of my Game Boy Color games, like Silver, Gold, all of them, I... only had them because of the used game that I bought. So shout out to whoever sold the Pokemon Blue to GameStop that one day. Appreciate you. Alright. Oh shit! We got some, my lord, but sparkling. Cheers. Salud. Thanks for helping me hit my sub goal day 1 of the week. But we are where are we from the 6-7 sub goal? I don't know. How do I check that? Oh, isn't it like right here? Hold on. Does that say 629? Is that what it says? Okay, well, wherever the math is for that. I don't know. Don't make me do math. I'm too pretty to do math. I'm joking. Oh, wait. Okay, I'll wait. Chicago prison water, toilet water, yeah. 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 41? Thank you. See, this is why I keep you guys around. 6-7! We're 41 subs away from our 6-7 sub goal.
Lizard.
Yeah! Oh, I want those IRL, Devil Dog. I need them IRL. Pumpkin. Lee, I love you already. Pumpkin. Badly. They have to, right? Love me. Choose me. Let's go. All right. Salud.
Hello?
Joopy! Now we're only 40 away! Joopy, thank you for giving this up to Devil Dog! Devil Dog, enjoy your emotes. Joopy, enjoy your Dead by Daily badge if you don't have it already. My breath smells like malort. Yucky. Yucky. My killer time is down to 7 minutes, by the way. Alright, I'm changing my build. Like, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Choopy! Peepa hot dog? Oh my god. Peepa hot dog. Enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad review, and your sub badge. And Joopy, enjoy your Jason Voorhees badge if you did not have that already. Oh, really? Okay, well now there's no more, right? Oh, thank you, Spades. Thank you. I just might use like my normal build, eh? Well, let's do a totem build. You think I won't do a totem build counterforce? Small game? Inner healing? Cut back shot? No. I'll do sprint burst? I don't know. Overcome? Overcome. I've been really enjoying Overcome recently. Check Discord general? Okay. As soon as I press start, I will. Yeah, testing crazy, right? It's at 35% off gifted subs, man. It's insane. We'll do some more Foggy. Oh, we could bring him. No, we're not gonna bring a map. That'd be so redundant. Sure. Okay. Oh, it is called Bubba's. That's so funny. Pancakes and bacon whiskey? That does look fun. That looks like that smells really good. Oh my god, I joined this game and all 3 of them left. Fuck you! Oh, I would cave. I would cave. I want to join the Discord. There is a 1,000 channel point redeem to join the Discord that you do get your points refunded to you, but it's only so that we can like control who joins the Discord because we've had weird people join the Discord before. You know what I mean? But we're gonna be live for what, 10 hours today-ish, right? Because what, we've been live for 5 hours and we're probably going for about 5 more. So yeah, but about a 10-hour day. So plenty of time to rack up 1,000 channel points. It's me. I'm actually your cat begging for steak. I have that happen to me a lot. Joining the people leaving, my bot makes me think I did something. Anybody else? Just me? That doesn't happen to me often. I'm gonna say that the timing was so perfect. I think that they were leaving. already before I joined, but it was perfect timing. Oh, let me in. I might have to get it for you after the game. Oh, actually, I got you now. I got you. I'm sending you a Vesper. A Vesper on Twitch. Yeah, that was perfect timing. If I can have a mod refund that, that'd be great. If not, I could refund it after this game. Oh, thank you. I got it. But if you could refund it, please and thank you. Thank you, Kyle. It's just so much faster for me to invite because they don't have to message you, you know, or message. Oh God, look how slow I am with that urban. The Licasto. I've never heard of that one before. Wait for me, I have little legs. There's some names that dodge literally. Oh, really? That's funny. Yippee! I successfully evaded the killer. Did I? Okay. Shut up, you snitching ass crow. Oh, small game. You're already in? Hey. Are you really? That's really funny. Shooter alert. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, welcome back. That's so funny. A marshmallow chocolate whiskey. I think the bacon one sounds better. I don't know if I would want to drink like marshmallow chocolate. It sounds great because who doesn't love a good s'more? But I don't know if I want that in like a whiskey. You know what I mean? Ooh, my fingers are already like not cramping, but they're like. It feels like I've been playing for a lot longer than just 5 hours, I guess. And technically, I've only been playing for like 3 hours, if that. I do love chocolate. I do. I love peanut butter anything. Bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes. Oh, roll raggy. I got a lot of comments on that in my videos too. Like Zoink Scoob. Now, what did I do to you? Holy shit! That was close, wasn't it? Oh my god! Where is this totem? Oh, there it is. That was so crazy, like how close that was. Alright, gamers, what's going on here? What are we doing? That was so close. Okay, good. And we run. 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 And we crouch. And we crouch. And we crouch. And we crouch.
Hello there.
Oh. Hello there. Hello, lovely. Highland Toda. Hey, welcome back, Luffy. I would like to heal you. Okay, okay. She's healing herself. Okay. I will take a hit for you, my prince. My Steve. Things are going very well. I was not feeling very well this morning. What? He plays just like me. Ah, shit nipples. And then here I am playing like me. But I was not feeling very well this morning, which is why I was 2 hours late. But I feel a lot better now. Lintana, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Luffy, I can send you an invite after this game. Don't let me forget, because I'll forget. Alright, so Steven got that gen done. I would like to get main done. Main would be great. But we do have one person dead. Oh, this gen's already done. Well, glad I can help. Glad I can do something. I'm still gonna do the gens. I don't give a fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, God. I can't even be mad. Kaylee! Thank you for the forehead kiss. See it? Excellente. Excellente. That was delicious. Ow! Jump skill. Not too bad, not too shabby. I like this little tattoo on her leg. Oh, I want this shirt! It's so cute. Hi, Steven. Hi. Hi, King. Yo, W Tyrod. Has everyone got their Twitch drops yet? How far is everyone away from their Twitch drops? I can go heal myself, so I'm good. I just need to get into a locker. Don't worry. I'm almost there. I'm almost there, don't worry. I'm almost there. Almost there. I'll get there. Perfect. Shh, V, just shut up. Shut up, V! Alright, perfect. Good girl. And we crouch. Maybe, Lee. Maybe. Have you changed your username at all, or has it always been Lee Francis? Oh, you got all of them? You got all the drops? Ugh. I'd be so annoyed if I was this Jason. Like, oh, fuck you guys. You've always been Lee Francis? See, I'd say your name sounds familiar, but it's only because, like, I've been looking at it today. So, of course, it looks familiar because I've been looking at it today. Whoa! Why me? No! No! Whoa, wow, that was lucky. Oh, damn, less lucky. When I get you, Ricky! When I get you, Ricky! Ricky, when I get you! When I get you, Ricky! The only drop I want is the one that drops me. Oh my god. I'm telling Maddie. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh man. Ooh, get those gens done though. Yes! Okay. And then oh, okay, so that's the gen that needs to get done. Good to know. Because now he can get me. Good boy. Let's go get those gens, homie. Unless you want to heal me, that's fine. Yeah, totally.
Let's rock.
At least we know what gen she was on. I did not think we were going to get as many gens done as we are.
Let's rock.
Yo. No! She did so good, though. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, she's cringe. I'm gonna do it. Maybe I can distract him, though. Wait, hold on. If I could distract him... Damn, no, he went to the gen, didn't he? Because I would have had love to have distracted him. Oh, perfect. So Steven gets the gen, you know? What? Okay, that's fine. Perfect. I'm gonna run away as far away from the gen as I can. Oh, nice. He's got the hindered one. I don't make this. No! Yes, I do! What the fudge? Ah! Who put that there? Damn it. Who put that wall there? Yes, Steve! Yes, Steve! Yes, Steve! Now Steve has doors and hatch as an option. Beautiful. Okay, Steven gets out. I know this for an actual factual. I know you're not gonna hear any sound right now. I know you're gonna hear any sound right now. I'm sorry. It's by design. I'm sorry. I gotta get a Discord invite. Okay. I send you Whisper Luffy. Okay. Did he live? I wasn't looking. Did he live? He lived. Damn, GG's. Oh, he had. Oh no, he had to remember me. And no, yeah. Damn, GG's. Womp womp. Oh my god, I like how the top 3 subs is 23, 24, and 25. Counting is fun! Enjoy your game, Bewitch! And thank you so much for lurking. I really appreciate that. You guys ready for some Jason? You guys ready for me to get curb stomped? Get here. Ooh, I kind of want to change my outfit. Let's do you. Let's do creepy, gross boy. Yeah. Lee, it looks like you joined the Discord May 3rd, 2023. I'm looking at your chat history. Your chat history has been a lot of 1-bit giving and going, I'm gay! And then you asked me, do you support the LGBTQ? Oh my god. There's been a lot of tier 1. I'm gay! And it's like on different days, dude. I'll hear 5/10/2023. I'm gay! It's very funny. It's crazy. Yeah, it's very funny. just, I'm gay! It's very funny. I'm gay, by the way. What? I'm glad you're still gay. I'm glad you didn't leave us. That's so funny. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, what? Really? Oh! I got pushed out! That's so homophobic! I can't believe I got pushed out of the locker. That's so homophobic. I didn't know that people hid in lockers. Now I know. Hardcore lesbian! As you should be. Queenship. Oh, I wanted the window. Hello, love. Goodbye, love. Really wanted the window. Perfect. God, I love when people throw the pallets at Jason. That makes me so happy. Oh my god. I'm on the wrong scene. Sorry. For the record, I did click the scene. I just didn't click. You know what I mean? I was like, why do I hear music right now? Scene queen! Bye, Lintona! Lintona, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much for coming and saying hello. Oh, that gen's almost done. Whoa! Hello, love. Goodbye, love. God, barbecue is so good. Spades, I'm gonna suck your pee-pee because that is such a good recommendation. Devil Dog, welcome back. Oh, without a machete? Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Alright, someone's all the way over there, so we're gonna go all the way over here. Found this gen? Yeah. Oh. Oh, I see. Ooh, good dodge, good dodge. We're gonna do this, though. Yeah, it's scary. She's so scary. Oh. She's mad about it. Calm spirit. Smart. I think I'm safe to hook you here. Yeah, pick up here because everyone was on the other side of the map, which would be good for barbecue. Man, barbecue on this killer is insane. Also, Lulu! 4 minutes ago, I'm so sorry, love. Mwah, mwah. You get 2 kisses because I missed them. Alright. I'm gonna get the guy that's on the gen. Oh, V, right? Hello, lovely. Oh, sprint burst. Alright, that's fine. Now I know. So you have a sprint burst. The other one has calm spirito. It's actually good that we go this way because I can hopefully, yeah, cut off the people that are going to unhook, which is right here. Oh, they got the unhook. That's fine. I can try to get you. You have a flashbang. Good to know. Can't remember where I hooked her. I think it was over here. Don't remember. That's still regressing. Is this one still regressing? I don't know. Oh, no, I never kicked it. It's regression, no. Oh, someone's here. God, nowhere to hide. God, Spades, I'm gonna suck your pee-pee. Respectfully. Nice cock. I'll try that. I'll definitely get that a try. Let's break this door. Hello, love. Window or door? Where are you going? Oh, alright. Let's actually do this. The old Gluck Gluck. that is not where I wanted to go. Oh, actually, kind of. Ooh, I kind of want to get the Meg out, but I won't. There's only 4. There's still 4 gens left, so no reason to tunnel. Respectfully, Gluck Gluck. Booty! Nice. Cool. So I haven't gotten her yet, so I would like to hook someone diffwit. Nya! I have no barbecue pings. Oh! Thanks, Beefbot!
Hello.
Beatbot, that's very sweet of you. Welcome and thank you very much for the follow. Slow regressing. Oh. Oh, so they were all there. I see! Schmackle a dackle. Let's just go back to hook. Right? Like, why bother, right? Why bother not? I just know where they are. Check hook. Not here. Okay. Beef Bob! Hey! Where's your beef? You smell like beef. Instructions. No. Aha! Aki! Man. Still nothing. Ah. There we go. Still nothing. Man. Well, let's check this gen. Oh, here we go. Someone's right here. Oh, I was hoping I was body blocking it, but I was too slow. Ooh, I was hoping I could just like get like a really cool, slutty little hit. I like going for stupid hits. Interesting. I was gonna say, because I know you got sprint burst. I know you don't got the life. Oh, no way! Nice, nice, nice. Who was that, Jill? No, was that Sable? I don't know. Nice. AF. Let me get this. I'm so greedy, you know? Missed a skill check? Ooh, not good for you, love! You kick. Ooh, actually, I want you, because you're crouching. Hello, lovely. It's 2. Oh, damn. Oh, now she knows to throw it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Damn it! There's a perk that lets you, like, stomp on a totem if, if they have blessed it. So it's a very, like, situational kind of, like, perk thing. If you know what I mean. Oh, I keep forgetting you have Calm Spirit. That really trips me out, Sable. I gotta use my power more. So she's right here. We're gonna slug. Nope, we're just gonna throw. Yep. So I don't think anyone else is here. I'm gonna put you over here, actually, because you're closer to the Genowato. That is still regressing. Perfecto. They're on that gen. I want them to do that gen. So I'm not gonna put pressure on that gen. Okay. Is a totem by your favorite hook? Oh, is it a hook that I've been using a lot? Is that what you got my favorite? That's funny. Oh. Here There's somebody. There we go. Hello, Joe. Perfect. Yes, perfect. Now all the gens are over on this side of the map. Nice. Perfect. Otter Gaming! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, I keep forgetting that they have flashlights. Yep, there it is. Wow! That was scary. I had to be... Moth. I gotta be more careful, love. I gotta be more careful. But all the gens are now on this side of the map, which is great. DS? Wait, that has DS, yeah? Oh, okay. So, she's just dead, then. How would... Lee! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. That was an interesting choice. Right? But now all the gens are on this side of the map, so I think this is very much in my favor, this game. Yeah. What's up, Jason Voorhees? Big fan. Big fan. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna get the Megan. The Megan. Nice. I shouldn't have got that, but I got it anyway. Big fan, big fan! Oh, no, she went. She might have... Oh, there she is. Oh. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. Was there another one? I think I got you. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, I think this is it. This is it. What's up? Yup. Happy Tuesday. Happy Jason Day. Cool. And they're over there. And the other one must be close to me. I don't... Because they can heal all they want. Like, right? Like... Well, I guess, yeah. I'll go over there. Whatever. They're both injured. There's 2 gens left. But all those gens are regressing. How is it 0? Oh, it starts off at 0. Like, that's like the initial counter is 0. Oh, in basement. Brother. What the fu- This is the second time this person's goobered me like that. What the fudge? What? Because first they knocked me out of that generator, or that generator. That locker, and then... I don't know how that didn't hit, but hey, whatever. We still got it, but... Yeah, sorry, it starts off at 0. I know. I know. Alright, so they're either in a locker or they're close by. They're going great, Pip! I'm having the best time. Quite the floppy fish, eh? In it, bruv. I guess we could just check on the gens. Oh, she died. Okay. Yeah, this is a good game. This is a really good game. Even if they get hatched, fuck yeah, GG's. Oh, they are over here though. I could try to find them, I suppose. Oh, I hear it. Nice! Oh, I wonder if they brought an offering. Yeah, you fit the face and the player. Oh. So they're a bully. What did I do? I'm very curious. I felt like I played that very fair. Feet sniffer. Oh, okay, so they're just trolling. Okay. I would say GG's, but never mind. Oh, they did bring Hatch in May. Nice. GG's. How'd the flashlight taste? Good. ACO. Very good. It's alright.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. There you go. Perks of being in the creator program. They pay attention to you. Alright. Gets worried. Is that a torn ACL? Hope Someday you could return the favor and help bring the movement of fair and unified streaming. We don't do follow for follow here, but good luck on that mission, New England. If you unfollow, that's okay. I'm not offended. But good luck on your streaming journey. Have a good night, Fear the Dark Wolf. Enjoy your games. Good luck. Have fun. You had a Henry? I haven't gone against anything but Jason's night. Oh, really? What emo was it, Fear? Henry, I would like to go against the Vecna. The report is wild. You literally said your face matches the player. So, it's always, it's probably a man. You know this person's a man. You know? And they probably go, it was just a joke after they say something that's offensive and it's not funny. So... I was not playing sweaty at all. I literally purposely made sure that I didn't tunnel. I literally was like, oh, let's skip hooks. Let's spread out the hooks a little bit. I don't know. It's all right. It's all right. It is what it is. They can enjoy their trolling. Their rage bait has no effect on me. It's fine. It's no big deal. Yeah, the gaslight gatekeep girl boss. I couldn't care less. But what did they say? I already forgot. It was because you're sweaty and it matches the gameplay. I don't remember. I already blacked out. Alright, let's play some Survivor. Thanks! Jason I'm having so much fun playing as Jason.
Lizard.
I'm having so much fun playing as Jason. I think they're just mad and they're scared because I'm a DVD creator and because of the report. But if you go and offend someone's appearance, that's bullying. And, you know, and then you come into the Twitch chat and say, I was just joking. GG's though. We know you're not joking. You're just mad because you got called out for it. What's up, Big Perp? Big Perp, happy Tuesday. Right? I haven't been this excited for a killer as I have for a Springtrap. Oh, Saucy. Well, I mean, he's not going anywhere, right? That's all right. It is what it is. Oh, I keep forgetting to press play! Fudge! Krasu still has me scared. I've only gone against 2 Krasus in my entire life. And one of them... Oh, no. Yeah, and one of them DC'd on me. So I couldn't even play against her. Oh, gotcha, Fear. I'll look at it later. Devil Dog, me too! I think it was last week, though. If it wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was either a week or 2 ago. You know what's funny? I heard the sound before I saw who played the alert, and I was like, God, I hope Leon's Moans is here. Fun fact, I have a Leon in my game right now. Thanks for the Leon's Moans, Leon's Moans. Dark Wolf! Mwah, think of the forehead, QC.
Lizard.
Are you okay, Big Perp? Are you okay? Yikes. Enjoy your games, Dark Wolf. Oh, you said silent alert. Whoops. Whoops. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I am really enjoying that build for Jason, though. I'm really enjoying the Como se dice? Nowhere to hide.
Hello?
Yo! Leon's Mods! Thank you for getting the sub to Reese. Reese, enjoy your emotes, your ad-free food, and your sub badge. And Leon's Modes, if you don't have it already, enjoy your Jason badge. Because I see you already have the DVD one. That's really funny, Adrian. Unknown. Let's see. In 2 seconds, we'll know if it's omnipresent evil. Ah, there it is. Let's see if the totem is up here. It's not. It's downstairs. That's right. No! Oh. 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 Stupid question? No such thing. Where'd my totem go? A summer ween party? Is that just like you just have a Halloween party in the summer? Is that what that is? Where'd that totem go? How excited for you? I feel like I'd be... Okay, where is it? Is it right here? I feel like I'd be more excited if I had seen all the movies, but I have not seen all the movies yet because I'm lame. Okay, girl, am I stupid? See, this is why I can't... This is why I can't play with small game. Because my small brain can't play small game. I don't know where these perks are. Totems. So I'm very, very excited. I think he is... I think he fits in beautifully into this game. I would like... I've only seen the first movie, so I need to see... What, there's 3? I need to see the other 2. Sushi guy. Mwah, think of the forehead you see. You were at a concert? Wait, no way! What concert? I will carve jack-o'-lanterns. Oh, he's going right back to the hook. Okay. Where's the totem of mystery? Duh. Girl out, show like Casper or something, other movie, have cute little bat cocktails. Oh my gosh, that does sound lovely. Oh, nice. Oh, I got my next drop, yippee! So now I just need my 6-hour drop. So I need to stream for at least 3 more hours. Oh, they already got a gen done? Where have I been? Who are you chasing? Okay. Is it Leon? Do I need to help? Do I need to help you, brother? Do I need to help you, King? I don't know if I need to help him. Where's he going? Where you coming? Girl, I don't think this is the right place, but I'll still take a hit for you. Gamer! Okay. Now you run. I take it, you run. Yes, good boy. Cool, okay. I'll take it. I'm not done! Again? Surely you won't fall for it thrice. Close! Capricorn! Don't let me forget after. Remind me after this game. Fire King. Mwah. Think of the forehead QC. Bye, Leon's buds. Fire King, thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate you. Hey, I made him whiff 3 times in a row. I'll take it. I'll do my best. I hope so. Big chillin'. I've been really enjoying playing V. V is so cute. Did he ever break that pallet? I don't think he broke that pallet. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna hide in the locker. Yeah, chase him. Yeah. I can go into a locker. Ah. I see you. So my top perk is Overcome, which is my only non-totem perk related perk. Fuck me. Where if I get hit, I'm just like, I have like a more of a speed boost. My left perk is Inner Healing or Inner Strength, depending on like what you, I don't know, where you are in your DVD life. It's either Inner Healing or Inner Strength, if you want to go licensed or unlicensed. And if you cleanse a totem you can heal yourself into a locker like I just did. Like I just healed myself in a locker because I had a cleansed totem. And then there's the one on the bottom, which is Counterforce, which lets me cleanse totems faster, and after you've cleansed a totem, the furthest totem away from you on the map will be highlighted, like its aura will be highlighted to you for a couple seconds. And my right one is Small Game, where you hear this like this almost like a cymbal sound, like a ding ding every little bit. Like if I look, like right there, I looked in a direction, which means there's a totem in that direction that I just moved my camera. And here, when it goes on cooldown again, I'll do it again. There we go. So it means there's a totem that I'm looking at. I think they do. I don't think I have mine on. I think the overlay that I have on right now might be the Cult of the Lamb one still, actually. I'm not sure. But yes, I believe they still have it. Yeah, Overcome is my top perk. Yeah, I wanted to do a 12-hour stream today. I know I said it in the Discord I was going to do a 12-hour stream today, but I was sick this morning. So, oh, it still is Cult? Yikes, I haven't played Cult in a couple weeks, or maybe in a couple months, so I think I should move it to DBD. Oh, this is the last gen? Slay! But, yeah, I should move it to DBD. What was I gonna say? I don't remember, I was gonna say something, though. Where's this mystery totem? Where are you? Oh! What's up, Nocturne? Oh! Well, welcome in and welcome back! I hope you're doing very well today. Where's this totem? You're somewhere here. Oh, afterwards? Probably. I might do it after stream. Oh, I need to do a Discord invite for Capricorn. Okay. Where were the doors? I wasn't looking. What was I going to talk about? There was something else I was going to say. Sorry, I don't remember. But hey, I'm glad you could be here. Oh, that's what I said. Yeah, I put in the Discord that I was going to do a 12-hour stream today. But I got sick this morning. I wasn't feeling very well. So I am doing a 10-hour. 12 hours are like no easy feat, especially if you're neurodivergent like moi. It's a struggle, isn't it? Oh. Ah, thanks, Pip! Appreciate you. Yeah, 12 hours are no easy feat, especially if you're neurodivergent. It just sucks. Takes the wind right out of you. Not because I think it's bad, but just because it's just exhausting. GG's. All right, what did you have? Rampage. What is Rampage? Oh, it's the okay, the haste one. Okay, cool. Oppression, Spirit Fury, and Enduring. Nice. Okay, and Fury. Cool. Haha, that's awesome. GG's. Oh, no, don't apologize, Big Perp. You were so Gucci. I never expect anybody to be in my Discord. And even if people do join my Discord, I don't expect people to stay or chat or anything like that. Oops. Hello, God?
Thanks so much for my badge, babe. I love you. Pix love Pixlicker.
Stay. No, thank you. Enjoy your 90 emotes or ad review and your sub badge. You're so sweet, Stay. I hope you're doing so good. Who needs it? Capricorn. Alright, send you a Vispera on Twitch. Or not. Copy? Hello? God? Sorry, my PC is so slow today. As that's different from any other day. Okay. Let me know if that doesn't work. Okay, we're good. but say, I hope you're doing so good. Fear, I totally get that. Yellow, green, blue, purple, but I'm missing orange, and it's possible to find orange stars. Oh, really? Interesting. I'm doing very well. I'm doing a lot better right now than I was this morning. This morning I was feeling very sick, and so I'm glad I feel better. Oh my god, the visual updates, yeah. What are we thinking about the weather? So the only people that I see that have had anything negative to say, if at all, are spirit players, because they rely so heavily on, you know, like audio cues and sounds. So any spirit mains in chat that are, you know, not so crazy about the weather? Let me know. Oh yeah, stay. Are you spirit main? No issue. Perfect. Thank you, Capricorn. Thank you for the heads up. Oh, I would love to surprise someone coming out of here. How fun would that be? Oh wow, look at that. Cool, and I got him too. Let's go. Sorry, Tap Man. Sorry, Tap. Oh, okay. I know you're good. Yeah, I'm the same way. Oh, hello, love. I didn't know I. Oh, look, I've been impaled. I didn't know I impaled you. Sorry, love. My first game on Killer today. Oh man, I was having a rough time. Do I have any mods here? The blow me. The blow me got you. That one actually gets a lot of people. But if I have any mods here that can accept that, that'd be great. But if not, give me a moment, love. Killer games are rough to pause in. I do not, Copper Kid, but if you need anybody's code, I know a lot of really cute and cool homies that have them. Ooh, how cool would that have been, though, David? David, would that not have been so cool? I feel like I was so far away, but that's fine. Mod check? That's alright. Yeah, it's alright. No problem, no problem. Oh, so all the iridescent creators that just joined after they made, so all the Fog Whisperers have a creator code, right? But the iridescent people that just got into the server don't have one yet. Oh, that is not where I wanted to go, but that's fine. Don't have one yet because they're working on the program. They haven't quite made it available for everyone yet. Ooh, I wanted that though. I was shellfish. Ooh, she went. Oh, hello, love. Girl, you know I'm the bad guy, right? Wait, hold on, chill. Okay, he's going down there. Oh, okay, we got some over here. So here. Oh, I wanted the window or the door, but that's fine. That still seems a little bit buggy. You're going down there. I'll meet you downstairs. This is so... Oh, no, that's where I wanted to go. Okay, we're good. I was about to say buggy, but no, we're good. Little Gucci has a coochie. Where are you? Ah, there you are, Peter. Whoa, David, where'd you go? That was so funny. Yeah, get out of my swamp. I do have a credit code for Fortnite. It's true. It's true. Oh, hello, my love. Hello, lovely. God, Nerd Hide is so good. Wow, the auto aim on that was beautiful. Yeah. This is his second hook, though, but to be fair, I haven't found anyone else. Oh, man. Roof. Oh! They're right behind me. They're right behind me, aren't they? Oh, wow. They getting them gens done. Where is she? Ah, there you are, Peter. And we get you. The other guy's still downstairs. I actually might hook him and then go straight downstairs. What do you guys think? Where's my hook? It's over here, isn't it? Oh, it's over here. That's right. Oh, they got the David instead. Interesting. I guess you'll just die. Oh. Go mend, bitch. Yeah, I think, nice. Oh, they got him at the last second. Whatever. What's up, Saphira? Saphira, happy Tuesday. Took me a second. Oh, basement? Okay. It's your first one. I hope you had so much fun this weekend. Oh, there they are. Okay. It's like, any aura? I was looking at the wrong way. I think they're on that gen. Oh, hello, love. Oh, Jason. Jason Derulo. I don't think you make that. No, you don't. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that. That's so sweet. I'm glad you had fun, though. I'm really glad you had fun. That's so sweet. Thank you so much for saying that. What did I miss? What's up, King Fluffy Duck? Nada mucho. Oh, he's dead! Oh. That should not have hit. Oh, that makes me so happy. Are they in basement right now? I think they actually... What? I think he just like gave up. I heard kink? Did I say kink? I may have. I do think about kinky things a lot. Oh, hello, love. That is not where I wanted to go, but that's so funny. I just nurse blinked into the basement. Ah! This is exactly where I want to be. This is exactly where I want to be. Everything went by design. I meant to come down here. There's a pallet right there. Felix. Always thinking about those cakes. Whoa! Was that auto dead hard with code Tony the Duff? That was really good. That was a really good dead hard. No, this is not a family stream. We are 18 plus. 18 plus. Oh, that pallet. Aw, man. Ooh, I want it. I just want silly little things, you know? Like, I want, like, silly little hits. I want them. I need them. I crave them. Oh, it was great re-meeting you! Everyone say good nightly. Ooh, damn. Felix, you got me good. No, and I'm also dumb. Kels, did I say hello to you, or am I mean? I'm gonna say goodnight, mean. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad to know that you're still gay, by the way. I'm joking. But seriously, and happy Pride. Have a good nightly. Thank you so much for hanging out. This build is so much fun. Like this, these perks. Very fun. Hello, lovely. Damn it! I did it again! I nurse blinked downstairs again. Alright, well, have fun. Happy Pride! Like father, like mother. I would never. See, that was by design. Ooh, yes. I'm gonna follow the fung min. It's also Cal's birthday in like 9 days? Something? Soon. Soon, TM. Soon. That's right. Okay, pretend like I did miss right in front of my face. Yikes. Sunday! Sunday! Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Are you gonna do anything special for your birthday? I'm gay for the girls. Where are you? Okay, you could be anywhere. Oh, is that a gen that I can kick? Yay! Yeah, let me kick that gen. Let me kick. Nowhere to hide. Let me. Yes! Hello, me love. Oh. He just went through the portal. Yep, there he is. Let me out! 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 I wonder if I can get one of them because of the portal. Oh, how cool would it be if I, like, could get it through? Oh, I'm She-They! Good question, good question. Who is this? Oh, well, I gotta get you, right? Because the other one's on Death Hook. Now everyone's... Oh, wait! You are on Death Hook. It's fine. Either way, someone's dying. Either way, you're both injured. Either way, someone's dying. It's all fair. Hi, Steph! Steph, happy Tuesday. Look who it is. Well, well, well. Did you bring a present for me? Happy Tuesday, mate. Thanks, love. I just hold shift to sprint, by the way. I just held shift to sprint, in case anyone was wondering. I did that. Is he still here? Or am I stupid? What? What? Shut up, chat. Steph! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, QC. The game's been super fun. Only one person's been mean in, like, endgame chat. Besides that, it's been great. The game's been super fun. Hello, love. Wait, come here. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something. Ah. I want to get like a really fun hit. I just want a really fun one, you know? Really good one. Oh, there he is. Okay. Kill. I think it's my second 4K! No, wait, is it the world record, Panda Pants? I didn't know where he went. GG's. GG's. Yippee! A lot of Calm Spirit, or not Calm Spirit, a lot of Iron, oh yeah, a lot of Calm Spirit, yeah. That has to be for his power, right? That has to be because of the power. Hey, I hope you've had a really good lurky worky. Oh, you're asking me. So instead of asking, wait, have you heard, let me tell you about your car's extended warranty. It's, have you heard the good news about Malort? Is that what we're talking about? Also, speaking of good news, don't forget that G Fuel today and tomorrow still 40% off with code Kitten. 40% off just yesterday, today, and tomorrow. 3 days. Big boost. Hi, Tom! Tom, I have this build that I've been doing for Jason. Call of Brine, Barbecue and Chili, Nowhere to Hide, and Brutal Strength, and I've been having so much fun with it. So much fun. I did get cold sweaty earlier because of it. But I'm very curious on what this build says, or what about this build says sweat, but they were not happy about it. This barbecue for whispers? No, I don't know why. I can't do whispers. It's like small game to me. Which, by the way, I think I should get rid of small game, because small game, it confuses me more than anything. What button? Wait, did I ask you what you're gonna do for your birthday? And did I ignore you? No, what button? Oh! Well, how are you feeling right now, Kels? Are you gonna do a birthday stream? I'm always ignored. I know I'm the worst. Hold on. I'm looking. Oh, that's right. We literally just talked about this because it's also Father's Day on Sunday. Happy hey Tom, what are you gonna get me for Father's Day? That's a joke, by the way. I'm joking. I'm literally joking. It's been 2 months since your last stream. Has it really? I will watch your stream. You should. You should watch your streams. She does VTubing and flash tubing. 420. I kind of have to pee, by the way. Big, girthy, moist cake? Fuck yeah. What flavor, Tom? Or flavors, you know. Feeling a lemon cake. With like a little fresh strawberries on it. Vanilla icing. Yeah, that sounds really good right now. Black Forest. You can have that. You can keep it. Because that's chocolate cake, isn't it? Frost on the tip. Oh! That's funny because I'm not her father. I am pretty daddy. Same. Wait, what do you mean, Destiny? What did you think? Raspberry lemon cake? Yeah, I'll allow it. Yeah, Black Forest, I think, is chocolate, yeah. Oh, that's right, post-vacation. How many days were you on vacation for? Was it just like a week? Cake? It is, yeah. I love chocolate. And I feel like I would eat a chocolate cake. I don't know. I just don't like chocolate. Oh, I just don't like chocolate cake. I'm a fatty. Like, I love food. I love chocolate. I love sweets. But I can't do chocolate cake. I can't do chocolate milk. And I can't do chocolate ice cream. Like, none of that is fun for me. I don't know. I don't know if it's because I feel like cake is already, like, such, like, a heavy, like, substance already. Like, I want it to be, like, a lighter flavoring with, like, the vanilla or lemon or some sort of, like, lighter colored flavor. But I do hate white chocolate, too. Blech! What? Did you really? I want a lava lamp. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. Cows, that's a lot. Did you smuggle any home? Because there were a bunch of, roly-polies at my sister-in-law's house. I did think of you. Oh, really? I love frosting. I love frosting, but it has to be, like, good frosting, you know? Yeah, Steph, right? And I'll take it because then I don't have to fight people for, like, the edges of cake. Because I'm just like, give me the edge piece, baby. You're 5. God, I love lava lamps. Almost said lava cake. Because we're talking about cake and lava lamps. Then lava cake makes sense. Yeah, Steph, I'm so glad that we're just like, I like, not the bad frosting, but like the good, like, melts in your mouth buttercream. That's what it's called, buttercream frosting. And it has to be room temperature. It can't be cold, because if it's cold, then, like, the butter, like, feels weird. It's gotta be room temperature, so just... You almost shipped some home. Yeah, you have a problem. I used to work at Spencer's, and I think that's where a lot of, like, my, like, lava lamp love started. Oh, really? I don't know if I am or not. I know my family has, like, a lot of health issues, and I'm not the healthiest person, but I don't expect to live long, so I don't really care. I don't have any dependents, I'm fine. As long as I outlive these fuckers, it's fine, because they're the only reasons why, like, I haven't, like, you know? Anyways, sorry, went dark. I love lava lamps, too. I also love, and I do have one, those, like, water, like, those, like, bubble water lamps that have, like, fake fish in them. I have one of those, and I love it. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't say that my pets have saved me, but they're more like they're keeping me hostage on this world. But W Oreo, cows. Thank God for Oreo, then. But, Raven, I'll have all your buttercream. A pie? Girl! Okay, but what's your favorite pie? Yeah, I agree. But it has to be, like, a modern lava lamp for me, because I get scared about, like, overheating. Yeah. Yeah. That worked out really well for you. That worked out really well for you, Kels. I think it's self-report. I think it's exclamation point self-report. Or exclamation point Canada is fake. I didn't make that, or made that. Where'd she go? Oh, I love key lime. I love key lime pie. Yeah, what's up, Raiders? Raiders, welcome in. Human Raptor and friends. What is your favorite pie? Go. Perfect time for a raid. Yeah, Kitty Cat Cal's favorite pie is a cream pie. Are you really, Nocturne? No way! Do you make, like, the prettiest things? I make, and I have a very strong passion for baking, but I'm really bad at making it look good. I can make things taste great, but it can never look good. It will never look good. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. We are currently playing Dead by Daylight because Jason just joined the fog, and I'm having the best time. Oh, should we do a different cosmetic for next game? Yeah, we could do his little nasty swamp boy one. Cookie bacon stream? Nah, I'm good. I did bake a doggy cake for Charlie for his birthday one year though. No way. Okay, Nocturne. What would you say would be like your top like 3 if you have of like things that you've decorated? Human Raptor. First of all, I hope you had a great stream. Second of all, what is everyone's favorite pie? So what are your pie? Oh, my pie tastes? Oh, so what you're saying is your pie tastes better than it looks? Shut the fuck up. I have some cherries in my refrigerator, Tom. Do you want some? I think key lime. Ooh, Oreo. I would eat it, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. Like if I'm in the aisle and I'm shopping, I wouldn't go for it. I would look at it. I'd be like, but I wouldn't buy it. Key lime. I fudging love key lime. I do love French silk. French silk pie is pretty bomb. I was gonna say pecan pie, but like, banana? Like banana cream pie? Blueberry? You got shit on Panda Pants. Oh! Hi, Matt! That were little Reese. Ah! No way! That sounds so cute, Doctor. I love Christmas. Christmas makes me so happy. Banana cream pie. Human Raptor. I'm gonna put that in my top 3 too. I love bananas. I have actually a bunch of bananas upstairs if anyone wants some. And I think they're like perfectly ripe because they're just like, they're yellow, but like they're perfectly like got those black speckles on them. So you know they're like perfect. I might go grab one right now because I had to go pee. But I'll wait a couple minutes and I'll go. Oh, Ice Night Kills. Ice Night Kills and DVD. Yeah, Human Raptor. I hope you had the best stream ever. Thank you so much for the raid. If anybody needs to go raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, mommies, and bevies. Get Ika, Pika, Puka, stretch, go drink. But, welcome in, everybody. Panda Pants! That's 3 in a row, by the way. Southern Nanner cream pie is my girl. Oh my god. I thought you were going to say it was your girlfriend's nickname or something. My mom made a Tres Leches cake inspired one. It was so good. Oh, yum! Was being penetrated, pilled, and called a French hooter. Same. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see all the follows, and I'm very, very grateful. Welcome in. Custard? Well, I'm glad that I'm happy that you said something. And it didn't get automatic. Hello, Electric Star. Very cute name. I love your name. Kiss and a crystal pumpkin. I want to say something orange because, you know, pumpkin, but let's see. Ooh, soapstone. I love soapstone. I actually have, I have this soapstone froggy on my desk because I love him so much. I think soapstone is so cute. And they're so smooth. Yeah, soapstone. Very slay. He's so cute. I love him. Also, check you out. Oh, you're gonna regret it real quick. I love soapstone. I've gotten a friends a couple soapstone stuff. Ooh, here's another one that I have just chilling. Some grape agate. Little mini grape agate specimen. Very mini. I have a bigger one too, but she's upstairs. But I think grape agate is so dangerous for autistic people because you just want to put it in your mouth. What else do I got? Just chilling here. I have a moonstone. I have a moonstone mushy. I think Rootsy may have given this to me. I also have this Labrador like fidget stone, like worry stone. Obsidian and goldstone. Ah! Now, regular goldstone, or there, like what color goldstone? Okay, I have no clue where that mushy went, so I'm gonna have to go find that. I just swept the other day too. Damn. No, you're so good, fan of fans. I know. God, goldstone is so nice. What's my favorite crystal? Peach satin spar. Peach satin spar. Bumblebee jasper and rainbow fluorite. Those are my top 3 in order. Yeah, peach satin spar. There's something about peach satin spar that's just like, oh, I love it so much. I should have some down here. I have a bunch in my crystal closet upstairs. I have a crystal like cabinet. So you're just like equal opportunity. Big Prep, you just love them all. I love goldstone. The orange red. I have a blue goldstone. Oh, it's just so pretty. But I love like the classic like orange red. Yeah. Yeah. My grandma's favorite was Tiger's Eye. I think. I might be making that up, or she just had a lot of Tiger's Eye. I don't know. She owned a crystal shop for like forever. So she gave me a ton. Really? No way. I love the blue goldstone. I really do. And like I know there's like a lot of like elitists when it comes to like crystals and stones, but like I don't know. I think I love goldstone. An Oregon sunstone? I would like to eat that. Yes. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? Is it cherry? No. What is the one that I'm thinking of? I have one. Oh, is it this? Oh, is it this? It might be that, but it might be this. Okay. It's cherry quartz. Cherry quartz is definitely another one that I would like to put in my mouth. I have a cherry quartz sphere that I bought back in like when COVID hit, and I was like, I love it. Alright, do you guys mind if I go pee? You guys don't mind, right? I've been to the mine in Oregon and found a bunch of orange and red ones, but none of the ones that have green. Oh, I think I remember you saying that you like the ones with the green, right? Alright, so you stolen like they have like stripes in it, right? Or is it speckles? No way! I have a garnet ring. Oh! Oh my god. I have this garnet ring that my local crystal shop, they gave it to me for my birthday because I was shopping, and I was like, I was already getting a bunch of stuff, and I was shopping. I was looking at the rings, and they're like, "Oh, what are you looking for?" I was like, "I don't know. I'm like looking at one of these rings. I'm already getting so much," and like they talked to me, and they knew it was my birthday. They're like, "Oh, here, just pick one of these rings, and it's a birthday gift for you." I was like, and so that was just so sweet. This ring is very special because it was a gift, you know. So ombre green. Oh, really? The sunstone? All right, I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I'll play an ad while I'm peeing.
Okay, so he has
we don't miss anything.
He has
But,
Grim.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna assume Payres as well.
Happy Pride, by the way. I love that.
And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. something something. Oh no. Do we hold him? Ah, damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pallet here, no pallet here, on the right. No pallet here, on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh. W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! How close is everyone to their drops? I want to see how close I am to mine. 61%. Whatever. Thanks, Saucy. 92% of the 3-hour one. Cool. Close. I'm 61% to my 6-hour one. Oh, you got them all. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. Oh, that's right. You got plenty of time. Ah! Let's go! What color? Z. Alright. I was about to take small game off and put on conviction, but I know I'm gonna take off small game. I'm gonna do it, and I'm calling it. I'm calling it now. I'm taking off small game. I'm putting conviction back on, and we're gonna get a bunch of hex builds now. Calling it. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Shite. No way, pretty. Oh, thank you, Panda. Oh, let's go. Ewok! And then we have, oh, is he wearing a kilt? I believe a kilt is called Fisker? Fisker? No, I don't think that's it. I didn't do my Duolingo today. Fuck. Nah, I'm a fake fan. Oh, shit, I have to do my Duolingo. Hold on. I don't want to miss my streak. Alright, we'll just have to do a fast one. We'll have to do a fast one. Don't do listening ones. I can't hear. Ski. I can't listen right now. I'm sorry. Oh, my stomach just growled. I should have grabbed the protein shake. Yeah. Yeah, I had to use one of my freezes this week because I forgot about it because I've been so, like, blech. I am fun. Honey Sporsal. Hamadi Sporsal. Dulik. Dulik. Hami Ski. Dulik. Hakalam. Trang. 1, I gotta do like 1 or 2 more. Alright, we'll wait 2 seconds, see if it's a Jason. Oh, it is a Jason. No, it's not. Is it? Is it? I don't see any metal piles around. Is it our first non-Jason? Ooh. It's not. Wow. Is it Nemi? Oh, hello, Nemi. Interesting. Our first non-Jason of the day. Oh, hello, love. Oh, hello, Totem. Ooh, hell yeah, Big Perp. It's either Spanish or Vanish. Oh my god, that's so funny. Either Spanish or Vanish sounds so scary. Oh, I guess I'll do this Jen, because he's a little bit further from him. Karasu. Karasu is pretty scary. Still don't know how to play against her. Dude, you're harshing me vibe, guys. No, as far as I'm concerned, you made that up. As far as I'm concerned, you made it up. I'm letting you take all that credit. Why did he leave me, by the way? I guess I could do the unhook, I guess. I will stay right here, actually. Why did he just, like... Why he come so fast? Ah! Oh, you come fast. Damn it. Damn it. I had him. I had him on the ropes. Oh, poops! Yeah! God, I'm so bad at this video game. Why do people watch me? Stop. Stop. I love the M2 commitment! Oh, he makes me so happy. I love you. I love you so much, and you're my favorite skin. I appreciate you so much. Also, I just wiped my nasty feet. Oh, I just washed my hands. Okay. I wiped my finger on my glasses. Do I have this much? A little bit. Thank God I just washed them. What's up, Max? Welcome back. I'll never believe what I did. Well, what did you do? Ah, another person telling me to kill myself on YouTube. Nice. Nice. Yippee! A buzz cut, nice! How long was your hair before, Max? Hour and a half, oh my god. Holy! Welcome back, the Fox! Hey, let's go! Are you loading up to play right now too, Fox? Hi, Jeffrey. Did you like how we're twins? Do you like that?
Hell yeah.
I'm like in your kilt right now. Nah, it's alright. It's when you have stuff go viral. I know it's like so anti-content creator to say that you don't want your stuff to go viral. I don't want my stuff to ever go viral because whenever it does, it fucking sucks. Because people hate to see a fat autistic woman on the internet, you know? No matter what I'm doing, people are so fucking mean. Jeez, and Mary and Joseph. That Jen's fully regressed, eh? Eh? I appreciate you, Destiny. Thank you. Hello, lovely. Oh. We can do this. We got 2 people healing. That guy's, he's got to hook him anyway. Like, no, we're not gonna get the opportunity to heal you. Oh, if Jess takes the guy away. Okay, nice. Nice. Okay, that worked out. Woo! Oh, that's right. You don't have to share if you don't want to. No, you don't have to share. But do you have like a measurement Wait, where's the hook? Wait, where's the hook? Wait! Am I stupid? Oh. The answer is yes. Like, I could not find the unhook. Because he's already unhooked, so I'm stupid. Oh no, the coughing. Coughing! Ah, okay, gotcha. I don't know, does that help? I don't know. Am I helping or hurting? Oh! Oh! Let's go! Damn, that's so funny. I've been there. Oh my god, I've been there. I'm also so bad too, Nocturne. Oh my god. Where, I'll know someone's face, or I'll know someone's username, but I can't remember who they were because sometimes people just have, like, such similar usernames to one another, and or they have similar faces and usernames. Like, for example, like, white blonde women trip me up a lot because, no offense, but they all look the same to me. Oh, he's gonna be so satisfied when he finally finds me. Oh, she's skinny! Let's go. So, I'm pretty sure he didn't see me, and I fucked myself. That's right. Who doesn't love a good fucking themselves? My homeboy said M2s only. I love you. No! Good boy. Oh my god, I love him. I love you. I love you so much. Oh, there's no pie. Okay, there's one. Okay. Alright, well, I'm going back to that gen. He didn't quit it. I think he just wants us all infected. Oh, I see. Was that Pop? It felt like Pop. I don't remember that. Maybe Celestial Cygnus? Averysaur! No! I think I do! You know what? I do remember, because I think I remember when you changed your name to Averysaur. Oh, man. I don't remember seeing that message. I would not have remembered that. It was forever ago. I want to say that was when I still had my purple hair, and I think it was at my first house when I was with my ex. Yikes! Ugh, you know, the bad one. As if that narrows it down. I think that was also when I was still doing Pokemon cards for, like, every sub. And I had, like, even if you got gifted a sub, or it was every month. Because now I do Pokemon cards for every year that someone subbed. But that was when, because I think I have your name down on some of them. Same kind of deal. Ugh, yikes. We love growth. no, you, Nocturne. You and your gay wedding. I love that. I'm so happy for you. Ugh, I love growth. Wait, Destiny, are you talking about how I call myself fat? Because I am fat. And I'm not saying that in a debilitating, oh, guys, compliment me and tell me how pretty I am. Because I call myself fat, not ugly. And I'm very, very, very adamant as a fat, plus-size streamer, content creator, woman on the internet, to try to destigmatize the negative connotation that the word fat has. Yeah, so a lot of people think that, oh, I call myself fat, people think I'm calling myself ugly. And I'm not. I didn't say I was ugly. I said I was fat. Because I am... Oh, God. I can't remember last time I weighed myself. What, oh, God. What was that? 230? 230 pounds, 5'7"? clinically morbidly obese, but no one cares about like that. Like that's not actually an accurate like what's it called? Yeah, I could be both. I could be fat and ugly, and I could be fat and beautiful. I just happen to be fat and hot. But yeah, a lot of people are just like, oh, don't call yourself fat, you're beautiful. It's like, fuck you. I call myself fat, not ugly. I like how we're just like besties through this. We're besties through the fog. Just kidding, you can have that one. I didn't realize I was a solo gen. Well, yeah, well, I didn't call myself ugly, Panda Fans. You're reinstating the same thing I've been saying. How's DBD? It's going great, Zinka. I'm having so much fun. Jason's so much fun to play as and against. But this is my first time playing tonight as Survivor that's not against Jason. But it's fine, because it's Nemesis, and we love Nemesis. He has a medkit. He can go heal himself, because he just keeps running away, so I think he just wants to go heal himself, and that's fine. I'll go work on this gen. You know this guy's getting so frustrated, because he just, like, wants to find somebody. Oh! Yeah. He just wants to find somebody. I totally get it. I totally get it. I hate when I can't find people. I really do. Ah! Does she go down instantly? She might. Yeah. Are you doing some more Jason? I am right now. I'm loaded up as, every time you see me play Survivor, I'm currently loaded up as Jason, but I'm doing the play while you wait. It's Nemi, sis. Has smacked me for saying I look like a plain Jane with an attractive personality. Yeah, because you're putting yourself down. Oh, I thought I was dead. I have 3 different drinks around me, so I'm trying to figure out what I want to drink. That's what that was. God, my character's so cute. Zinka! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Zinka, have you been playing tonight? Today? Oh, also, welcome home, Lyrical. I didn't say that. I'm just a person, sad for me to hear that word. Oh, that word? It's not a bad word. How long is the killer queue? Like half a Survivor game. At the moment, for me, I'm thinking I'm 7 minutes for killer queue. No, I think you're good. I'm at 7 minutes, I think, for killer. Ooh, I can go heal myself, actually. So he can go do a gen. I can go heal myself. Araki. Beautiful. Oh, Zika, yes! Alright, so he's on solo gen. He's not on solo gen. I will go on this gen. So we have this gen, that gen, that gen. Okay. I'm effing adorable. Clock it, sis! Am I allowed to say that? 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I have. Yes, okay, he's back in the solo gen. Perfecto. No, it's not bad at all. So when I first got on at about 2-ish p.m., so about almost 7 hours ago, I think the killer queues people were saying were about 15 to 20 minutes, but now they're only 7 minutes. Probably because there's probably just more people online now because more people are home. So more people playing Survivor. And all over print with this? Oh, you're gonna get beat up. Do you mind if I take Leon's bones out back and beat him up? Anyone mind? I'll beat you up. I'm gonna rock him, sock him, robot to you. Do you mind? Hello. Do you mind if I just rock him, sock him, robot to you?
They're far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Leon's bones, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies! Whoa, that was so good. You're so hot for that. Where'd she go? You can hit me over there. Yeah, there we go. Stop! Stop! No! What is happening? Leanne's phone, thank you for the 5. Are you? Are you? 601 billion laser, thank you for the prime sub. Enjoy your 90. Count 'em. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing. And your sub badge. Oh. I don't have Soul Guard, you idiot. I forgot I took Soul Guard off for the stupid totem build. You idiot. You idiot. You idiot. Ah! Why do I play this game? What? But thank you so much for the prime sub. If you are looking for the sub badge for Dead by Daylight, prime subs don't count, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Pants Bones, thank you for the 5 subs. If you guys got get the sub, make sure you say thank you. Oh, Panda Pants. Yes, I want that IRL so badly. Thank you for giving sub to Mermaid Disaster, Gross Body, Rock'em Sock'em, Nocturne, and Goats of War. Leanne's Mounds, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Tell me. Nah. A shroomish? Yeah, I'll catch that. Fine, I'm joking. Yippee! Hey, oh, it's Tuesday! We're playing Heat of the Moment. Heat of the Moment. Alright, this is gonna be cursed, but you asked for it. Welcome back, music kid. Oh, yeah. Max, I can't wait to see. Is this the first time you've buzzed your hair, by the way? Leanne's Mounds, I'm taking inspiration from your emote that you use. And also you're wearing a handcuff necklace. Because it's Leon's handcuffs that you have on your collar. Yo, let's go! W Shroomish. Also, you broke the salmon streak. The 3 other mods that gifted 5 subs today, what the fudge, all picked salmon as their color. Oh, I'm so sorry! Damn, I'm sorry, Billion. Well, thank you for the prime sub. I'm glad it didn't cost you anything. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't count for prime subs or already reoccurring subs. Unfortunately. Oh, Valorant. Classic. I depipped. Oh, no. Oh, and Ghostface and Leon? Yeah, I spent all mine on getting my survivors to P3 and working on getting my killers to P3. Right. What am I playing? Oh, this map? Oh, not again. Okay. Alright. I can play this game. Someone's here. Yep. Yep. Yep, yep. Yep, yep, Pip. Pip. It's Pip Sprite? Ooh, finesse. Finesse in this jerk. Ooh. She's a good Ziggy and a Zagger. Whoa! Hello, frames! Please help me! Whoa! Holy frame! Oh, I hear somebody. No, I don't. That's just the fire crackling. Alright. Yeah, okay, it's just fire. 69 people! I think I might be close to that. Oh wait, I have barbecue. I should probably be paying attention. Hello, lovely. Hello, handsome. Nice! I still got it. She still got it! Did I just get deception? I did just get deception. Okay. Ooh. Nice! That's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. That makes me so fudging happy. Holy shit. Oh, damn it. Now I can't hook him here. That's so important. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. What's happening? God, that was funny. I'm so glad. Who am I chasing? Oh, hello, Sableye. Ooh, the frames are dropping, are pissing me off. They're pissing me off. I can't wait to get murdered by Jason. Oh, I nodded. Oh, I'm not trying to be toxic. I'm sorry. I was just nodding as like a greeting to my chat. Hello, lovely. Hello, Yui. Oh, woof. Peep peep. Hello, life. Ooh, dead area love. Look at this outfit! That is the cutest outfit I've ever done. Tom, did you see the backpack? Backpack. That was so cute. Welcome back, Jay. Jay, good morning. Oh my god, that was the cutest thing ever. Tom, did you see? Did you see? I think they're back at their gen over here. Yes, they are. Both. I did not. Okay, well, I will go and find the Yui again. Don't worry. Oh, got her Tootsie. Oh, and she got stuck. I love it. Yes, you're just like me. All right, we gotta get the Yui again. Oh, crunch, Batman. Yeah, deception. Deception! Disgrace! Evil as clear as the scar on his face. Whoa! You're so hot for that. Alright, well, I'm gonna need to do this real quick, if you don't mind. Veto. Oh shit, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Hello, love. I like how I didn't break chase the entire time, apparently. I disagree. Oh. Oh, there's the Yui too. Cool. You're going in the basement. I've never aimed a day in my life. Clearly. Alright. I could just run and get this guy over here. Sure, I'm just gonna do this guy. Why not? Nice. Oh, okay. What? Holy, I got so much ass in my face. Yum. Slurp. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, so I just need to get the Yui and everyone will be double hooked. Sugar, we're going down swinging. I'll be another one, whatever it is. Complex, cocked and polite, we're going down. And sugar, we're going down swinging. I didn't know anybody was here. I'm just gonna kick this down. Oh, wow. Look at this is the Yui. This is the Yui. You gotta look at her backpack. When I catch up to her. When I find you, Ricky. When I find you, Ricky. Ricky, when I find you, Ricky, when I find you, you gotta look at her backpack. It's so cute. It's like a little kitty. All right, look. He's got like a little kitty cat backpack. It's so cute. You need a bunny one, is what I'm saying. You need a bunny version of that. It's so cute. I need to look up the cosmetics for Yui and see what that is. I've never seen that one before. Hello, lovely. Mank! Oh man, got my ass, dude. Oh, he thinks I'm gonna throw my thing on him. Hi, Bob. It's so cute. Stab. Hi, Soda. I'm sorry, you scared the fudge out of me. I'm the killer, okay? Can you not scare me? He never gets so fun. Oh, really? I love his Resident Evil 4 one. You know, that one. I'm gonna go kick this gen, because I don't think I ever kicked this gen. Oh, I hear somebody. Wunderbar. Hello, lovely. Oh no! I've had to use crutches before when I dislocated me toes. Sucked booty. Booty! Oh my god, but which one is that one? Describe it for me. We'll get a cute skin. What do you mean one day he'll get a cute skin? He doesn't need a cute skin. He is just a handsome man all around. Oh, you're committing. Oh. Alright. Well, you can live. I'll kill the other one. Oh. Now I know where you are. Now all of China knows you're here. Alright, and she just used her life, which is perfect because now you're free game. Alright, I Am Groot can live because they have a cute name and they gave up anyway, so I thought that was funny. I don't know if I know that one. I don't know, I have to use my brain. And you guys know I don't like doing that. We get to murder her! Yippee! Can you hold this for me really quick? Thank you. Alright. Sable! Sable! Oh. It's so good. The cinematics, the soundomatics, the hydromatics. But it's grease lightning. What's the cooler? The cool looking Sable. Wait, were you the one that died? Because your booty was very nice. Thank you very much for the show. Mwah. Ding dong bing bong baby. I love your name. The Sable sticking to the gen is something I would do. Exactly. And the thing is, like, if you're gonna die, be cute. You never know. You guys are so fun. Also, shout out to the one perk. Strong. GG's. But yeah, I got a lot of cheek from you, so happy Pride. Thank you. It was lovely. Oh, wait. We gotta go see that Yui skin. Because I've never seen that Yui skin before, and it was so cute. It's this one! Look at it! Thank you, behavior. Oh my god. It is Wiggles! Oh, he's so cute. Oh, really? So that was not by design. Well, to be fair, it gave you big aura, if it's any consolation. Big aura. Lyrical. I'm doing a lot better than I was this morning. This morning was not fun. Oh, should we do back crack test? Should we see if we can get a back crack in? Hold on. Alright, hold on. Let's see. We can get a back crack. I've been sitting for a while. Baby one. I feel like I can get a good one. I feel it. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Thank you for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. GG's and good luck in your games. Good heckin' luck. That was a fun game. Should we do another shot? One more? Leanne's Moans, are you still here? Skinner! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. One. Scrubski. Oh, of course you would. That's why you're my favorite. Oh, Scrubski. I hope you had the best time this weekend. Got so jealous. Everyone got to hang out with Scrubski this weekend. Wolf! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Shots of goldfish. Malort. Jepson's Malort. I wish you could have been there. Thank you for saying that. That really means a lot. Thank you. I wish I could have been there too. But I'm so glad that you got to go and that you had a good time. Weak shot. Weak pour. Heavy shot. Heavy pour. Yeah, it's I'm gonna close this. Hold on. My goldfish memory will not remember that it's closed. Open. I feel like you're absolutely right, IRL. Please tell me you're going to TwitchCon. I know people are telling me they're going to TwitchCon, but like I'm not trying to get my hopes up and then have them being crushed to find out that you're not going. It's called Brew Glitter. And you put it in, you know, your brew. I got it from my local Comoso Dice liquor store. Amazing. There's other colors, but I thought the rose gold would look really good with Malort. Salud. What is that on that? What is that on that poo? Wait, what? I'm saving up now? Yeah, I was either like, she's spicy and sparkly. I was gonna make a joke there, but it wouldn't make sense. I was gonna be like, just like my pussy, but like. Twin! Cat! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. No, I haven't seen him yet. I'm gonna look at the Discord after stream. Envy, thank you so much for the raid! I just spit everywhere. That's right, you guys liked it. Sorry. Welcome in. How was your stream? Guys, look at this cute outfit that I just saw on Yui. She's got like a little kitty cat backpack. I am obsessed. Should we play as Yui now? No, you're good, Max. Whoa! Raven! Hey! NB, yes! Did you play as Jason at all? Or are you just doing Survivor? I've been doing the Killer and then the Play While You Wait Survivor. So I'm doing a little bit of both. NB, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry, I burped. Kat, I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. Were you at an event recently? What did I see on... I don't know, because, I don't know, Instagram feed is so weird. Like, sometimes Instagram will show me things from, like, 2 months ago or something. Nightshade Jade, I will cry. I will cry, especially for a mom to say that. Because I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I know I'm a lot. Goats, enjoy your subby. Enjoy your 90, count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Everyone's shot glass dough. Wait, what about the shot glasses? Really? I think I have mine pre-ordered, Wolf. Everyone go follow NB. NB. Please make sure you get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies and babies, go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. I'm gonna play Raid Trailer. I haven't played a Raid Trailer all night.
Oh, look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere!
Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug.
And
Who
my lord.
wants a lick?
Don't forget my lord. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Seriously. Oh, going back to how I am IRL, when I'm like with homies, like friends, I'm what is happening? Snooze ad, snooze ad. Oh my god. No, the ad started playing! No! No! I was 1 second away from the ad. An ad just, it was 1 second away from snoozing it. I'm so sorry. Ah! I'm so sorry. Oh my god, welcome in readers. You can't hear me. Oh my god. It just started. I almost had it. But BB! Kashara Chaos. Borakua Brig, welcome in. Oh my god. I was just at snooze and it went from 1 to 0. Kashara, can you hear me? Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? Oh my god. Were you doing Dead by Daylight? What were you up to? Tell us everything. I'm so sorry. I think the ads are pretty short though. Hopefully. Yeah! Phoebe! Think with a forehead kiss you. Oh wait, people, you said something earlier. Hold on. The bull in New York is charging bull. Oh my god, are you referencing what I was talking about earlier with the New York thing? Thank you so much. It was! Okay, I thought it had to do with stocks. It had to do with stocks? Oh. Motionless Lights. This is Motionless Light, yeah. Is that good? Is that the OG one? I don't know. I don't know music very well. But if you guys are new here, hello, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. I'm a variety streamer, and I'm a DBD creator. And Jason just came to the fog. Yippee! And so we've been playing Jason, and Dead by Daylight has this feature where you can play while you wait for like the long killer queue, so you can play Survivor. So I've been doing a little bit of Survivor and a little bit of Killer today. Game's been super fun. I've only gone against one non-Jason killer today, and it was a Nemesis. It was great! It was great, it was great. Welcome back, Kashara! Kashara, how was your stream? Again, I'm so sorry for the ad. Oh my god, I almost had it. Witchcraft! Mwah, think of the forehead kiss you. Oh, I see! Okay, by the killers. I see. I was about to make a new Yui cosmetic because I just discovered that Yui has the most cutest, adorablest little backpack now. Oh, baby! Well, I hope you're doing so... Baby, I hope you're doing so good. Oh my god. She has the cutest... Oh. What is this cosmetic? Little, like, kitty cat backpack that I'm just obsessed with. Is this linked? Oh, it is linked. Pooh. It is so cute, though. Barely. Thank you for the 5 streak! Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. But everyone go follow. Everyone go follow Kashara Chaos. I love your name, by the way. I hope you had the best stream ever. Messed up by saving a portion, died, but still a great time. What were you doing? I love that backpack. I want it IRL. They hit the link. Oh, Alien Isolation. Is it your first playthrough? I tried playing it, and it was too hard / too boring for me, for my tiny peanut brain to play. So I never really finished it. I got like a half an hour into the game and I was like, oh, fuck this game. I'm not good at video games. And that's a hard game. Alien Isolation's a hard game. So I'll gladly watch other people play it who are much better at video games than I am. Barely. Mwah. Think of the forehead, Casey. I think I kind of want to play as Yui. Meow, 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 meow. Meow,
Lizard.
Meow, meow, meow. Yeah! Anxiety and paranoia, for sure. Yeah, so I'll watch someone who's much better at video games than I am play the game because it ain't for me. Why is this almost the same build that I just had? Oh, good. Alright, so let's go back. And let's do Jason. Yeah. And then play while we wait. We'll keep this skin. Yeah, okay, we're down to 6-minute killer cues, by the way. 6 minuto. Alright, we have Conviction, Finesse, Flashbang, Counterforce. I think I'm gonna do... Okay. He's so much fun. So much fun to play as and go against because he's so scary. Oh, look, we got a scrub skin in my game. Alright, Counterforce. Do I want Counterforce? I don't think I want Counterforce. Maybe... Should we just do Soul Guard? Soul Guard's just so good. We are leaving you on hook, by the way. Alright, well. We're leaving. Then I will leave. If you're gonna be a cut, I will leave. I'm good. I'm assuming that was a 3-stack, and I am so good. I'm gonna go back right into that lobby. I know it. I should have waited an extra second. Ah, oh, thank God. We're good. I don't know if I want Flashbang. I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of the build I've been enjoying, right? Conviction. But Finesse, though? Do I really want Finesse?
Lizard.
Do I want Finesse? Adrenaline's always fun. You know what? We're solo queuing. Yeah. So we will... Well, I have the med kit. Sure. Right. Oh, me? What's up, Jesse? Jesse, hope you're doing so good. Happy Tuesday. Happy Jason Day for anyone who celebrates. Has everyone used their 10 million blood points yet? So I know a lot of people are very cleverly waiting to use them for the anniversary, like when it actually starts. What's up, J-Dub Fluffy? Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, yeah. Qs are like 6. Oh, this was the one map. Oh, this was the one map I wanted to try. She doesn't know the crouch tech yet. Crouch, 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 crouch. You gotta crouch. No. Oh, there. Yeah, yeah. She knows. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, I think she may have learned. Oh! Well, thank you for coming over the raid. That's really sweet of you. Wolf, is that the hottest, tallest, handsomest, most amazingest Wolf of the Imperium and my favorite person in the entire stream right now? That wolf. I'm a lot better at Pig. Ugh. I haven't played Pig in so long. Holy shite. Yeah, oh, Killer Cruise are down to 6 minutes. I think that's what I was trying to say. I got distracted. As I... Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I want to play Jason on this map so badly just because of the up and down capabilities with his power. Okay, pretend like I hit that skill check. Pretend like I left for, like, I meant to leave. Oh. Good to know. Yeah. I heard there were about 20 minutes. Oh, it's hard, isn't it? It's hard. Yeah, it's like, yeah, everyone's got to try at least once. The old college try, right? To boop the snoot. God, look at how cute my backpack is. Look at how cute I am. Oh, frames, please. I think it's beneath me. Can I heal you? Please, can I rub your bum? Please, let me rub your bum. Please! Oh, you know what? Keep running. Keep running. Oh, nice. Keep running, girl. Keep running, girl. Keep going. I'm so screwed. Was I off to the side? Was I off to the side? I thought I was behind. Was I... What, dumbass? Okay, I just took a shot. I'm blaming it on that. But I could have swore I was, like, behind cover. What's my ping? 55? Oh, that's not great, but it's not terrible. What? Really, Wolf? When I want people to boop me, they never boop. When I don't want people to boop me, they boop. Ah, Jesse, makes sense, yeah. Because especially, like, when you just load into the game, it's like, come on, let me play, like, a little bit, right? Hello, lovely. Thank you. Sable, you're so fine. You're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Sable. Hey, Sable. Oh. Oh, man. Ooh, I am gonna tickle you, if you don't mind. Just to get my inner strength, inner healing up. I'm a scary pig. I use her power 95% of the time, really. Ooh, I love that. We love an M2 pig. She was my first main. My first real main. Ooh. I forgot my friends to the end. I forgot about that. So scary. They just got yoinked! Oh no! Okay, they can pull. There's gotta be a gen right here, right? There's gotta be. Yeah. Oh my god, Frenziana is so bad at it. Oh my god, he has ruin too! Ah! Told you I was gonna take off my totem. I told you I was gonna take off my totem build. And I was gonna get Jason. Or not Jason. Hex build. I told you I was gonna take off my hex build, my totem build. We're gonna get a hex build. Also, I forgot about Frenziana. It's so hard. My brain can't handle going from killer to survivor, killer to survivor. Oh yeah? And then it'd be nice to hop on Ghost Feet. Oh my god, that's... Oh yeah, because Ghosty has like the faster teabags. Yeah. What cosmetics do you use for pig? Just out of curiosity. Because I love like the Amanda one, where she has like the non-pig mask and like the fishnets. But a lot of people are like... A lot of people in the community say, oh, if you wear that cosmetic, like, you know that she's not friendly. And it's like, I don't know. It's like the Wesker that has, like, you know, the, like, yeah. Oh no, what do I do? Oh no. Bye! Shit, I don't have conviction either. Damn. Oh man, GG's. GG's. This is a really good map for Jason. And friends to the end on him is making me have ideas. Damn. GG's. Oh yeah, it's the short sleeve. I love the short sleeves. Woof. Yeah. This was the one map that I wanted to play on in the PTB, but I couldn't get it. Oh man, GG's. Fuck yeah, dude. Giving me ideas. Slash. I think his name was. Oh, I didn't look at his name. I just saw the slasher. Is my phone charged? Almost. But then with friends at the end too, that's so smart. Does she wanna put on Slay Little Friends at the end? A lot of things. I might put Friends on the end instead of barbecue. We'll try it. We'll try it instead of barbecue. I might put barbecue back on. Oh my gosh! Yes, do it! Nocturne, I hope you have so much fun. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm in Leon for the lobby music, and I got the suit with his hair. It's like, oh, yes, 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 yes. Woof, by the way. Oh, there's 2 aces in this game. And a Leon. No way, people. Are you saving it for Jason? Enjoy your lucky turkey, PixelxKitten. Yeah, what did you think, Jesse? Did you love it? Lurky Turkey's hilarious. Oh, thank you. We've had that since I started stream in 2020. Because I like the rhyme. Loved it? Good. I still need to get all the achievements for it. I think I still need to play it in the hardest difficulty. Oh, sorry. I only got 3 hours sleep last night. And then I was sick this morning. Ooh, okay. Corn. Yeah? Do you normally do easy? Because I usually do easy for Resident Evil as well. Just because, if that's what you're talking about. Because, you know, some of the Resident Evil games are kind of challenging, you know? I know you're there. Hello, love. Oh. You know what? I might just get this guy. Ah, damn. Because he wasn't paying attention, but... Oh, hello, locker. Oh, God, I wanted that so bad. Oh. No. I know, Ace. I see you. There's like a little slutty little stutter there. Oh, and there too. Oh, hello, Ace. Watch out! There's a killer there! Ace, watch out, my love. All right, you seem fun. I want to get you. This gen's being worked on. Nice. I'll try to break this. Jackie! Jackie, enjoy your subby, lovely. Yeah, same. I'm a very much story game enjoyer. I prefer the easy mode as well. Hello, lovelies. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, chaps! Alright. Where's Fung? Oh, there you are. She got really lucky with the instant burst. Oh, she's doing really well with her check spots. Yep. That's right. We'll get this out of the way. And I can make sure, since she's still chasing at Shaq. Okay, I was about to say, since we're still chasing at Shaq, we can put pressure there. Oh. Nice, we get him then. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What's up, Rootsy? Rootsy, I think it's the extra tired I am. So I'm like extra British. I'm really tired. Rootsy, I hope you're doing so good, sweet angel. Hello, loves. Yeah, wow. Hello, British. Whoa, God, the stuttering is so bad. Okay, I don't want you, Leon. Wait, Leon, did you? No, I do want you! I do want you! I do want you. Damn. I thought that I hooked him already, but I hadn't. I'm here! Hi, here. She's doing super well. And by super well, I mean I'm doing terribly. I don't know. Damn. Hi, Ace. Oh, okay. Both aces have been hooked. Okay. I was like, who have I not hooked yet? Okay. But it's both of them. There's no pal over here. There's no window, so I feel safe chasing over here. Sorry, lovely. Sorry. That's as some game stories are specifically made for the hardship. Oh, you mean like one of the... There's like one Batman game that I'm like super fudging cheeks at. That's because it's so hard. Hello. Hello, Papa. Perfect. Yippee. Ooh. Oh, that worked out well for me. That worked out very well. I'll take it. Oh, where are you? There you are. There you are, Peter. These guys are doing jams, though. Oh, hello. She's got sprint burst, right? Or is it gone again? Or gone already? You took that so wide. Unless she has, like... Well, I mean, even if she has boil over, I still have a hook right here. Yeah. The fuck was that? What? Where is he? You're right here. I hear you. Hello? You, come. Why you come fast? Stop it! Alright, we gotta kick it. We gotta kick it. Hey, why you come? There's so many of you! Come on, John! Nice, 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 nice. Oh, that healed too? What? Damn. These guys are really good. Fuck you. Fuck you being good at this video game. Oh. Yippee! She got a down on him! Yay! The game's been super fun. I've been going against some really good survivors. We got only one salty person today that I did report and ban in chat because... What did they say? They said in the endgame chat, you look just like how you play, or something like that. It was something like that. Something like along those lines. And then, so I reported them because, like, you know, you're attacking me, like, physically, you know? And then, they were in the stream the entire time because they were, obviously, they knew what I looked like. And they saw me report them, and they go, oh my god, why did you report me? I was just joking. I was just complimenting your sweaty gameplay or something. Keep in mind, my build was this build, except for instead of friends at the end, I had barbecue and chili. And that was my quote-unquote sweaty build. So. Oh, damn. That's the only person that has been like, if. Oh, really? Is the thing still there? Because I can send another report to behavior that they were harassing me afterwards. Because behavior with the creator program, they have like like places where we can report people. Yeah. Because we have places where we can report people. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, then we'll check it out. Yeah, they were like really pissed that I reported them apparently. That's alright, it is what it is. Very interested to see. Oh, damn. I'm very interested to see what their unbanned request was. Levian! Thank you very much for the gift of sub to Jesse. Honestly, I thought you had that, homie. Oh, he's dead! I'm not gonna lie, I thought you had that. Ooh. Oh, I can't. You had it. Let it, it's an ace. It's an ace! We have to let him live. You know, it's an ace. Welcome back, Raven. With your back turned to survivors. Oh, yeah, because I have to the side, yeah. Oh, that's exactly what I said, Rootsy. I'm just like, I said, they must be a man. Because only men will say it's just a joke after saying something offensive and it not being funny. Right? That's what I said. How goes it? It's going great, Angry. Angry, how are you doing? Oh. God, this music is so good. Oh. Yes! Oh, Dead-on! Oh, let me listen to you some more. Oh, hold on. Let me get closer to you. Oh, ooh, that tickles my piercing a little bit. Ooh. Aww. Oh, look at my feet. Look at my feet just roll. That was cute. That was super cute. Levian, thank you so much for giving us up to Jesse. Jesse, enjoy your emotes, and Levian, if you haven't already, enjoy your DVD sub badge. GG's, very cute. These guys were really fudging good. God, they were so good. So fuck you! I'm joking. I'm joking! Yeah, that's why I ignored that. That's why I ignored that. Ugh. Alright, let's check out what the unban request said. Oh. Sorry, my computer takes a while. Yeah, I'll report them for sure. Typical entitled streamer. Damn. What was entitled about that? GG's, Gambaz, who were you? GG's. You guys were so much fun. DVD Prowler, welcome in. Whomst were you? One of the aces? Yeah, this person physically attacks my appearance. I report them for harassment. And then they comment to the Twitch chat saying, it was just a joke. I was just saying that you look as sweaty as you play with the build that I have, which I feel like was not very sweaty. And I don't even play killer. I don't play killer. And so I banned them in stream, and their unban request is, yeah, typical entitled streamer. I think they're just mad / scared that they're gonna get banned on Dead by Daylight. Jason M2 feels so weird. Feels good, right? It's very satisfying, his M2. I'm really enjoying it. And his usual... No, Angry. No. Twitch does do shit. I don't know what your experience is, Angry, but almost 99.9% of the time that I report someone, they immediately, as long as they deserve the report, like, you can't just, like, I'm not gonna report Angry Light Switch and it's like, I just don't like him, and then you're not gonna lose your account. But 99.9% of the time, Twitch is very, very good at, as long as you have, if you report the actual person and you report them for actual against TOS things, they remove the accounts like that. Here, how do we report? Oh, here we report. Okay. Report for bullying or harassment. Targeted abuse. Attacked my appearance.
Lizard.
A lizard. Angry. Yeah, it just depends. You got to make sure, like, I'm not insinuating anything, but I'm just saying, like, from my experience, and from the one-on-one Twitch webinars I've done with Twitch staff, you give them all the information that they need. You're professional about it, because you can't just be like, yell at them, and there's a way to go about it, like a professional way to go about it, because think about all the requests and reports that Twitch gets a day. You got to make sure that you're not like a cunt about it. Again, Angry. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying that for anyone who does it, it's got to be like legitimate, because we've had numerous times where people have got lost their accounts like the same hour that we report them. Yo, what flavor, Destiny? Also, Hex Hannah. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. An astrology sign check. I'm a Libra. What are you guys? I appreciate you, Bongo Lizard. What is a shadow ban on Twitch? What is that? I'm not familiar with a shadow ban on Twitch. Libra, yes. Libra, yes. Sag, Virgo. Taurus, Aries, the red, white, and blue. Oh, yum! Oh, yum. Like a rocket pop or something. Mermaid! Thank you for getting a sub too, sweetie. Hello, sweetie. Enjoy your emotes. Mermaid, enjoy your DBD badge. Leo, Hubs is Gemini. Well, happy birthday, Jesse husband. Gemini, don't make me angry. You know what? I was going to say angry, whether you spelled it angry or angy. And I was going to say after the sentence, I wish you had said angy, but you already did say angy. Such a good girl. Hi, Mermaid! Mermaid, happy Tuesday. Oh, really? Oh, Palu, that sucks. And you said it was like a poor AI detection or something? Don't make me angry. Oh, I just realized I'm still on mod view, by the way. Ew. Ew. Damn, that sucks. No, no, no. Hey, guys, don't forget, G Fuel's having a sale where they boosted our codes to 40% off. So you can use code KITTEN. Okay, my stomach just growled so loud. If you guys heard that. Shh, I might get a protein shake. Yeah, I'm just taking, I'm not ready up or anything, so. I'm taking like a little bit of, I'm just chatting break from our gaming commercials. But yeah, use code KITTEN for, you guys didn't hear that. Okay, you didn't hear that. Thank God, because I pressed the wrong button. Use code KITTEN for 40% off. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. 40% off code KITTEN. Actually, while you're typing that out, Rootsy, I'm gonna go grab a protein shake really quickly. I'll be right back. Un momento, por favor. Hello? Hello? Why you side-eyeing me like that, Muffin? Mermaid! Mermaid, thank you for giving this up to Mythical Dragon. Yes, yes. I figured that's what you're doing. Enjoy your Jason mask. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mermaid. That is so sweet of you. Enjoy your badge! Grab me one, too. This is the one I have the most of. It's my favorite flavor. It is the chocolate and peanut butter. It's so good. But I had a banana one yesterday. It was okay. And there's a strawberry one, too, that I've had. Also okay. This is the only one that, like, I can drink no matter what mood I'm in. And then, also, I do chug these. I know. I don't like the texture of these. I chug them all in one gulp. I think I bothered some people last time I did it, so I'll put my beer back screen on so you guys don't see it. But I chug these all in one gulp because I don't like the texture of protein shakes. But I just want to have something in my stomach, so I chug it because I'm not gonna sip it. I don't like the texture. Just let me live my life. All right, hold on, 1 second. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payrez as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Ah, oh, so good. Also, I'm really glad I muted my mic because as I was drinking it, my stomach growled. Oh, let's do it again. My stomach growled so loud. It was really loud. I ate at like 1 a.m. this morning. I haven't eaten since. So, and because I threw up. I got sick. I'm sick today. So, yeah. Long stream means all the treats are given out. Oh, yeah. But to be fair, Loki, Boo got 4 out of the 5 treats redeemed. So, Fruity Pebbles! Yum. Was that you took the bottle's clothes off? Oh, I do that to recycle it. Because you can't recycle it if it has its clothes on. You are so funny. Because, you know what? As I took it off, I was actually wondering, I wonder if anyone thinks this is weird. Because I take this off so I can recycle it. I'm a big recycler here. You heard the T word, didn't you? Did I say the T word? Oh, you were so cute. Mickey! You could have a big one. Because you're a big boy. Oh, good boy. You have a little one because you're a little boy. It was Boo's birthday yesterday. Yo, okay, I tweeted about that. So many people wish Boo happy birthday. Oh, Rootsy! I was gonna message you about that. I was gonna message Ghoulishly about that too. Hi, Zombie! Zombie, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, I was playing on Swamp earlier and I thought of you. The gift to him, could you let him for me? Absolutely. Absolutely, Mermaid. Absolutely. Your favorite horsey. I'm telling Sadie you said that. I think Spades is asleep right now. Best map? Yeah. Okay. Rootsy! Rootsy, hold on. Did you see this new Yui skin? Oh, wrong button. Look at this. Get a backpack. It is linked, just warning you, it is linked. But it's so cute. So she's got like this little like floppy mask that flippy floppies if you move her. And then knee pads, elbow pads, arm guards. Sweetie! Sweetie, mwah, AK, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. And then the cutest backpack ever. So I was playing as Jason, I went against a Yui like this, and I downed her, and I just saw this backpack just like flop about. It was like, I thought it was a bunny at first, because I was really excited, because I thought it was going to be like a bunny backpack for Tom. But it's a kitty! So now I'm playing as Yui right now. Although, do we change the build? We'll leave it. We'll leave it. It's fine. Sure. Alright. We got an ads? Yeah, we're good on ads. Also, I'm gonna put barbecue back on. I know. She's a quitter. I know. I know. Yeah, I unlocked the bundle. I didn't get the sweaters yet. Yeah, all of her best cosmetics are linked. Hello, princess! Hi, Babo Penguin. Not as much as we. Oh, really? It's actually homophobic. True. Yeah, Dwight has so much good stuff coming. BJ, hey! Mwah, think of the forehead kissing. I did! I said hi, sweetie! I gave you a kissy, but I gave you more kisses. Oh, I forgot I could play while you wait. I'm so stupid! I mean, just kidding. No, I'm not. I'm so smart and tall and talented and handsome. Sorry. My breath, or my burps smell so weird. Because my burps smell like chocolate peanut butter, like the protein shake, but also like residual Malort is on there. It's a weird flavor sensation in my mouth. Oh no, more kissing. Oh, hello. You liquor. Oh my god, so I loaded up in a lobby, Rootsy, like the second to last Survivor game. And I'm assuming it was a 3-stack because this one person types in chat, "We're gonna leave you on hook, by the way." And so I just left. I didn't say anything. I was like, I just left. I was like, I'm not gonna, alright. So I was like, alright, bye. Yeah, it's not great, Bravo. Yeah. Out of all the amalgamations of flavors I have mixed Malort with, it's not great. But that and Pink, Malort and Pink Winnie is probably the worst. Yikes. Not good. You're so sweet, sweetie. Sweetie, how have you been? I didn't even ask you how you are. I'm sorry, I'm very out of it today. I only got like 3 hours of sleep. I was sick this morning. I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. Yuck! Anyone get their drops yet? I know some people have all their drops for all the 6 hours. I should be close. Yes, Jessie, cool. Rootsy, did you redeem your 10 million blood points yet? Or are you saving it like a smart person for the anniversary? Oh, bye, Charles. I love you. I love you so much. I kiss you. Okay. I'm not smart. Hey, Steph, let's go. They're the only reason why I... Oh, if it's Jason, we're fucked. The reason why I redeemed mine right away is because I do the videos for the... we're cooked. I make do the videos. No, you got it. You got it. Alright, then leave. No, get away from me. You have to crouch, Muffin. Right. She'll learn. She'll learn. What was it about to say? What was I about to say? I don't remember. Oh, because I do the videos of the codes. Words are hard. See, I did the exact same thing, Rootsy, and then started finishing my killers. Oh, wait. There's a new Overwatch hero today, right?
Help is on the way, dear!
What's up, Zane? Yo, Zane, happy Tuesday. Were you doing DBD? Everyone say hi, Zane. Oh, that's right. Good morning. My boyfriend had McDonald's and I was drinking some breezy comes to my house. Oh, you were so cute, Bubble Pack. You're gonna make me sick. It got approved. Wait, what got approved? Wait, what? How far back did it get moved back, sweetie? Yeah, oh, no way! Yo! Let's go. So that's your VTuber with the Jason mask, eh? Zane, how was your stream? Everyone say, hi, Zane. Did you have the best night ever? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. No way. Okay, question. And no judgment. Is this your first time playing Spyro? No judgment. What's up, Howie? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is PixelxKitten. We are currently doing, we're playing Jason, but we're doing the play while you wait with Survivor. We're doing the play while you wait. And it's been so much fun. I've only gone against one non-Jason today. It was Nemesis, so it's still fun. Oh, really? Okay, well, I guess it's not, like, too bad, but, like, that's still, like... Annoying! Jesus, Mary and Joseph. That's still annoying as shite. Okay. Stop! Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Fuck! I love Jason. He's so much fun. Oh, I did when I was a kid. Oh, nice. So which
38.
which Spyro were you playing? Do you want to get beaten up and taken to the bad kitten corner? Hold my poodle. Like, I'll do it. Enjoy your neck. Zane. The first one, shut up. Now the original or the remake? Like the better. Raymond's like, wait for me. Oh my god. Thank you for the sub, the resub, and thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. The reignite, cool. Yeah, you gotta do the reignited trilogy. Like, don't get me wrong, the OG is great on the like original PlayStation, which I still have, and my original PlayStation. But you know, reignited trilogy, so much better looking. Oh no way! Oh, that's a steal. That's a Borgen. I'm so happy for you, Zane. Well, Zane and friends, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream self-care, your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, fugo, stretch, go, drink! There are Twitch drops up right now for watching the stream. In case anyone was looking for them. If you're gonna do that, okay, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna get this hook, or this. Oh my god, please, game, video, am I dropping frames? No, okay, then it's the game. Oi, Jamoy. Goes Marvel Rivals first. No way! Oh, only 50? That's not so bad. Oh, also, question. Ah! I see my booty a little bit. Question. When do you hear back about that one thing? I don't know if I can talk about it, but your interview. Oh, you said you got Reese's Cups, right? Or are they the full Reese's Cups? Or the baby Reese's Cups? Jason jumps. This is such a good map for him, too. Like, holy shnikes. Hi, Angel. It's me again. I want to cleanse this totem. Because if I cleanse this totem, I can heal myself. I'm keeping an eye on that chase. Because as soon as he exits that chase, I'm out of here. Okay, good. Because, okay, I know we've talked about this before, but I'm going to ask for anybody who is new or hasn't been here for this conversation. For the miniature, the mini Reese's Cups, do they taste the same? Do they taste the same as they did when you were younger, yes or no? Because for me, I think they taste like absolute fucking garbage donkey poops. Respectfully. They do not. No. They taste like garbage. No, I've never been a Fable enjoyer. I never finished playing the first Fable. I got so bored with it. Oh, he didn't do it. Okay. So, yeah. I know. Cringe. Mini? Do we know why that just popped up? Does anyone know why that? Oh, I need to ask War about that. Can someone screenshot that? No, Rootsy, we talked about that before. And I said I need to ask War about that, and I completely forgot. I'll look into it. Oh, actually, can we just turn it off? Dude, actually, Rootsy, can I bother you? Just turn that one off. Oh, por favor. Can I help you? Oh my god, you guys are so hot. I love my mods. Alright. Bye, have a beautiful time. See, that's the milk one. I do have a milk command. What it does? Just exclamation point milk. Like mini Oreos? had mini Oreos before. See, there it is. Not as exciting, is it? You can see young Pixel, though. I think it's like 22 Pixel. Wait, Oreo and Reese's? No! G Fuel and milk is actually like a very common and very good thing. Like there's a lot of flavors that people say they only like live and die by putting them in milk. No, yeah, it's really good. It's like think like strawberry banana, for example. Strawberry banana and milk is. There's so many good ones. Oh, you're so hot, Ritzy. Thank you. Yeah. Ugh, time for a junk like that. Don't come here. If you come here, you hate gays. I did it for the team! Did it for the team! I 100% know that we would not have, that my teammates would not have lived if I didn't sacrifice myself for that. I would do it again! What are you gonna drink tonight, Neon Bones? Oh, and did you answer my question? And I ignore you? Oh, okay, I did ignore you. Or they won't. Really? Probably a week from the original interview? Oh, the waiting sucks. Do it for the bad. Astronaut time? Wait, what kind of astronaut time? GG's and you're welcome. GG. Alright, time to play Yason. Yason Derulo. A fruity mango drink, a blue raz drink, and then some high percentage beer. I got this stuff on sale a while ago. So it's a can. Like a regular what are cans? Like a regular can of like soda or something. What's that? Is that 8 ounces? What is that? Whatever. Well, I have little cans, like little soda cans of, I guess, like Shirley Temples. And it's 5.9% alcohol content in those. So I'm very excited about those, and I got them on sale. It is 8 ounces. Cool. Thank you. There's coffee flavored G Fuel. Yes, which is so good in milk. Have a good night, Dragon! And we say bye, Dragon. Have the best night ever. Yo, Riker. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, this is the closest that we've gotten to our 6-7 sub goal. I think they're 12 ounces. Oh, cans? Are they 12 ounces? It's either 8 or 12 ounces. Oh, good! Oh, good. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yeah. Oh, do I want to change my skin? All right, someone remind me to go pee after this game, because I had to pee again. I should have peed when I went to go get my, my protein shake. Damn. What's up, all good? All good. Happy Tuesday. Look at all these blood points. I'm saving my good blood points for, or offerings for the anniversary. Or any other blood point things. God, I have to pee so bad. You know, it's funny, I get more jump scared playing Killer than I do playing Survivor, so. Have a good evening! Oh, good evening, Alice. Everyone say good night, Alice. Yes, you got the badge. Oh, good. Let's go. So hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. I love you so much. You're so sweet. Ooh, I haven't been on this map in a minute. It's actually been so nice playing DBD as long as I have been today, because I'm playing on so many maps that I haven't played in, like, years, it feels like. Why you come fast? I love when they come. Drop it! Oh, coward. Watch this. Hello? Zane! Zane, thank you for giving this up to April's? Zane, did you get your badges yet? Or is this your first badge? Thank you so much for giving us something to pay. Yes. If you. Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Get it. Rootsy, damn you! Oh, if I do that, it cancels out my. Oh, that's good to know. Rootsy, you asked me a question. Somebody answer for me. My brain's not working. If you gift 1 sub, you get the DBD badge. If you gift 2 subs, you get the Jason badge. There you go. Oh my god. Brain, no brain. Nice. What's up, April's? April's happy Tuesday. Took me a second. Oh, I do have Call of Brine. I should. Thank you. Thank you, Timothy. Ugh, the fudging frames are pissing me off, guys. They're pissing me off so much. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna go over here. Like, I'm not even in chase, and it's like, and it's stuttering so bad. Oh, I do love a good seawall chase, though. I really do. Is he still here? Yes. If you gift 2 or more, you do get all 2 of them. God, my brain completely shut off. Hold on, I can do this. Oh my god, why am I doing so poorly right now? I love this map. Wah! No, I have to pee! Don't scare me like that! Please, I have to pee so bad. Stutter! Fudge! Rootsy, I'm gonna come in your mouth. Who said that? Did I just take a shot? Or am I just being really vulgar for no reason? Hello? I said some really inappropriate things to Spades earlier, too. But it's alright. I'm pretty sure they were sleeping, so it's okay.
Hello?
Hi! Chris, have you been hurt this entire time? Good. Where's your girlfriend to save you? W, give us subs. Thank you so much for the subs! Also, Wootsy. Wootsy, enjoy your badges. I'm sorry if I can't see. I can only see 3 chat messages right now because I have an ad incoming and then the hype train thing here. So I can't see any messages right now. Hey. Okay, pretend like I hit the what is happening to my frames? Okay, is this on your end too? I gave a sub to I have to pee so bad. Did you really? I have to pee so bad. Did you really? What's up, Jenzel? I'm so sorry if I missed messages. Is this as bad? Oh my god, I just saw the screenshot in the watch. I can't fucking move! Okay. Why are my I might have to restart my game. Because it's so bad. Is it bad for you guys or is it just me?
Hello?
I can't see anything right now. This is so bad. This is impossible. It's so bad. Oh, man. Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. Newt. Mwah. Think of the fork. See? Open your eyes. I'm going to play without my glasses. What would you do then? This gen still isn't done. Oh, hello. Hey, Christopher. Oh, shoot. I don't even know where he went. Hey. Oh my god, I respected the palette. Ew. Ew, who am I? I'm like a man, and women, and palettes are women, and I don't respect palettes. Men, am I right? Okay, Chris, don't embarrass me again, okay? Because remember when you embarrassed me twice in a row? Don't do it! Thank you. I love you. Denzel! Enjoy your shovey. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. I'm sorry if I missed it. I'll go back after this game, which will be done shortly, I'm sure. Oh, no, it was not. It was not. It wasn't, but it should be. But no, Rootsy was not. That's so funny. Get off my generator. I'm gonna call Brian it, I think. I mean, might as well, right? Oh, you know what? I've thought of that. I actually have thought about that. June has a channel point. He has sprint burst, so there's no point in like chasing that, right? Right. Where'd he go? Oh, right here. You're not right here. There you are. There you are, Peter. Oh, they got it done. Wait, come back. See, when I can actually see the game, I actually do a little bit okay. I'm sorry. Can we get the snooze on the ad, por favor? Sorry, I thought I said that earlier. Unless it's just broken and it is not playing. But it says it's starting in 10 seconds. Thank you! Thank you, lovelies. Thank you. Oh, no, man. Frames. Frames, please. Frames. Please. I'll restart my game after this, which is fine, because I have to pee anyway. Oh, I forgot I have the omnipresent. Ah! Okay, we're gonna actually, you know what? Yes. Yes, we're gonna come right here. I love coming. Yeah. Yeah, leave so much to me. The frames are so bad. It's miserable right now. My ping is my ping is fine. This is the second time today that the stuttering has been a real bad issue. This is not you, Quan Tae-young. This is no. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Don't teabag me. Watch the VOD, Quan. The VOD is fucking miserable right now. I can't fucking see shit. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad right now. Is that Derpy? Everyone tell Derpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Everyone go follow Derpface. Everyone go follow Derpface. Hey, thank you so much for the shout out. Not in your face. I'm mad. I'm mad right now, Derpy. This game has been so miserable. Not like the survivors. Survivors are fine. It's look at the frames. Look at them. Where are they? I'm walking on fucking 10 frames a second here. I'll pick them up. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Oh, hello. I'm not a moth. God. Hello? Wait. Oh, I'm in omnipresent mode. Fuck. That's right. That's alright. That's alright. This game has been a stuttering mess. Jesus. Hi, Derpy. Thank you for Oh, no. It's not me. It's not me. I'm not dropping any frames. What is happening right now in this chat? I'm so sorry. What is fucking happening? Okay, so now I know it's not just me. Witch! Okay, well now I know that it's not just me, and that the other survivors were also struggling. I wonder if I could cut her off. Damn it. Shit on. Yes! 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 Fuck you, Laura! Yes! All by design. You do not have it right now. Oh my god, what a miserable game. And again, not because of the survivors, but because of the lag. That was so bad. Holy lag, brothers. Yeah, because the Lara lagged out. Damn, that was miserable. Alright, I'm gonna close the game. Oh, I love a quick Mori, right? Alright, Alt F4. Fudge. All right, hold on. Let me scroll up on chat. Oh, have a good time, Derby. The servers are twerking. Wait, what time is it? I did not experience any Steam update today. Was there a Steam update today? Did that work? It did! I love how you have the pig badge from my stream and then the Jason badge from the DVD. That makes me so happy. It's very cute. Magically, mwah, Newt, mwah, Reaper, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. I'm sorry I missed everyone's messages. Holy shit. Rootsy, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Zane, thank you for the gifted sub to I have to pee really bad. I have to pee so bad. Also, Zane, thank you for the sub to Jenzel Washington. Derpy, thank you for my daily dose of dickers. And Derpy, thank you for giving a sub to Life of Sky. W gifted. Enjoy your guys' badges. Oh, it did happen earlier? I must have missed it. I gotta go pee. We're gonna go pee. I'm gonna be right back. Okay,
I'm gonna
so
go pee. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
Grim. I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was blood favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't blood favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hole him? Ah, damn. We don't hole him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette. And but I remember to finish my Duolingo that I started like 3 hours ago. Whew! Please make some food, Raven. For me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Guys, I'm afraid that the game's gonna be super, like, messed up. Yuck. Also, after that last game, I want to take a shot because that was so frustrating. Because I feel like I would have done really, really well if I didn't have the stupid lag. And I do feel glad to know that the other survivors were experiencing lag too. Glenn Boy, that wasn't me. Read my Twitch bio. Also, read the bio that added you. It's definitely not me. Sorry, sweetheart. Miras, yes, we're doing a 10-ish hour stream today. Lyrical, did you really? So sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna do a shot. Because that game stressed me out. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da. Hopefully that the servers aren't super messed up. I had a couple TikToks go viral the other day. Oh, thanks, Lyrical. That's really sweet of you. Where's Jupes when you need her? Ugh. I know, right? What time is it? It is 10:20 p.m. for moi. So we'll be live for about 2 more hours-ish. Ish. Everybody goes.
Lizard.
Lizard! Alright, we're gonna take a shot off. TJ, no you! TJ, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Tuesday. What should we take? What have we've done a rum. And we've done 2 malorts. I don't know. Yeah, Central Time, yeah. Chilling playing DVD? Are you playing what are you playing? Are you playing as Jason? You doing Survivor? What are you doing? No 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 no. Oh really? I feel like Survivor is easier on mouse and keyboard, and Killer is easier on controller. I haven't played on controller in a minute though. I think 2020 was when I played. What's up, Spooky Time Pizza? Yo, happy Tuesday. Happy Jason Day. Oh, what a beautiful day it is. Oh, let's go. So you warming up, TJ? Hell yeah. Oh, 5:20. Good morning. Well, Miras, I hope you had a great evening/morning with us. Ah, gotcha, Jesse. That makes total sense. Oh. Well, I appreciate you, Bongo Lizard, for hanging out. Let's do a shot of, rum or vodka? What do you guys think? Rum or vodka? Happy Jason Day. Oh, the slow walk is so funny. You do tequila? More for you. More for you. I did not put that as an option. Even though I do have it as an option. If you guys really want me to, I'll do it. So anyways, speaking of pizza, what shot do you want me to take? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Felipe, Toxic Panda Girl, Riders Rain, Devont the Dude, and Robin! I have a very important question for you, speaking of pizza. Well, technically I have 2. Pink. Oh, give me the badge! Yes, sir. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Candy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Never mix clears and browns? Oh, I do. I be mixing. Yikes. I know. I know. I, too, like to live dangerously. And then, pizza. Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Moonshine. You pick for me. Oh my god, you do not have to sub at all. Fruit Loops! And then, pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. What color kitty cat would you like? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy shit. Green. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. I'm gonna do the shot first because I want it. Sortistitious. Oh, Fruit Loops vodka? Me. It's a 3 Olives brand. We're actually finally getting down to the bottom of this. Holy. I love this song so much. It's almost perfectly in there. Yeah, 3 Olives, yeah. It is really yummy. It has a little bit of a aftertaste of, like, gasoline, though. It's not my favorite thing. But the aftertaste is lovely. Like, it leaves my breath, you know, breathable. No way, DJ! That's exciting. Have you used your 10 million blood points yet? Salud. Hey! Yes! Did you got moried by? Hell yeah. I breathed in as I drank it. Ugh. I'm not sure the proof. It's 30% alcohol, though. I'm not sure the proof. It's not that bad. The thing that I have that's the highest proof of what I'll actually drink in the house is the rum. But I have other stuff that's higher proof, but I'm not gonna drink it. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. for me. I like that. Did not know that. Worked at a liquor store for how many years? All right, green. Oh, of course it's gonna be green. That's like your color. No way! Bongo Lizard, that's dope. I would love to be a bartender. Candy, did I say hello to you or did I completely ignore you for 10 minutes? Candy, mwah, mwah. Just in case I missed it. Holy shit. Candy, I hope you're doing so good. Oh my god, I'm so sorry if I missed you. I wanted the one where I was pinned to the wall. Oh, I think I have been worried by that. I think. I'm a chat functional alcoholic. DJ. Ah! Think of the forehead kiss. Oh, hold on. Ooh. Alright, I haven't finished it yet, but this might be the prettiest handwriting I've ever had. Okay, time looks a little weird, but it's looking kind of pretty. Also, I know what I'm going to do for you. Oh my god, okay. I love him so much. Oh, he makes me so happy. I hope you love him. Yo, Spooky Dragon, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Oh, bye. Don't you talk about my girlfriend like that. Spooky Pizza. Your cat is like spacing out and just like eating a pizza. Like he's sucking up the pizza like how one sucks up a thing of spaghetti. He's so cute. He makes me so happy. He's so cute. I love him. Yeah. He's perfect, as it were. Pizza cat. He's so cute. I love him. Pain without love, pain. Can't get enough pain. I like it rough. Servers, please don't be a little bitch. Pain without love, pain. Cues are still only 6 minutes. I have your makeup? Thanks! Appreciate you. Simp! I'll ban you. Joopy, say the word. I'll ban him. How's everyone doing today? Happy Tuesday. Happy long stream. We are so close to... Yeah, say it! Say it, Joops! Say it! Oh, I have to ready up. One day I'll remember to ready up. It's not this day. We're closing in our 6-7 sub goal. Dragon, fair. That's fair. But are you home now? 69! Hopefully I don't go up against you as killer. Oh, you have nothing to worry about if I'm your killer. You mean say I love Malort? Yeah. Nice! Jufia said, just say the word and I'll ban Bongo Lizard for you. 8 hours. Yuck. Yucky. I'm glad you're home. You'll convince me? Are you gonna do Jason or are you gonna do Pinky? What are you gonna do tonight? Well, even if it's just a timeout, let me know, Droopy. You say the word. Just type BB in chat for Bongo Ban. Or Ban Bongo. Pain. I can't believe we've been streaming for almost 8.5 hours. It doesn't feel like it. But then I'm gonna end stream, and then my neurodivergent ass is gonna be like, help me! Oh, cool, okay. BB, new command just dropped. Ban Bongo. Nothing at all. Oh my god, Gold Rush redeemed a forehead kissing 3 minutes ago? What has happened to my OBS? Am I literally missing this? Gold Rush. Mwah, mwah. I keep missing everyone's kisses. Gold Rush, I hope you had the best time this weekend. Holy shit, dude. I hope you had the best time. Hi, Shadowhawk. Gold Rush, are you home? Na, 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 na.
Help is on the way, dear!
Ghost loops! Let's go! Just in time for you to judge my terrible looping. Let's go, Ghost loops. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome back, Raiders! We just restarted the game because I had a really laggy server my last game. It was really rough. So I'm hoping... Oh, okay, that's fine. Whew. What was I saying? I'm hoping that the restart makes it a little bit less laggy. We'll see. Me judge never. Ah, he's so much fun! Even though I'm terrible. Oh. Even though I'm terrible at him. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Okay. Yeah, go get Jason, yeah. I'm Jason, Jake. Get his ass, Jason! Kill them. Kill them all. Oh. Did you work today, Gold Rush? Shut up. Oh my god. Everyone go follow Ghost Loops, and friends. If you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad by doing so. Please get your post-stream strat. Self-care. Oh no, it's a little laggy still. Yikes. I'm gonna go find another gen. Ooh, hello. Please get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies, go eco, pika, puka, stretch, go drink. Welcome in. If you guys are new here, hi! My name is PixelxKitten. I'm doing a long stream today to celebrate the Jason release. Oof. That was almost embarrassing. And we are so excited to have Jason the Fog. And we've been playing a lot of Jason today, and then doing the play while you wait. Almost. Yo! That was close, right? Shut up. You did? That's crazy, Gold. Oh my god. Damn. Well, I'm glad you had a good weekend, though. I'm assuming you had a good weekend. I haven't heard a single person say they had a bad experience this weekend, so I'm just assuming everyone had a great time.
Lizard.
Did you really, Loops? Loops, that'd be a really... Oh my... That'd be a really cool video if you haven't made one already. Jesse, I was just saying, that's the only thing that that's the only IP I can think of that I, like, really, really want. Oh, does it really? I'm not going to. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm good! Was amazing. I'm so glad. I'm so happy for you guys. Ghost Loops, you should. Because that would, I'm sure a lot of people will either, because I think what would be really good about that, Ghost Loops, is I think either a lot of people will agree with you, or alternatively, a lot of people will argue with you and go, actually, this perk will be better. And that's great because you want more people to comment things like that because it helps with the interaction on your video and it helps push your video out. So it's a great, I think, idea to do if you want. But yeah, I'm a variety streamer, DVD creator, and I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. No, she didn't. Yeah, but her job security is a little bit better than mine. Yes, I am going. I'm officially going, yeah. I think I'm just gonna get like a hotel solo or something. I'm thinking. Because I don't know who I'd like stay with, you know? Oh, I like that sound effect. Why you come fast? Oh, you got that perk. You got that perk, baby. Holy. You got that perk, whatever it's called. It gets a, why you come fast. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, we're in here now. We're in here now. Oh my god! Okay, I'm not the only one seeing this, right? Please tell me someone else. And I'm not crazy. That was aggressive. Please tell me that you guys saw that on your end too, because that was really bad. Oh, okay, cool. I'm so glad. I just don't want anyone to gaslight me and be like, "Oh, you were so bad at this video." I know I'm bad at this video game. Ugh. And it's not the ping. It's literally just the servers. It's so unfortunate. I've been wanting to do an if Ghostface had voice lines, just me doing the voice, acting with ghosts. That would be so good though. There's a person in there I don't really want to. Goldie. You know what I mean? If that person's in his group. Oh, yeah, I'll heal you too. I'll rub your bum. And now I have conviction up! Did he kick my gen? I don't remember. Yeah. Oh, good submissive boy. Are you playing while you wait? Yes, I am. I am. Although, if the games continue to be laggy, I might just swap just to Survivor, because playing Survivor while it's lagging, like, getting a chase like that is no big deal, because, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't have lasted much longer in that chase anyway, lag or not. But playing Killer with that aggressive lag is rough. Oh! Speaking of G Fuel, don't forget, today and tomorrow, my code is boosted to 40% off. So code Kitten is 40% off today and 40% off tomorrow. There's the new City series with New York and Los Angeles that just released. There's so many really great things that are on sale for 40% off if you use code Kitten. It's only today and only tomorrow. I'll let you know. I'll let you know, Lance Bones. I might just do it anyway. Nick Cage great character. That'd be so fun! Oh man, Nick Cage is so cool. What's up, Rocket Rebel? It's going great. The games are super fun. The servers just got super laggy recently. Like the last game or so that's a little annoying, but besides that, eh. Yo, Wesker's Hero Bussy is so good. I love that. You are very welcomed here. A very safe space here for you. Oh, what kind of fried rice? Oh, shite nipples. I thought I had Last Stand for a second, but I think it was my last build. I had Last Stand. Okay, I'm gonna go do a gen. I wonder if this one got done. That wasn't even lag. That was just me not looking. Oh man. Oh, I just burped and it tastes like Fruit Loops. Yum. Oh! Oh! I've never had prawn fried fries. Fruit Loops! Gay! Breakout? I worked really hard on that generator. Oh! No! Huh? Why me? What did I do? Ooh, okay. Alright. Heard. I bite back? Oh my god, do a gen you noob at me, but my name is Ghost. Shut up, that's so funny. Did you make a video of you saying that? Because that's also super funny. Did I heal? Oh, I am healed. Okay, we're good. Oh. Oh. I am so fudging scared right now. I blend in really well, right? Like, he'll never find me. Okay, good. Whew! That was close. Simply for the appreciation of the name. Was it Wesker's Ulo Bus? Was that what the name was? where he went. Did you just nopers me? Do it again! Thank you so much for being you. Who paid you to say that? Oh, Destiny, it's only if they find out, right? You did? I knew it. Shadowhawk, respectfully, know you. Go Soup, take the giant emotes. Is that a bisexual pin in your emote too? It's only if your landlord finds out. It's like when it is Happy Pride. It's like how I hid having 3 cats in my apartment. And when I had my apartment inspection, I had to sit in my car with all 3 cats while my ex was in the apartment. When we got inspected, we had to hide the cat tree. Oh man. Yeah. Do you really? That's so cute. Oh, you know what? I might not load in this killer, because this is really bad. I don't think I'm gonna load in this killer. I almost did. What were you making? That made you almost burn down your kitchen. P25? Oh, that's fair. What survivors do you have? P100 Weskers? Whoa, bushy. They just started Goldie. Like, there was a laggy game earlier, but, I restarted the game and it was fine. And this is the second game in a row that's been lagging. It was 4 ace cards sprawled out and each one had the color of the ace. Oh, that is cute! Hi, Slasher Bunny! Slasher Bunny, happy Tuesday. Happy Jason Day! GG's. Oh shit! I gotta back out. I forgot. I was loaded up as killer. I honestly, like, it's just not fun to play Jason with the servers as laggy as they are. I can't do it. Like, I'll play Survivor because, you know, I got 3 other people to rely on, but it's really stressful, you know. Ashtri, Sable, Steve, Nancy, Cheryl, Hanatu. Oh my god, look at you! Holy! I have Ace. Twins, Dredge. Ash, technically, because he's P99 level 50. He just needs the 20,000 to P100 him. And then I'm working on Ghostface. But to be fair, Ash and Ghostface are chat-picked ones. Oh, and Dredge was too. Ace and Twins were the only ones that I picked to do. But yeah, chat voted for Dredge. Actually, technically, chat voted for Twins too, but I was gonna do Twins regardless, because she's the favorite. And then chat voted for Ash and Ghostface because those are my 2 least favorite survivors and killers. Going Peggy now? Ah, yeah. You sometimes just gotta like reset. Are you home right now, Slasher Bunny, that you can play? A foreign land. Yeah, it's been very nice playing as Jason. He's so fun. 24. Is the Ace fit goofy though? What do I have on right now? Let's see. It's kind of like my go-to. Oh yeah, so this is my go-to. This is my go-to when I don't feel like getting tunneled. because it's without the Twitch shirt. This is just very handsome Ace, because, like, mwah. Oh, I love my pajamas. This is pajama Ace. Oh, I think I did this to match somebody. But yeah, as you can tell, the panties stay on during sex. And this was before I got my Twitch shirts. And before, the panties came out. This was the outfit I rolled. I rocked. But my favorite is Gabriel. It looked at me first. Woof. Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, thank you for the 70 stream streak. Oh, fun! Oh, Slasher Bunny, no. I'm so sorry. Huh? Gold Rush, which one was your favorite? Yes, right? All of them are your favorites? You'll never guess who my favorite survivor is. Well, I know who it is. I'm not gonna guess, because that's lame. Kiyoshi! Mwah, thank you for the forehead, Kisi. Yeah, Gabriel just... Like, okay, let's see. Who are my favorite survivors? Ace, obviously. Ace, Nia... Jane, LOD. I do love me a good Alessa. Alessa's so nice. I love her. I love Hattie. Gabriel. Ellen. But specifically Rain. I think I'm on Rain right now. Yeah. I love Rain.
Thing here too.
V. I've been really enjoying V. Oh yeah, the lobby music. Hold on. Let's load up RE. It's so nice.
Playing other people's games.
I love Rain. Rain is one of my favorite characters. Should I grow a mustache? Yes. What do you mean? Haven't you already? I swear I've seen you stashed up before. Oh, really? This is the outfit that I cosplay. And so I love this outfit very much. It's specifically the number one. Yes, I saw that she's number one and Huntress is number one. Which I still think, I do wish that the DBD, like the box set, I really wish that statue was Meg, you know? Or like at least on like one of like the 4 original survivors. Like I understand why it's Sable. I understand their reasoning for Sable. I think it should have been a different one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Sable was the most played during year 9? Oh, okay. And they're, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Leah's votes if you want. I totally forgot. Yeah. We understand, but we don't agree. So, okay, if you guys could pick any survivor to be on that statue, who do you think it should have been? And not just because, like, oh, Steve is my favorite character or whatever. Like, who do you think, like, it realistically should have been? Because I think Meg, Dwight, Claudette, Jake, I think have the strong, any of those 4 I think would have been the strongest one. Vittorio? Do you think it should have been Vittorio, though? Meg or Dwight? I don't think it could have been a licensed person. Dwight and Trapper. Man, how nice would it have been to have, like, pick one or something. I definitely think it should have been one of the OG 4, especially if you're celebrating 10 years. It's fine. I don't know. I'm being nitpicky. I'm being picky little bitch. It's fine. All right, who am I gonna play as? Leanne's Moans, I just want you to know that I have been having some lag issues. I'm so sorry. Should we do V again? What's my loadout? Well, actually, if I'm playing with you, I don't need to use my solo queue build. What's Nia got? Who do you think the general public will gravitate towards when the movie comes out? What do you mean, who the general public will gravitate towards? What do you mean by that question? Okay. Yeah, we'll do this build. Whichever. No, I noticed that. Like, what do you mean, like, gravitate towards when the movie comes out? Like, what do you mean? Like, who will they gravitate towards? Aw, thanks, Leah's votes. I'm glad you think that way. Oh, Oh, like for the IRL survivor? Oh, like who's ever gonna oh, I don't know. I don't know. I got it from the Dead by Daylight store. I think it's still available. Yeah, I agree, Rootsy. I think I would need to see who's getting casted. Because they could cast like the ugliest motherfucker as Dwight, you know? And he's supposed to be like a little like bottom cutie. Nurse and Nia. Nurse and Nia would have been such a like Nurse like you know, oh, that could have been such a cool statue. Whatever. Tom Holland for Dwight. Does he have to be? Are you really a Solar? No way! Jack Black playing Dwight. I will kill myself. Really? Spencer Charnas as Dwight? He did look really good as Dwight. Die, self-righteous suicide. I don't know. Who's that one guy? Colin Mockery. Who voiced that one thing? Taron Egerton. I'm joking, by the way. I know, right, Solar? Jalen? I hope that. I just got my last drop. Yes! Jesse Eisenberg? Who's that? Nicolas Cage? No. No. Nicolas Cage has to be himself. Oh! The guy who voiced Rio. Oh my god. No, it's funny. I've never seen that movie, but I know exactly who you're talking about because of TikTok. He's in The Four Horsemen, right? The Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I like him. I can see him being Dwight. I can actually see that. I can actually see that. Alright. That's crazy. Oh, hello, Totem. You're not lit up, so I don't care about you. Yeah, my unfortunately, I had to in the creator Discord, they were saying that a lot of people's videos got copyright striked because of like the people who were live streaming on YouTube. People were saying that their YouTube live streams got copyright striked because of the Ice Nine Kills song, which sucks. And Behavior is apparently working on it right now, because a lot of people got strikes on their channels because they were live streaming the co-stream, so they're trying to figure that out. So that's unfortunate. Ha! Oh, I have more to say about that. But I will. Oh my god, I can't fucking see! Oh my god, oh my god. I couldn't see, I couldn't move. It literally wouldn't let me sabo. That is so annoying. Oh my god. I don't even want to play anymore. This is just so bad. Like, I'm not trying to be like a little pee-pee poo-poo head. Like, it's unplayable. I watched your live stream reaction and you removed that segment and it was like, oh my god, someone got mad at me, Solar. Like, someone was like, comment on my YouTube and they're like, it's a someone says like, I'm disappointed, or like, it's a shame that you like deleted that part. I'm just like, because people were getting on God strikes on their YouTube channel. It's like, and I told them, it's like, just go to my YouTube VOD. It's there. Like they were mean about it. I was like, okay. So that I don't know. I was getting, oh, I forgot I need to be healed. Sorry, but I was getting so much like hate. Oh, he's here. I was getting so much hate over the past couple days because of like my viral videos. Like, the last thing I wanted to hear was someone tell me like they were disappointed in me because I deleted a thing to professionally protect my channel. I don't know. It really hurt, so it's fine. It is what it is. Because it's on my Twitch VOD, and that person could have gone there, but I don't know. It's like after everything like I was going through that day. Oh my god. Or people telling me people were saying the most horrible and awful things to me. Because a bunch of my videos went viral, which normally people are like, "Yay!" No, it was not a good thing. That was like, one of the last things I want to hear is like, "I'm disappointed in you." I was like, "Fuck you, man." I was so sad. Like, it was like one of the last things I want to hear. Yeah, because like I don't want to lose my channel. Oh yeah, heal me. I keep forgetting to be healed. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, I have so many things I need to save, okay? Hey, hold on. We can talk about this. What's up, Ghost Kitty? Ghost Kitty, I like your name. It's okay. It's okay. Like, I'm a fat autistic woman on the internet. So people don't like the way I act. People don't like the way I look. And it's fine. I'm not making fun of myself. I'm not putting myself down. I'm not making fun of myself. Oh my god, he kind of like jingles a little bit like that one Wraith skin. Okay, sorry. I'm not putting myself down or anything. Like, I want to make that very clear. But people don't like the way I look, and people don't like the way I act, and that's fine. That's their prerogative, right? But the way people are so mean about it on the internet is so unnecessary. Like, you don't have to, you know, I don't know. People just suck. That's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone's messages, guys. David better have his accent? Wait, what accent does David have? Oh, hello. Thank you, lovely. Bummer that it happens. Oh, the shit talking? Yeah. It is a bummer. Oh, hello? Hello? God. God, the lag is so bad. Holy shit. Aw, man. The one time I feel like I could have helped. British? I didn't know David was British. I was gonna guess, like, Irish. Oui. He is? Okay, well then, I would be disappointed if he doesn't have an accent. Like, obviously they don't have to, like, cast a British guy, because anybody could do a British accent. Like me, I have the best British accent ever. People ask me all the time, Pixel, aren't you British? Like, are you really British? They ask me that all the time. Hello, plaything. Can you guys watch that door for me while I watch it? Look at chat. Yeah, thanks, Loki. Daily, people ask me, Pixel, are you really British? Hey, hey, hey! All the time they ask me. Oh yeah, Tom! Oh my god! I forgot about the voice line overhaul. Yeah. Yay. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Miras! Thank you for getting a sub to Vandrell. Miras, thank you so much. And if you haven't gotten it yet, enjoy your DVD sub badge. Yeah. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. Sub hype. Hey, Vandrell! Enjoy your subby. Enjoy your 9 emotes ad reviewed and your sub badge. Oh, Capricorn, how are you feeling? I'm okay. I'm tired. How's everyone else feeling? All I gotta say is, I'm so glad that, I did not stream yesterday. Because with all, like, the mean things that people were saying to me yesterday, like, my mental health was tanked. Oh, it was miserable. So. I'm really glad I didn't stream yesterday. It was really bad. It'd be very accurate with representation, so I imagine the voice lines to be well crafted. I hope so. And they, especially like from the live stream, like you could tell like how much care and awareness they have. What happened to hi? Hello. How are you? Claudette's French Canadian? More! More, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Vampire Bat, Lex Shakespeare, Big Burp, N7 Maxi, and The Final Boy. Thank you so much, War. War, hello. Thanks for the reminder. War, don't forget to... Hey, no! I said I was gonna post something in the Discord. I did post the announcement that I was gonna do a long stream today in the Discord, so... Oh. Glow Sloops, you wanna go to the Bad Kitten corner? I'm so sorry. I did say I was gonna tell you, like, when I went live, and I didn't. War, I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Ghost Loops, thank you for the 100 bits. Ugh. What the fuck? We are so close to our 6-7 goal. Oh my god. Routine. Thank you guys very much. This is our 3rd hype train today? No. No. Take her, not me! Yeah. Oh, okay, I didn't mean it. I meant it a little bit, sure. Whoa! Whoa! I can't see! The frames are so bad! No! Yes. Yes.
Help is on the way, dear!
Whoa, kid! Come! Oh my god, what is happening? Alright, I'm just gonna leave. Actually, I'm just gonna leave. That's not my teammate. What is happening? Hello? Cam! What's up, Zombie Master? Hi, Cam! What's up, that fire guy? What's up, HBO25? Holy shit! Bravo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Digi Angel, Manakasuke, N.E. Trunner Nova, Cyber Parzivo, and Final Girl. Oh my god, someone was gifted Final Boy from War, and then you gifted someone a Final Girl. That's so cute. What the heck? Thank you so much for the raid, guys. Welcome in! Welcome. If you guys are new here, hello, my name's PixelxKitten. We're doing some DBD today. Although, this might be my last game. I might just, like, yap a little bit afterwards. For a little bit, because the servers are... booty cheeks! How was your stream, Kim? Were you doing some DBD? The stream's been going great. We were doing a big old juicy 10-ish hour stream today. It was going to be 12 hours, but... somebody... oh my god. He's so scared. He won't even. Oh my god. I did say it'd be so clever if someone streamed for 13 hours a day, but I'm not that smart. No way! Shut up! What were you doing for the workout? That's so cool! Oh, also, if you need a rated run, especially if you're tired, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks. You know what? I'm just gonna leave. I just realized Winchester's dead. I'm just gonna leave. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco poo, go stretch, go drink. I'm just gonna leave. I just realized my duo's dead. A core workout, heck yeah. Good for you! That's so cool. I love that. Yes. I think I did. And I think you said that I hope that he sees it, or I hope he sees the Jason's in the game or something. I don't remember. I'm so sorry. I was really not doing very well mentally yesterday. so I didn't interact with a lot of posts yesterday. I was not doing very well mentally. It was not a good day. People were not being nice to me on the internet yesterday. I'm telling you guys, a lot of people are like, God, I hope my post goes viral. I go, God, I hope my post stays in my circle. Now, bravo, Penguin, because you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Did you see if War picked a color for me? Also, bravo, Penguin. Can you tell me if you'd like pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Don't make me kiss you. I forgot to say GG's! Alright, well now I look toxic. Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh, no way! The original 3 killers? No way! That's so cool! Pink pussy! What do you want, Angel? And yellow for me? Pith pussy. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Banguini. Na 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 na. Really, Jesse? Oh, when you're playing Pig? The other day, because I like his art. It's always dark and gritty, and DBD obviously evolved from that. But I think it would be nice to see him have the opportunity to design an outfit for an icon like Jasno. Yeah. Jasno. Have a good night, Goldie! I hope you have the best ever. Seriously, thank you so much for coming in and saying hello. And also, thank you so much for saying that you, like, wished I was there. That is seriously, I can't tell you how much that means to me, Goldie. So seriously, thank you so much for saying that. I'm gonna tell Goldie how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. And I hope you have the best night ever! And I can't wait to see you at TwitchCon. Yeah, W Goldie. Also, thank you for the hype train. I forgot that was the thing. Yeah! And it's so funny. Oh my god. Because the thing is, I knew that if I didn't get this, I would get such FOMO. Right, Nova? Well, because I already didn't go to the DVD party because I couldn't afford it. So it's like, I could afford a t-shirt. Shit. So, yeah. Yeah. It was like 30-something bucks. So. Oh my god. For all 13 hours? Should we do another couples kitties? Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Sheesh. It's our 3rd hype train today. Oh, and I got my last Twitch drop too. Yes, this banner is so sick. Also, Leanne's Bones, I'm down to play another one, even though the... Okay, Leanne's Bones, are you also experiencing lag on your end? Tom was the biker, I believe that. Oh, he's so much fun. I only got one person who was salty, but to be fair, survivors are always fucking salty. As a survivor main, sorry. But survivors are always fucking salty. You know what I mean? Ah! Oh my god, I thought someone was being mean to me. Tom! Never beating the dog allegations. But besides that, everyone's been super chill. I was a couple friendly. Oh, I was a couple friendly. I was friendly with a couple people. I'm on East. East of us. Themes run. Really? Must be nice. But Leanne, you're West, right? But you're on my server. But I don't know. I already restarted my game, and it hasn't fixed it. So I don't know. I don't know. But it's really, really bad. When should be Central? There is no Central server. Just East and West. I would love a Central server. No. If they had a Central server, I would actually have 20 fucking ping, and that would be nice. But no, I'm stuck in my 50 ping limbo. Oh, did you really? Jesse, poor baby! Oh, that's a shame that they DC'd. Bravo Penguin, do you have a favorite Pokemon? Yeah, I think it's still available, yeah. Google Fiber. I don't think Fiber's where I live yet. My parents have it. What's up, Big Queef? Oh, I don't know, Wesker. I don't know. People are really whiny lately over nothing. Yeesh. Do I have what? A favorite Pokemon? Also, do you guys mind if I play an ad now so there's no ad in game? Ad now, no ad in game. Okay, it's fine. Almost pressed add marker instead. God, I'm tired. How good is the print quality? I don't know. I don't think, like, I don't know, like, do you want to feel it, Tom? I'm joking. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be like one of those cracky ones. Like, I don't want to stretch it, but I don't think like it's gonna crack like how some print does. I don't know. It's really soft. Like, you can barely tell that you can feel print over. I'm sorry, just like feeling my titties, but it feels good. I love the material. I like it. I do like it. And you know, I'm not sponsored, no, nothing. That I'm literally saying, you, Tom, you know I would tell you if I did not like it. Oh, yeah? Okay, then, yeah, this is gonna last forever for you, but I really enjoy this shirt. Yeah. Some of my fourth wall shirts have done that. Oh, an all-boy lobby. Okay. I'll be a boy. Oh. They left. That person said Twitch shirt. Ew. I need it IRL, right? I need that Ice and Kill shirt in real life. Desperately need it. Oh, that's so cool. I've never seen them live. We're 6 subs away! We're 6 subs away to our 6-7 sub goal. It doesn't have to be there. I'm just saying it. I'm not expecting it. I'm not demanding. I'm literally just saying it. Because it's as close as we got. Cubone? Okay, Bravo Penguin. Does War have a favorite Pokemon? It's okay if he doesn't. Cubone is your favorite? That's so fudging cute. I bet. I bet they are. I'm so happy that you got to see them live. Sorry that took me like 10 years to get back to you, Bravo Penguin. What's up, Neo Hunter? I hope you carry me. My server's been really bad lately, and I've been really lagging. So, Neo Hunter, I'm gonna need you to carry me. He said he does not. Alright. No, please, help me. Help me, Neo Hunter! You're my help me, Neo Hunter! You're my only hope! I gotta do these again. I can't. But... okay. Oh, I did do it on the right cat. Oh my god, I got nervous. I did it on the wrong cat for a second. RPD! Yeah, it tickles my butt plug. You know, when you do that, it tickles my butt plug. I've been oversleeping. The boys have summer school. Yikes. Have a good night! Summer school. No fun. I think I did a summer school class once. For, like, a college credit. It actually wasn't so bad. It was really nice. It was, like, 6 people in the class. I can't even remember what the class was for. I was like, free college credit? Okay. Hey, no lag so far. But we're also not in chase. It gets worse when I'm in chase. Oh my god. Why did you just materialize out of nowhere? Oh, there was a little bit. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. So it's when other people are on the screen. Okay, so if I just don't look at anyone else, it's not as laggy. Okay, a little bit lag. No lag. Lag. Still lag. Okay. Well, face of darkness. I'm gonna go find the totem. Because... mm-hmm. I agree, Babo. With the Wootsie. The Wootsie? I did Sylvan? Like, Elvish? Because that's the only Sylvan I know is Elvish. I'm not being facetious, by the way. Oh, you think Neo is Leon? Aren't you Leon? Oh, Destiny! Destiny! I thought that was Leon's Moans. Leon's Moans is Leon. So Leon's Moans is a Winchester Pendragon. That's so funny. Hello! No, not Elvish? Okay. Sorry, I was not, like, Gen question. Hey! I gotta find that totem. Oh. But I have conviction up. Was that it? Oh, let's go. W Winchester. / Leon's Bones. It's weird that I see, like, my pustule aura. Oh, okay. Okay. Good game, Neo Hunter! Good game! What's up, Mr. Ware? Oh, wow. Oh, so it was fancy. Wow. GG's! GG's, Neo Hunter. What? What? Servers, am I right? Alright. How do I do this? I don't know if I can draw this. I could try this. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, Bravo. You just gotta work with me. I'm trying to do something cute. Oh. It's really hard to draw on these tiny post-its, alright? You're just gonna have to you're gonna have to just work with me. Wait, did you back out? Oh, okay, no problem, Lance Bones. I'm glad we got 1.5 games in. Sorry it took so long. Lit the too much Gene. Okay. There's a story to tell. It's just a little, como se dice, abstract. Oh no, please continue. Don't let me stop you. I can see you still when I turn my back. Okay. So, you're sad. Like Cubone is. You're sad, and you got your arms going like, eh. You're sad. And then here's War. Oh. Giving you a little kissy. And he's got a bone. The Cubone. Whatever, alright? You guys are cute, alright? There you go. It's abstract! Ugh. You like him? Which one's your favorite? Ah, Bravo Penguin. I don't want to talk about it. I couldn't draw a Cubone. You can't draw it on those little things. You wanna say hi? Wanna say hi? Hello, this is my dog. This is my frozen turkey, who I tell people is a dog. It's actually just a frozen turkey. Oh my god. So aggressive with it. You're so cute. Alright, my turn. I gotta be careful because I might actually tongue him. So cute! Yeah, eye booger. Yep, eye booger. I think I got it. Do you love me? I fear that means yes. Happy belated birthday, boo! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! How old are you? You're 1. Paw. 2. Paw. No, you gotta keep going. 2. Hey, paw. Paw. 3. Alright, one more, okay? Hey, paw. Hey, paw. Hey, paw. Bye! Yippee! Yeah, I thought you'd need some incentive, wouldn't you? There you go. He's so fucking cute. I love him so much. Oh, right, Rootsy? But we know he's a fucking psychopath. Like, I'm over this game. Give me the fucking treats, mother. The 5.6% dachshund, yeah. Have a good night, Big Perp! Big Perp, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. He's a very gentle kisser, yeah. He's such a good boy. When he's not being a bad boy. The arms look like titties blowing in the wind. Shut up. Can I pet that dog? He would love any and all attention from everybody. What's up, Max? Thank you for the forehead kissy. Heem's part. Weenie! You got a weenie? You don't lick your weenie. Weenie. Winky. How's it going? It's alright. I'm a little sleepy. A wee bit sleepy. You're not even on your bed. You're not on any of them. There's 2 beds. There's a bark bed. Oh. You want belly? No, you want belly? Oh, can you come here so they can see you? Belly! I like your big belly. I like your big belly, Muffin. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Do you want to get in bed? Do you want to get in bed? Also, this is exactly what he does to me when I try to get him inside from walking. When we're OUTSIDE.
Help is on the way, dear!
Holy! Hi, Stellar! Yeah. Oh, hello, lovely. Do you want to come back up? I'll come back up. He just like lays on the floor because he knows he's harder to pick up like that. Stellar, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Stellar, how is your stream? Welcome in. Wolf? Wolfie? W of E? W of 3? Is it Wolf? How do I say your name? What's up, Stellar Bear? I'm sorry. You said it right the second time? Wolf. I forgot what I said. Wolfie! Wolfie! Welcome in! Welcome in. Stellar, how was your stream? Welcome in, raiders! I'm taking a little bit of like, I guess a break. I don't know. I'm just chilling. No, thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting the homie Stellar Bear. How was your stream? Welcome in. We were doing a big, long DBD stream. But the servers got really buggy for me. And so I'm just kind of just like hanging out in the lobby right now. But what is that? Oh, did you find my mushroom stone that I dropped? Can you get that from me? Oh, you don't have thumbs. That's right. Can I say hello? Fine. I say hello. And my dog's being cute, so I'm using him for views. I'm using him for views and attention. For 12 hours? Oh my god, I'm only been live for 9 hours. My brain's like that. Yeah, see? Wofi, you get it. My turkey! I'm getting ready for Thanksgiving. I'm thawing my turkey. Thank you for the follow! See, it works. It works. Thank you so much. Oh, marshmallow. That's so cute. My little marshmallow. That is so cute. I'm gonna steal that. Dog hair in my nose. I just love him so much it hurts. The powdered boo donut. Oh my god. Thank you. I will not have any more makeup on my face. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, whatever. I want prawn fried rice. Stellar, please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pika, poo, go stretch, go drink. Alright, I want to play Jason, but the servers are pissing me off, so I'm not going to. Let's do another Survivor game. What do you guys think? Oh. Ah! Yes! Clefable is my favorite Pokemon. And this was a gift. Who's everyone's favorite Pokemon? Go! I guess I'll play Survivor. Hell yeah! I'll never be able to guess your favorite Pokemon. I would, actually, but I won't. Umbreon, Psyduck, and Gengar. Ugh. Fuck yeah, dude. My brother's favorite Pokemon's Gengar. Which is so funny because Gengar and Clefable are, like, known to, like, be, like opposites of each other or whatever. Mime Junior, mime! Cubone. I can't pick, yeah. It's so hard to pick one, right? Rockruff and Ninetales. Oh my god, there's, like, dog hair everywhere. Ugh. So, I'm allergic to dogs, right? I could feel a little bit of, like, burning on my face a little bit from the dog saliva. I take my allergy medicine today. I was about to dry take the pill, and I was like, I have water right here. Yeah, I have a love for Vulpix too because it was one of the first shiny Pokemon I ever caught. Oh my god, no! Stellar, get the heck out of here. 12-hour streams? You were here way longer than I expected. Thank you so much. Truly, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone go give Stellar lots of love. Stellar, please take care of yourself. Get that post-stream self-care, Angel. Thank you so much for reading. I really can't tell you how grateful I am. Also, thank you for the 3 subscriptions! Oh, thank you, Raven. Excellent self-care. Command. W. Ghoulishly. Because I think that was Ghoulishly's, command, right? Oh my god. I'm getting sleepy, homies. Oh. Perfect. I always run self-care. That was funny. No, watch out, Megan! Was that Megan? Who was that? Oh, it's Sable. Bye, Stellar. No, Meg. Oh, Did I miss a skill check? I didn't even hear a skill check. What the fudge? Oh. Bye, Penguin. I love you. Ruin. Ruin. Ruin these nuts. Sable's your main? Sable's such a cutie. I will never understand the Sable hate. But to be fair, people will hate. People will hate on anything just because people know, just because the people who hate on it are people that know that other people enjoy it. And so they want to hate on it because they know that it's enjoyed by other people. I thought I was going to get away with that, by the way. I almost got away with it too if it weren't for you rascally, bastardly, dastardly kids. I don't know how it goes. What's up, Grantis? Yo, Grantis, happy Tuesday. Nice, okay. Let's check over here for Ruin. No, okay, I have a feeling it might be over here. 2 weeks for vacation! Did you have the best time ever? I hope you did. I have no idea. Especially, I have no idea how it blew up, especially since I didn't even hear a skill check either. Like, I'm very confused about it. I'm very confused. Wait. There is no Ruin. Why am I looking for Ruin? There's no hex thing up. I'm so confused. I'm so confused about this game right now. Hello, lovely. Oh. I'm so confused. I don't know. I think it's also because I'm streaming for 9 hours. I only got 3 hours of sleep. And I'm mentally exhausted over yesterday. So, hi, confused. I'm Dad. Hi, Dad. Happy almost Father's Day. Yup. 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 Nope. Yup. Oh, okay, I don't know this tile. I don't understand this tile. This tile confuses me. Ah! No! I didn't realize it. What is that in my body? Look at how cool that. Jason, do you see this? Aw, I could be your daddy. Are you coming back with the milk soon? It's your first cruise. What? It was to Alaska and Canada. The cruise is 8 days and started ending in Seattle. Shut up. That's so cool. Yeah, Meg players get it too. Yeah, Sable just got a lot of the people that hated Meg. In Sable's case, the Alex Kirk players and skulk around a lot and die quickly in chases. They do. To be fair, people can say that about any character that I play as. You're too much of a... Guys, I don't want to stream anymore. I don't want to stream anymore, guys. I don't even think it's like bug. I wonder it has to be like me or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's like my server, because the thing is I haven't dropped any frames, so I feel like it's not my internet. Like my stream looks good, right? It's just the game for me. Like I can't play it. I can't play it. Like it's not as it's still a little like jittery, jumpy, but not. I think she's going for the unhook. Okay. Yeah, I only had one unstable game, and I reset the game and it was fine. And it was just now the last like hour or so. It's been really bad for me. You didn't see Aurora. Oh, you did not see Aurora Borealis. Oh, that was close though. That was close. That could have been something. Girl, why are you so scary? Girl, you're so scary. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Whoa, God. No! Oh, yeah, that was awesome. Oh my god, I love that. If anything, I just want to be moried with the thing coming out of my mouth. Oh, I'm so tired, guys. This game seems a lot less laggy than the other ones, though. I'm just so tired. You have 300 ping? It's been a while since I've had that high of ping. Somebody ban Rootsie. I met with Johnny, who you met at TwitchCon, who was with me, but I saw 2 baby black bears! Oh, that is so cool. And icebergs? Oh, me too. Okay, I have had that bug, Weskers. Or, Boosie. I have had that bug, the muffled audio. It does fix really quickly, though, which is nice. Oh my god, 5 gens left, by the way. I blame me and my 3-second chases. I'll never ban Rootsie. I know I missed that skill check. Thank you for corrective action. I missed that skill check really badly. That was embarrassing. Litten! Oh, whatever. You got like the coolest Pokemon ever. Whatever. I don't even care. What's happening over there? Grantis, I hope you had a really great time. Now we need space. We need spades to loot the killer for 5 gens. Oh, thank you for the follow! I'm sorry, I'm yawning. I'm so sorry, loves. So eepy. I want to try to make it to midnight. I want to at least try to make it to midnight. As they should. Hi, Dweeb. Happy Jason Day. Ooh. Was it a Dead by Daylight theme review? Don't run this way. Please don't run this way. Please don't run this way. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Yeah. Yeah, Dankos. I have about 20 minutes left. 23 minutes. Oh, dweeb. Always. Always with the tush. And the penis. That was weird. Girl, you slugging? Girl, you slugging?
Hello.
Oh, fudge me. Oh, man. When I catch you, Ricky. When I catch you, Ricky. When I catch you, Ricky. FOV? Nope. Okay, damn. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I love your username. Man, I wanted to get the other one where it's coming out of my mouth. Yeah, the helmet didn't really protect me there. I do love this outfit so much. Hey, what's up, Chicken Burrito Girl? I love your name. W Mermaid Disaster, by the way. The GGs! Oh, you haven't seen that one? Oh, good. Got them Gucci slides. Actually, they're... yeah, they're Gucci. I was gonna say, like, Tommy Hilfiger. I don't fucking know. Oh, I was gonna play another one, but I'll play another one if you're here. I'll play one more, but just so you know, I'm not doing very well right now, as far as, like, games goes. 3 Mories. Can you believe it? Alright. We have to do an ad before this game, but let me pick a character. Alright. I know who I'm gonna play as. I know exactly who I'm gonna play as for this LG. I can tell some of these builds are old. Alright, we'll do this one. Alright, add now, no ad in game. Add now, no ad in game. It should be the last ad of the stream, by the way. Tinkos, why are you always away? Did you really use your 10 million blood points, Grantis? Oh, that's right. What the heck is gonna happen with Art? I'm so excited to see what he's gonna have. LG, just like the LGBTQIA+. Yes. Oh, there's a Meg in here. Mermaid, you're so sweet. Mermaid, thank you so much for bringing friends over. You're so heckin' sweet. No, Grantis, nah. Do it. Do it. Do it. I've been at the beach. Let's go to the beach, beach. Let's get away. Wait. I don't know if I knew that. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't wait. Me neither. Me neither. Shadow, let's go. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I put mine into a couple different survivors to get all my survivors P3. And then I P3'd a couple killers and worked towards another couple killers. So I think I have, 2 or 3 more killers to P3, and then I'll have everyone P3'd. P6. And you have everyone P3'd right now, right, Tom? Trapper, Hillbilly, and Wraith. Cool. What's your Houndmaster at? Hello, Leon Lovely. Oh, I was about to say, oh, haven't heard Jason yet. Who's your favorite killer to play as? Twins. In this order. Twins, Nemesis, at the moment, Springtrap, then Jason, but I'm sure after a little bit, I'm gonna enjoy playing Jason, maybe even more than Springtrap. I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I'm running. I'm so impatient. All right, I'm crawling. I love kicking Victor. Okay, mods ban Wofi, over. I'm joking. Did you guys see that allegedly we got doctor updates with the visuals, so they're less like blech. Victor deserves better. Head-on should be deleted from the game. Oh, thank you. Unknown is so much fun. Oh, Clown 2? Yeah, that's right. The anniversary event's gonna be huge. Yeah, the anniversary event's gonna be crazy. Or whatever it sounds like. Did you guys see the clown? There was a couple clown cosplayers at the event. It was so cool. Hellbilly 16. What's up, Gear Grab? Gear Grim, happy Tuesday/Wednesday. Jasper's back, by the way. What's your news? Yeah, clown cosplays was so cool. Tinkergel? What sound just came out of your mouth? Ah! So why are we camping? I'm confused. 4 gens left and we're camping hooks. And that's not working? That's cool. I'm confused by him. Oh, Champion of Light! Hell yeah, brother! Champion of Light is so much fun. You start up a Pokemon shop and have an official LC. No way! Like, oh, Kiragram. That sounds very awesome. Yeah. Yeah, get her ass. Oh, I mean, what did I do? No way, Gear, that's huge. The soap isn't. I don't want to be where the bears are. What? I don't know if I get that. Oh, because of camping. Sorry. I get it. I'm sorry. I got 3 hours sleep and I'm really tired. I'm so sorry, lovelies. I am not a smart man. You go camping in August! Back. That's super cool for you, Gear. I love that for you. I'm gonna get a bang. Yay. Oh, he's downstairs. We're good. Have a good night, Wolfie. I hope you have a good day at work. Ugh, early. Yuck. I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming over with the raid for Stellar Bear. Have the best night ever. Thank you so much for hanging out. Grim TCG. Wow! That's so cool. I love that for you. Big congratulations. I do have more Pokemon cards. I just didn't plan on opening any today. Oh. Hello. Face the darkness. I just didn't plan on opening any today. Because of the DVD stuff. Oh, that is very sweet, Woofy. Don't get their egos up. Yes! Fuck you! Where's V? Okay, you got that, Jen. I'm gonna go try to see if I can help with this situation. The unhook timer is going up. I don't want to, like, influence that. Or, like, get in the middle of that, you know? Oh, shit! Nice. They got the unhook. Cool, cool, cool. That's right. No, you're totally fine, Gear. You're totally fine. You are so good. That's really cool news. Oh, Gear, that's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Holy. Jasper, you're so cute! Do you want to come up here and say hello? Mommy's ready for bed, Jojo. I don't know about you, but Mommy's ready for bed. What's up, Ground Zero? Ground Zero, mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Are you ready for bed, Jojo? This is Jasper, but I call him Jojo. Oh, thank you, lovely. I'm so fudging tired. Yeah. Oh, she's down there. Or he's down there. Damn it. Could've got that too. It's inappropriate for stream. Oh, they're on the 2 last gens too. Maybe I should take chase. Damn. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see the gen that you were on. I was gonna leave footsteps so that he would chase me, but I messed that up. I don't know. Whip! Oh, lag. Why do you gotta do this? Neon, you're so loud. Oh, was there? So, I don't know if it was a glowing totem. It may have been one of his glowing stacks. Here. Like, it might have been that. Oh, I went to use my flashlight, but I used my flashbang instead. My bad. I can go check, though. What's up, Lycan? Lycan, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Tuesday. / Thursday. / Wednesday is what I meant. Oh, yeah. So it was one of his glades. Raven, this has been tripping me up every single game. Every single game with Jason, I see those little fucking things, and I'm just like, oh, look, a glowing totem! And it's never a glowing totem. So you're not alone on that. I want to try to get this gen. I was disabled and Pokemon helped me through it. Literally me! I have put myself in debt. Aggressive debt because of how many Pokemon cards I've fought recently. Because it gives me happy brain juice. It's like bad. Mike, I hope you're doing so good. I haven't been on Twitch. It's been some time. It's been some time since I've been on Twitch. Well, I hope you've been taking care of yourself. That's all I care about. Why am I so tired? Because you stepped half the game. But you're right. You deserve it. You deserve the rest. I know, Rootsy. I don't want to talk about it. I need my happy brain juice. Yeah, we'll heal. Whatever. Oh. Can't tell if that was a car or thunder. I don't think it's supposed to rain today. Also, Absolute Grounds here. I don't know if I did a kissy for you. Mwah! Just in case I didn't. Thank you. Killer's there, by the way, in case you guys were wondering. Holy shit nipples. Oh, he has that perk that makes him, inconceivable. When he's in his end game. Undetectable. He's undetectable in end game. Inconceivable, by the way. Holy shit. Inconceivable. Yo, that's a messed up. Oh my god. Undetectable is so scary. Inconceivable. What's up, Shmee? Destiny, if I'm so glad I don't need to pee. I'm so glad my bladder is empty, or else it might be sitting in a wet chair right now. Oh, is that you, Winchester? Okay, come. Come. Yes. Rub. Thanks. No way we get out. No fucking way, dude. Help. Help. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the assist. Oh, I love you so much. We should be good, right? Unless he drops me. I saw him throwing it, and it was like, no, it would be funny. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I was dead! I thought I was dead. Yeah. I thought that since they were both in front of me, that there was no way he would thread the needle and hit me. I was so confident that there's no way he would have threaded the needle. I saw him aiming, hands off the keyboard. V, it's not that serious. Like, V, it's not that serious. He did not get his adept. GG's. First game was fun. Hell yeah, brother. Sure, the camping sucked, yeah, but the killer wants to kill, alright? And you know what? We got 3 out. We got 3 out. We got 3 out. So, I mean, whatever, Mama J. Nobody was there to protect me. This is why anonymous mode should not be. Agreed. About buying Jason. I enjoy screen chat, but I'm unsure if I should buy him. do it. That was the win. I agree. Yeah, I think if you're in an, like, if people want to say whatever they want to say, they gotta say it with their chest and say it with their username. 100%. 100%. Leon's Moans, my love. That was my last game. That was LJ. Because it's almost midnight. I know. I'm not gonna end at midnight, but I think I'm gonna stop playing for now. If you guys don't mind. I'll still stay in the Dead by Daylight category so we can all... Yikes. Yikes! So we could... Is that Will? Oh my god. I'll stay on DVD so we can farm our drops. I'm gonna stop playing the game. I'm just so tired. That was such a fun last game, though. That was so funny. Marbles? I don't know. I don't know if I have the energy to, like, marbles, you know? Like, if you want to do marbles and just have me, like, not talk about it. But otherwise, I'm just like, ugh. I don't have the energy for marbles. I'm just so, like, ugh. You got all the jobs? Me too. Me too. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. I'm so tired. Long streams take the moist out of me, man. Oh, clear all notifications? There's a clear all notifications button. Oh, I'm gonna come to your house and give you a big ol' hug. Hi, Vicky! Vicky, happy Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on your time zone. Oh, we're almost done with the main rift. Yay! We just got the premium to do. Only 34 more days. So I have all but the last drop. Ugh, that's right. We're gonna be playing lots of DVD. Lots of DVD. But I got my badges. Hell yeah. Oh no, you're so good, Vicky. I'll be live for like a couple more minutes. Here we'll have Jason on the screen while we yap. What do we think? Yeah. Oh man. Long streams suck, man. I had so much fun. I did have a lot of fun today. I had a lot more fun than I expected. Because I did not feel well this morning. And I did not want to cancel stream, but I was thinking about it. But I didn't. Oh, thanks, Tom. I'm so glad you guys were here to hang out with me. 10 hours! Are we at the almost? We're almost at the 10 hours. I love Jason. He's so much fun. After 10 years. And what a chapter to have for the 10 years, right? Like, what an incredible way to celebrate, right? I don't know if I could be happier. I just don't think that anything else would have fit the hype and fit Dead by Daylight's, like, whole entity. No play on words meant to... No pun intended, I guess. Jasper, why don't you come up here? Give me love. Come here. I love you. I'm gonna get some ice cream? Oh, hell yeah. Like, oh, he's our anniversary chat. 100%. Yeah, exactly, Vicky. All of us. Oh, thanks, Westerusa. Weskers Urobussy. Oh, sorry, I'm so tired. Yeah, exactly. Like, nothing fits better than Jason as the 10 years. I can't believe we get 2 badges, too. That's crazy. Dankos, I really, really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. And you never make me feel weird. I need you to know that. Now we have the Holy Trinity. Right, Lance Moans? Year 11 is already insane. Because we have, for all intents and purposes, for the most part, all of year 11 planned out. No, the only thing they've shown so far was the Scooby onesie. That's all we know so far. And if there's any leaks, please don't tell them and say them in chat. I don't allow leaks in here. Only confirmed from behavior /DVD. Yeah, I love the badges. I'm so happy that we got DVD badges. I mean, I'm so happy. I've been with the game since year 1. No way! I love that for you, like it. That's so cool. I would like to make it incredibly weird. Oh, Mama J, you always do. I'm joking. Has been on the radar for a long time, too. I remember in, what was it? Was it 2022? Or 2024 TwitchCon? When we asked them, I think it was Slothbag that asked Eric, would Scooby-Doo ever come to DVD? And he's like, they were like, no, I don't think it's ever gonna come to DVD. It wasn't even like a, well, maybe, you never know. It was just like, no, it's never gonna happen. That's true, yeah. Like, you never just stop exploring at that point, right? Yeah, I don't even want real leaks either. I think leaks are super disrespectful. Every Twitter account that posts leaks about DVD, oh, I block them. And it's like, not like to start drama or anything. I just like I don't want to see it, and I think it's super disrespectful. Yeah, Tom's name's in the credits of DVD. Tom's an OG. They have a pitch. That's so cool. I know. Isn't Tom so cool? Tier 3 Dr. Menace, whilst wearing... Oh my god. Oh. I think that was my bottle, like, popping. Sorry, that really scared me. I'm so tired. I'm actually surprised we didn't go against any doctors today. With the, graphic update or whatever. Freelance as a contractor. So cool, though. I jumped too. Oh, was it loud? It was scary. You're so cute. Look at my big... My bad. Oh, I love him. Oh, I love him so much. Have a good night, Ghost Loops. Ghost Loops, thank you so much for the raid earlier. You're so sweet. I would say good night, Ghost Loops. I'm gonna go follow him, too. Am I following you? Oh, it's gonna be so awkward if I'm not. Oh, this is so awkward. Yikes. Airdropping Jasmine candies. I'm so tired. I'm gonna walk the dogs. And just go to sleep, I think. I'm not even hungry. I just want to go to bed. I think so too, Vicky. I think it's so cool. What flavor ice cream did you get, Wayvon? I'm just a guy. Kicks rocks on the floor. I'm just a guy. No big deal. I don't know. It did more than any of us, so I mean... Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. It might be. Oh, also... Actually, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for this announcement. It's not a big announcement or anything. It's just small. Small. Man, I kind of want to open up some Pokemon cards. Would you guys mind if we open up some Pokemon cards? It's been a couple days. You guys mind? Cookie dough. Frosted Flakes? What? That sounds incredible. That she bought more Malort. I actually have not. I do have another bottle though. Right, Loki? I agree. Alright, Jasper, mommy's gonna scoot up and your fat ass is making that impossible. Alright. Shut up. Why can't I open this? Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Oh, it's in a sleeve, idiot. Like, I couldn't figure out how to open it. I'm so tired. Alright. So I have a Perfect Order. I got this from the Pokemon Center. I got a Perfect Order build and battle box. I think it has 4 packs in here. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a promo card. Ooh. Tyrantum promo card. I think it's like 1 of 4 promo cards are in these. That's super cute. I predict water and no hits. I predict... I can't believe you put the energy out there. Okay, Kyle. Alright, guys, got the energy card. If you guys have never seen my Pokemon pack opening streams, we open up packs of Pokemon, and I'm looking for the Mega Clefable SIR for Perfect Order, and we guess what energy card is going to be in these packs. You can pick Water, Electric, Fire, Fighting, Psychic, Grass, Dark, or Metal.
Hello.
Metal. Thanks for the follow! Welcome in! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Alright, what do we got? Water. Mime. I don't think there's a Mr. Mime in here. In this one. Weed. Metal. Fisting. Fire. Psychic. Metal! She did it! She did it again, chat! I'm trying to scoot up and my cat is on my lap. Oh, this is not gonna be easy. Jasper, you might have to go, lovely. Oh, yeah, get on there. Yeah, get on there. Yeah. Yeah, good boy, cool. Alright. Scatterbug. Hunter. Probopass. Snorlax! Judge. Jury. Executioner. Luxio. Pokepad. Landorus. Auroras. Oh my god, here's your fucking fisting. So tired of these bitch-ass cards. Where's my Mega Clefable SIR? Oh, also, don't forget, because we are ending stream soon, don't forget that my G Fuel code is... Whatever, Mama J, whatever. Can you get your titties out for Clefable, Mega Clefable SIR? Oh, Mega Clefable, please, I just want my Mega Clefable SIR. Don't forget that today and tomorrow is the last day, as in Wednesday. Wednesday's the last day for my code being boosted to 40% off with G Fuel. Huge sale. Alright, what's the energy, what's the color energy in here? So we have Water, Electric, Fire, Fighting, Psychic, Grass, Metal, or Darker Metal, Blue, Yellow, Red, Brown, Purple, Green, Black, I guess we could say, because there's already a blue, and white. Green, Weed, Psychic? I'm gonna go with Electric. Or Lightning, as Mira would say. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, Rootsy, you should have stuck with Fire! Fuego. Okay. Salandit. Fletchling. Scatterbug. Oh, I can tell we're not having a good card because of the card that is peeking up back there. We can tell we're not getting a good one. Hunter. Rose's Encouragement. Vivillon. Drapion. Hiya! Staryu. Scatterbug. Oh! I don't have this card. I lied. Hey, we're getting a late card. I don't think I have this card. Cool. Man, look at me bitching about nothing. Max, let's go. Sorry, my throat's killing me. A hit is a hit. If we can get one more hit, I'd be happy, because then we'd have a 50%. Any Mimikyus? I don't think in this set, no. Alright. What's the energy in this pack? These packs are opening really nice. They're very, like... I don't know. Nice, I guess. I don't know. Purple. I'm gonna go with Lightning again.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Hi Pixel.
Oh my god.
I must head into work or
Oh
my
my
bestie
God.
will hit me with my keyboard. I'm sure they're trolling cause they wouldn't HXHDB Jeff Jane Fudslen Fxlaf Sud Fxf Baconated Q and rather you.
Jesse, thank you so much for the 145 bits. Oh my god. But I hope you have a good night at work. I'm sorry that you got hit by your keyboard. That was really funny, Jesse. Thank you for the 145 bits. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Purple.
Weed! Jesse! Mwah. Think of the forehead, QC. Metal. I'm gonna go with lightning again. Water! Rootsy, you're just like one behind each pack. Spritzy. Ariados. Klefki. Jacinte. Raticate. Rose's encouragement. Energy search. Pokeball. Mega Clayble SIR. Last pack. Last pack magic. I don't own ZA. I also don't own a Switch 2 either. Oh, but ZA is on the original Switch though, right? Oh, is it on both? Is ZA on both? Or just... I don't know. When did ZA come out? Alright, when's the last... Oh, it is on both. Oh, okay. Oh, Loki, I just saw your message. Oh shit, I never talked about what... Did I do the card trick? I don't think so. Okay, I did. Okay, good. Better quality on 2. Oh, well, that makes sense, right? Dark. Alright, Rootsy. What would be the one you would vote for the next one? Vote this one. What are... Okay. Oh, I think it's like 100-something bucks, Landsmounds. Oh, here, let me snooze these ads. I'm gonna use up all my snoozes. I don't want to play any more ads. Well, let me look it up on TCG Player. Mega Clefable. Oh! It's down to 70? What? It's down to 70 doll hairs. It's still really expensive, but it's cheaper than keeping to buy packs, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. I'm simply a look. Sobs! Think of the forehead, Casey. Fairy? There's no fairy. It's water, electric, fire, fighting, psychic, grass, dark, and metal. Oh, is it the tag team one? Because that, or, no, it's not the tag team. Which one is that? Did anyone say fighting? Anyone say fisting? Really? Oh my god, Jesse, that's dope. I have a lot of, really great cards from, like, my vintage cards, and then, from 2020, 2021. Probopass, Snorlax, Dedenne, Spritzy. We need a hit for this to be 50% pull rate. Energy Swoopta, Meowstick, Lumiosity, Skaroopy. Oh! Oh, I already have this card. Damn you! Do you like how I knew? Because I've seen it. It was a hit, though. It was a hit. I already have you, though. She wouldn't open another thing. Actually. This is a 3-pack. Which means, knowing my luck, only one of these 3 cards will be a hit. And here's the promo. Chico. Chico. So cute. Alright. Alright, 3 more packs. And then we're done. I promise we're done. What's the energy? Blue, yellow, red, brown, purple, green, black, or white. I've never
never been to a local card shop to meet, like, a local card shop to me. My brother goes to one of his, but I can't afford market prices, man. I can't afford that. So I try to hit MSRP if I can. Steel Games. Mwah, thank you for the forehead, QC. Chico. Chico. Psychic, electric, weed, fire. If it's water, I'm gonna laugh. Okay. It's dark! I don't think anyone's guessed dark yet tonight, right? I love Jason. He's so much fun. He's so much fun to play as and to play against, too. Yeah, I love him. What about you, Steel? Seal. Howlucha. Shaman. Judge. Jury. Executioner. Luxio. Fletchling. Haunter. Ugh. Whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. That's our one no-hit, and these next two are hits. It's gone. I don't know. I bet there's fan art of that, though. Yeah, Scrubsky! I'm going to open 2 more packs. So far, my luck has been shit. Ah! Gusty Energy. I love Snivy. Snivy's a cutie. Lit Energy. I'm still looking for that Mega Clefable SR. Psychic! I'm going to go with Lightning. Psychic. Weed. Wuta. Grass. Fire. Are you sure about that, Rootsy? Are you sure that's not the next pack? There's a Mega Clefable SIR in here. Yes, there is. There's a Mega Clefable SIR in here. I know it. Fossil. Rowlet. Honedge. Nosepass. Oh, no, Raven got one earlier. She got the metal. Nosepass. Navi. Hippowdon. Lumiose Galetta. Growing Energy. Dedenne. And this is a hit, because it's the Mega Clefable SIR. Shut the fuck up. There was a... It was a Psychic Energy. I'm gonna crash out. Last pack magic? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? This is last pack. I'm not opening anymore. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. If there is no hit. I've had that before, where I've opened up a pack of something and I haven't had a single hit. I'm gonna ban you. Salty Loki. Grass? What is energy in here? I'm gonna guess... Fighting. Lightning. SIR! SIR! Weed. Fist. I'm gonna go with Fist, too. Oh, Rootsy, didn't you say fire? No, you said... Wait, what did you say fire last time? I told you! Did I not say this? The fire is gonna be the next one, Rootsy. Ooh, bloody Jason! Yes! That's actually so funny, Rootsy. That's 3 times that Rootsy's guessed the pack before the pack. Yeah, she's just ahead of our time. Sail Fossil. Dedenne. This is like my 5th one today. Ariados. Hiya! Staryu. Vivillon. Luxio, our 3rd one. Energy Suta. Let's see. Hippowdon. Tyrantum. Oh, okay. Alright. Whatever. Cool. Whatever. Stupid ass cards today. I don't even want to collect Pokemon cards anymore. You know what? That was it. That was the last Pokemon card I'm ever opening. Well, We opened 7 packs, and to the shock of nobody, we pulled jack fucking shit. Jack shit! Yeah, although I do think this is new. I think. One more. I do have these Charizard tins, but I don't want to open them because I don't think there's perfect order in here. I think it's Journey Together and Destined Rivals. I think that's what's in here. And I want to open perfect order. Oh, really? That was my first game, Max. Oh, man. Well, hey, we opened up more Pokemon cards. Yippee. Although we did get this. One of the promo cards. One of 4 possible promo cards you can get from the build and battle box. Tyrantum. Yeah, but we didn't get shit. It's only 3.3 million. What a bargain! No, Mira, it's so bad. I don't even want to open Pokemon cards anymore. Meh. Yeah, I'm gonna pout. I'm gonna pout and cry. Did you really? Because I'm weak. No, I'm the same way. There was like a week where I couldn't get my hands on any Pokemon cards, and so I went to Walgreens with my dad, and I bought one of like the third-party like mystery packs of like 25 cards and like a guaranteed EX or something like that. It was all cards that were like relatively new to me. Like I hadn't had them because they were all packs that I hadn't purchased before. So that was nice that they're all new, but there was really nothing too special. But it did ease the pain, I guess. The desire. Yeah, Mira. We don't talk about my Pixels credit card debt. Yeah, babe! Alright. I think we're gonna rate out what you guys think. Thank you guys so much for the stream. Oh. Yeah, but those are cool. Those are the bear things, right? Oh, let me close DBD, because if I don't close DBD now, I will have it open all night like I have done before. Yeah. Thanks, Zombie! Zombie, I appreciate you. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's on the DBD shop, and it's still available. Toxic? Me? Melee? Mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Oh, did you get sick? Zombie, no! I don't know who to rate tonight. Because I'm just so tired that I just want to like raid and run. You know what I mean? I know who we could raid. I want to say we just raided him recently, but I don't give a fuck. All right, he's partner pushing. He's my Bloody Mary BFF, and he'll understand if I just raided run. Guys, tell Slushy I'm just gonna leave. But he's partner pushing, so if you guys can, a follow is free, but also a lurk is even more free. But yeah, help this homie get partner because he so deserves it. And I want to hang out with him and drink Bloody Marys with him at the partner party. Yeah. I hope you guys have the best night ever. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much for hitting our weekly sub goal. Almost at our 6-7 sub goal. And I hope everyone enjoyed all of their, yeah, you met him this weekend. He is so cool. He's so sweet. Just like, one of just, like, the most, like, just down-to-earth, genuinely nice people that I've ever had, like, the pleasure of meeting. I can't wait to meet you at TwitchCon. Oh, okay, Rootsy. Okay, Rootsy. The war-flavored one? Excuse me? Oh, yeah, you get more drops there. True! Oh, I got Rootsy's merch shirt that I wanted to give away today. I just gotta wash it. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I'm so sorry. I gotta go. Is it a threat? Yes, it is. What ASL sign am I doing? Wait, am I doing what? This? I don't know. I'm gonna say goodnight. Good night. I love you guys so much. I'm so sorry if I'm saying anything naughty.